humbly asked the master Xuedao some questions. These questions are all not understood by Leng Feng as a traveler. Some of them are about the court of this era, and some of them are about the situation of this era. After all, for this era, the cold front is an alien species. Alien species have both advantages and disadvantages. He doesn't know much about this world, and it is inevitable that he will be a little uncomfortable. However, the knowledge of that era that he mastered, once it landed in this era, then the superiority of alien creatures without natural enemies would be revealed. Zhang Yuanji didn't know Leng Feng's true intentions. He thought that Leng Feng was really open-minded and studious. Zhang Yuanji accepted Leng Feng and others as nominal disciples in Linjiang City. Although he had a utilitarian purpose, Leng Feng's attitude made him feel that he had a feeling of being a good teacher. Cultivating talents from all over the world is the most simple idea of every person engaged in education. However, many people have lost this original intention for various reasons, and now Zhang Yuanji has the feeling of finding this original intention. After meeting Zhang Yuanjuan, Leng Feng left Jinkang Mansion. When he came out, he heard the loud sound of reading in the school, but he didn't see anyone wandering. After all, this is the highest university in Jinkang Prefecture, and most of the people who can enter here to study are still the kind of scholars who are dedicated to learning. After learning from Jinkang Mansion, Leng Feng had an extra invitation in his hand, which Zhang Yuanji gave him when he was leaving. Leng Feng planned to pack his luggage and return after meeting Zhang Yuanji. However, Zhang Yuanji told him that the literati and students of Jinkang Mansion would hold a Qinhuai poetry meeting, and many famous people, talented and beautiful women would gather on the banks of the Qinhuai River, which was a rare grand gathering. Originally, Leng Feng didn't plan to participate in this kind of gathering. After all, he felt that he was a person who traveled through people, and being mixed into other people's circles was equivalent to a camel entering a flock, and he always felt a little incongruous. Although he has not traveled to this world for a long time, he has also heard of gatherings of a similar nature, which are nothing more than talented and beautiful people getting together to compete for romantic talents. Poetry is the basic operation, and he knows his own background. If he is really allowed to create, it will be really difficult for Leng Feng. However, with the rich accumulation of knowledge in the previous life, he is not afraid of the people of this era, and the big deal is to carry out the amazing masterpieces of the sages of the previous generation of literature one by one. To paraphrase the famous advertising phrase from the previous life, I am not the creator of the article, just a ready-made porter. Leng Feng is confident that even by relying on handling, he can also beat the merry talents of this era. However, Zhang Yuanji's persuasion also moved him. Anyway, there is still about a month before entering the Beijing Face Saint, and there is no hurry for these 2 days, and many of the people who participated in the Qinhuai Poetry Club this time are the same as Leng Feng and want to enter the Beijing Face Saint. In addition, there are also talented and beautiful people in Jinkang Mansion who can be ranked. It can be said that those who can receive invitations are all young and handsome. Participating in this kind of gathering can not only meet some people, but also increase knowledge. The so-called reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles is this reason, and it is also very necessary to participate in this kind of meeting. Leng Feng felt that what Zhang Yuanji said was very reasonable, so he decided to postpone going back for a day or two. Let's go and see the excitement first. Since you have decided to make a name for yourself in this era, you must have a deep understanding of this era. The scholar claims to be concerned about family affairs, national affairs, world affairs, and everything, which is still very reasonable. Jiankang Fushui is also the Confucius temple in later generations, and the commercial streets outside have formed some scales. At this time, the scholars of Jiankang Mansion School were reading, and there were no scholars on the street. But among the vendors and shops on the streets, the flow of people began to surge. Food, clothing, and some exotic gadgets are sold here. Leng Feng gives Fluttershy some silver and tells her to hang out with the little beggar. Now Leng Feng is ready to find them, and then visit the Confucius temple of this era. When Leng Feng approaches, he finds Fluttershy and the little beggar surrounded by a group of people. The little girl's eyes were slightly red, and there were faint tears flashing, and the little beggar looked at the 3 people opposite with cold eyes. Unfortunately, his face was covered in dust, and no one else could see the color on his face. Among the 3 people opposite, a guy with a long face full of flesh said, "Little girl, I can tell you, this jade bracelet is a family heirloom treasure of our family, and my grandfather's grandfather's generation was on an errand in the palace, and this is a treasure given by the Lord of Long Live back then. Today you broke it, and you don't want to leave without losing 100 taels of silver." The three of them all had fierce expressions, and it seemed that as long as the little girl dared to say half a word, they would rush forward and tear the little girl to pieces. Although the crowd of onlookers around them were pointing, they didn't dare to say anything. It seemed that these people knew these three people and knew that these three people were not easy to mess with. I didn't, you bumped into me yourself," Fluttershy says in a no-no voice. "It's just that you don't have long eyes when you walk, hurry up and lose money," the meaty-faced man said impatiently. "Why should I lose your money? It's clear that you took the initiative to bump into us, so you should apologize." The little beggar steps up and stands in front of Fluttershy. "Stinky beggar, get out of here, do you have a part to speak? One more wordy sentence, look at the uncle, I will smoke you to death," the man with a meaty face said viciously to the little beggar. But the little beggar was not moved at all, he just looked at the other three of them coldly. Judging from the comparison of the strength of the two sides, there is a big difference, and these three people are all big men with big shoulders and round waists. Fluttershy and the little beggar are both skinny types, and Fluttershy is a weak woman, and the little beggar looks malnourished, although she can't see her face clearly. This made the surrounding onlookers can't help but sweat for the two, and many people here know these three people. They are the scoundrels in this area, and they often use this trick to harm outsiders, and as long as they are targeted, they will take off a layer of skin. At this time, Leng Feng had already walked outside the crowd, and all this was in his eyes. He understands that Fluttershy has met porcelain touching this time, but he didn't expect that there is an industry in this era. Leng Feng hated this kind of porcelain touching the porcelain hall the most in his life, and as soon as his eyes were cold, he was ready to walk over. Just as Leng Feng was about to squeeze in from the crowd, he heard Fluttershy say, "You hit us on your own initiative, don't say we don't have any money, and even if we do, we won't pay you anything." Although the little girl has a weak body, she has a very tough personality. "Don't lose money, that's also very easy to do. I think the little lady is still very Peugeot, we can sell you to the Qinglu to pay off the debt can also be worth this price." "Ah, Brother Niao is right, and this little monkey looks like it can be sold for a few bucks." The three scoundrels can do anything bad, reaching for Fluttershy and Monkey as they speak. The little beggar was about to make a move as soon as his eyes were cold, but at this time Leng Feng had already passed through the crowd, and he shouted, "Stop, Lang Lang Chinkuan is in broad daylight, do you still want to rob the people's daughters?" At this moment, Leng Feng suddenly thought of how similar the clips he saw in the movie in his previous life were to the scenes at this time. Sure enough, art comes from life. "Young master, you're here. The group bullied us, and Fluttershy didn't break their stuff at all, they took the initiative to hit us," Fluttershy says aggrievedly when she sees Leng Feng. She was very strong before, and although she was ruined, she didn't shed tears. "Now that I saw Leng Feng, the tears in my eyes flowed down. I know everything, there is a young master, no one is bullying you." Leng Feng touched the little girl's head and said, "And you, too." Leng Feng turned his head again and said to the little beggar. Leng Feng's appearance startled the three people, not because they were afraid of Leng Feng, but because they didn't expect that there would be people here who would dare to meddle with their brother's affairs. But Fluttershy heard her clearly, so they looked at each other with a wicked smile on their faces. "Boy, since you are the young master of this chick, then let's talk about compensation." "Oh, compensation." Leng Feng looked at the three of them, although he had a smile on his face, his voice was very cold. The previous conflict with Yang Kong and others in front of Jiankong Mansion School, Leng Feng didn't plan to do anything to those people, he just wanted to embarrass those who like to pat on the back and pretend to be forced. As for the three people in front of him, it made Leng Feng disgusted from the bottom of his heart. For these three people, he will not let go easily. It's not just that they blackmailed Fluttershy, but that cold front has a soul-felt aversion to these people who touch porcelain. In the previous life, when Leng Feng was just admitted to the military academy, it was because he met a gang of porcelain parties that almost bankrupted Leng Feng's family. At that time, the summer vacation after Leng Feng's college entrance examination, the family went out to travel by car. When they finished eating and were about to drive home, they suddenly found that there was an extra suitcase in the back of the car, which was next to their car. Leng Feng's father couldn't see anyone around, and was so busy going home that he kicked the box away without even thinking about it. Who knew that this move would cause a huge trouble? Just about to get in the car and drive away, he was suddenly stopped by three strong men, saying that the box belonged to theirs, and there were millions of cultural relics worth the Kangxi Qianlong period, which were damaged by him and had to be compensated. Leng Feng's father thought that it was impossible. Just lightly lifted the box. So Leng Feng's family asked to see the box, but as soon as the box was opened, it was full of porcelain fragments. At that time, Leng Feng's family realized that they had met porcelain, and they couldn't argue with each other, and the other party was overwhelming. In the end, Leng Feng and the others called the police, and the police had no way to determine, and the monitoring also found that Leng Feng's father had indeed touched the box. And at this time, those people insisted that the previous cultural relics were intact. The other lion opened his mouth and demanded that Leng Feng compensate them with 1 million before it was settled. Leng Feng's father is just an ordinary worker, where can he come up with so much money? And the local police determined that Leng Feng's father is responsible. There was no way, but in the end, they were compensated 80,000 yuan and wrote a legal agreement for installment repayment, so they were able to leave. Fortunately, it didn't take long for this gang to run into porcelain again, and as a result, they met characters who couldn't be provoked, which not only put these people in prison, but also implicated them in previous cases. In this way, Leng Feng's family was freed from the huge financial burden before, but unfortunately, the tens of thousands of yuan that were compensated before could not be recovered, and they had been squandered by those people. From that time on, Leng Feng hated two kinds of people the most. One was the porcelain party, and the other was human traffickers. It was after he became the king of special forces that he encountered this kind of person in the process of performing 2 missions, and he solved it easily. It was the only 2 disciplinary violations in his military career. Fortunately, Leng Feng's unit is relatively special, and he did not suffer much punishment for this. Now Fluttershy has met 3 more porcelain touchers, and their virtues are even more hateful than those porcelain touchers that Leng Feng met in his previous life. Because the previous porcelain party was only seeking money, and these 3 people not only sought money, but also robbed the people's daughters. This era is not the legal society of the previous life, although there is also the control of the imperial court law, but the binding force of the legal system is not strong. Some powerful people just kill people in the street, and it won't make much difference. The main reason is not only that the legal system is not strong, but also that people in this era have a weak sense of law. Bad people don't fear the law, and the common people don't know how to use the law to protect themselves. Leng Feng naturally does not expect the laws of this era to punish these people, and only by using his own means to solve the problem can he have a clear idea. As long as it doesn't make a lot of noise, there's no problem. Yes, compensation. Originally, it only cost 100 taels of silver, but now that there are no 200 taels of silver, none of you will want to leave. The 3 of them didn't seem to hear the coldness in Leng Feng's words, and they thought that Leng Feng was afraid of them. It's not the first time these 3 guys have done this kind of thing. Don't look at them as just unruly scoundrels, but there are people behind them. This is also the confidence that they dare to slander people on the street, and they don't dare to slander anyone. For example, the scholars of Jiankang Mansion School, and the real rich and powerful people. They could see that Leng Feng was not a scholar of Jiankang Mansion, although Leng Feng was also wearing a scholarly shirt, but the 3 of them had almost written down the appearance of Jiankang Mansion scholars, and there was no Leng Feng in their memory. And at this time, as long as it is a scholar of Jiankang Mansion, he will not wander around the street at all. Coupled with the accents of Leng Feng and the 3 of them, it is not the accent of Jiankang Mansion when you hear it. In this era, there is no Mandarin spoken, everyone speaks dialects, although they can understand it, but it is obvious that they can distinguish regional characteristics. So, they think that Leng Feng is a fat sheep. Touching porcelain is also a science. If the eyesight is not good, it may be cold when it touches the iron plate. The poor are easy to bully, but the poor have no oil and water to squeeze. People like Leng Feng are the best fat sheep in the eyes of the porcelain hall. Although he is not very rich, he is not poor, and he is from other places. Based on these characteristics, the 3 of them thought that they had eaten Leng Feng, so their attitude was very arrogant. 200 taels, that's really not much. As long as money can solve it, it's not a problem. Leng Feng took out 200 taels of silver tickets from his body and shook them in his hand. He did it on purpose in order to lure the three men into taking the bait. Sure enough, when the three of them saw the silver ticket in Leng Feng's hand, as well as the expression that I was not short of money, their eyes showed greed. The footsteps that were about to rush forward suddenly stopped, and the three of them glanced at each other. Then, the big man with a meaty face slapped the head of one of the people next to him. "What 200 taels? What the fuck are you talking about 200 taels?" Dahan's actions made the people around him incomprehensible. Didn't he ask Leng Feng and others for compensation before? How could he see Leng Feng take out the silver ticket, but instead beat his own people? This kind of mysterious operation, not to mention the crowd of onlookers, even Leng Feng himself is a little unclear about the situation. Could it be that this guy saw that he was going to clean them up? This was raining in the precipice, and he admitted his mistake in time. This is an heirloom left by the ancestors, let alone 200 taels, even 2,000 taels will not work. You loser, if the ancestors knew about it, they would have jumped out and scolded you. After beating and scolding his accomplices, Nyoer turned to Leng Feng again and said, "My brother doesn't know the value of this thing is a family heirloom, and only 200 taels has lost the face of the ancestors, and this matter cannot be solved without 2,000 taels." At this moment, everyone understood what was going on. It turned out that after they saw Leng Feng take out the silver ticket, the lion opened his mouth, wanting to get more money from Leng Feng. Alas, this posterity is careless, and he shouldn't have taken out the silver ticket. It's okay now, I'm afraid I'm going to be unlucky to be targeted by Nyoer and others. Young people still have too little experience, and now they will suffer a big loss. Nyoer is so greedy. It's also to blame that this outsider is too unintelligent, and he deserves to be stripped of a layer of skin by Nyoer. All of a sudden, the crowd of onlookers said everything. However, although they didn't like Nyoer and others, no one dared to stand up when they saw injustice. However, they didn't see it. Although Leng Feng's expression was frightened, there was a sneer on the corner of his mouth. "You just said 200 taels, why did it become 2,000 taels again?" Leng Feng said in a panicked and angry voice. "Yes, you said it was 100 taels before." Fluttershy screams. She didn't know Leng Feng's plans, she only felt that these people were really too much at this time, and after their young master came over, they raised the price to 200 taels. Now after seeing that the young master took out 200 taels of silver tickets, he actually asked for 2,000 taels. How dare they, and how can they ask for so much silver? Fluttershy has never seen much of the world, but she's smart enough to figure out that the three of them are bullying them and want to blackmail them for money. As for the broken jade bracelet, it wasn't anything valuable at all, or it was originally broken. Don't shout, it's reasonable to break something, this matter is to be sued to the master, and you will also pay for this money. Nyoer twitched the horizontal meat on his face and said, "This guy's face is really fierce, if it is put in modern times, he can directly play the bad guy without makeup." Okay, 2,000 taels is 2,000 taels, but I don't have so much silver on me. Leng Feng pretended to be entangled for a while, and then spoke. "If you do a show, you have to do a full set, otherwise how can you kill these three people? As long as you have money, our brothers can follow you," Nyoer said. Seeing that Nyoer was really fooled, Leng Feng secretly said in his heart, "Lord Yama has a lot of money there, I don't know if you still have the life to spend it." But the next moment, he still spoke. "Presumably, the three of us have already seen that we are not from Jiankong Mansion, so it is naturally impossible to put so much silver on our bodies. If you are at ease, please come back to the inn with me to get it. There is no place in Jiankong Mansion where our brothers dare not go, you lead the way. But don't blame me for not reminding you, if you dare to play any tricks, I can guarantee that you won't be able to get out of Jiankong Mansion." Nyoer didn't forget to threaten. "Okay, we're going to break the fortune and avoid disaster, I hope you can also talk about it." Seeing Leng Feng's performance like this, Nyoer believed in his judgment even more. This scholar from other places was really a big fat sheep. It's not the first time their brother has done this kind of thing, but they have never met a stupid and wealthy master like Leng Feng, and if they don't slaughter him well this time, they are sorry for their reputation as a three-pimp skin. "Don't worry, our three Nyo brothers are talking, and their spit is a nail, and if they want you 2,000 taels of silver, they won't want you 2,001 taels," Nyoer said with a clap on his chest. In fact, Nyoer's heart was already thinking about how to squeeze Leng Feng's money dry, and he was thinking in his heart about how to continue blackmailing after he got the 2,000 taels of silver. "Young master, do we really want to give them money?" Fluttershy asks softly as she walks behind Leng Feng. "Don't worry, the young master has his own arrangements." Leng Feng patted her on the shoulder and said. The little girl still looked worried. She knew that the young master didn't have 2,000 taels of silver at all, and when they set off from Linjiang City before, they had brought a total of 100 taels of silver. The 200 taels of silver tickets that the young master took out just now surprised the little girl, and she didn't know where the young master got the money. If the young master can't come up with the silver by then, she is really afraid that the murderer named Nyoer will eat the young master. The little beggar was very quiet. He walked at the back with the little monkey in his arms without saying a word, and his eyes were not on Nyoer and the others at all. In the eyes of the beggar, Nyoer and the others are already dead, and what do they care about the dead? He struggles with how to kill Leng Feng and Fluttershy without attracting their attention. Leng Feng is not as entangled as a little beggar. He no longer needs to hide his strength in front of the people around him. With Wang's commitment, he has the confidence to face any head-on blow. It doesn't matter if his two uncles know that he knows martial arts. With his current combat strength, he has reached the level of the mountain tiger, far surpassing the previous killers who were not good for him. If you add special repeaters and hidden arrows, even 10 mountain tigers are not enough for him to kill. Although the little beggar had not been in contact with him for a long time, Leng Feng also knew that he had no bad intentions towards him, and he thought that he didn't know that he was a master and wanted to protect himself in secret. I don't know if the little beggar will be surprised to eat 2 roast chickens when he finds out that Leng Feng is not a master weaker than him. Leng Feng did not take Nyoer in the direction of the inn where they lived, but walked in the direction of the outer city. "Wait, where do you live? Why haven't you arrived yet?" After walking for about a stick of incense, seeing that Leng Feng had not stopped yet, Nyoer had doubts in his heart. He was not afraid that Leng Feng would run away, but that Leng Feng would have no money. After all, in this era, although Jiankong Mansion is called a mansion, its status is actually far beyond that of a prefecture of the same level. This is also the reason why Huangmingli, as a prefect, can reach the level of the 3rd grade. Under normal circumstances, a prefect is from the level of the 4th grade. It is precisely because of the special nature of Jiankong Mansion that the distribution of buildings here is far different from that of ordinary prefectures. The architecture here is similar to that of the capital, except that it is one less imperial city than Kyoto. The people who live in the inner city are either rich or noble, and only the rich can afford to live in the inns here, and the best rooms cost a few taels of silver a night. If Leng Feng really didn't have bad money as he showed before, he should have lived in the inner city. After all, the inner city is much better than the outer city in terms of security and environment. We live in the outer city, close to the inner city, not because we don't have money, but because our goods are in the outer city. Leng Feng said. He could see Nyoer's suspicion at this time, and in order to appease him, he casually made up a reason. Of course, this reason is not entirely unfounded. The status of merchants in this era was not high, and under normal circumstances, if the business people did not have an official backstage, the goods could not enter the inner city. Nyoer also knew this situation, but he had no doubts about Leng Feng's words, and he also heard the information he wanted to know from Leng Feng's words. The first point is that Leng Feng is indeed a rich man, because having goods in the outer city can explain everything. In this era, people who can bring goods to do business outside are very profitable. Because of the social environment, the circulation of goods is extremely difficult, and the profits are very considerable if they can bring things from one place to another place to sell. Secondly, Leng Feng and the others can only live in the outer city, so it means that they have no backstage in Jiankong Mansion. Being able to meet this kind of big fat sheep is simply a blessing for him in Nyoer's eyes. Okay, as long as our brother can get the money. Don't worry, this money is not a problem. Leng Feng pretended to be very arrogant and said. Everyone has their own thoughts, only Fluttershy is getting more and more frightened, although Leng Feng has already told her that the young master has his own arrangements, but how can the little girl not worry? By the way, the young master forgot to pick up a batch of the 4 treasures of the study room that he ordered in Wenchang Pavilion before. Fluttershy, you go and get him. When he was about to walk out of the inner city, Leng Feng seemed to suddenly remember something, and said to the little girl behind him. No, none of you can leave. Before Fluttershy could speak, Nyoer immediately spoke. Leng Feng wants to get rid of Fluttershy. After all, he is going to kill someone later, and the little girl doesn't have a good image of this scene. How could it be possible to give up because of Nyo Air's opposition? It's okay if we don't separate, or go to Wenchang Pavilion with me first to get things back. Leng Feng said. Go get the money first, and we'll do the rest later. Nyo Air just wanted to get the silver quickly, and he didn't want to make any extraneous branches. No, I'm still waiting to use those 4 treasures of Feng Feng. If you don't let me get it, then I won't give you the money. This time Leng Feng did not budge, he showed a very tough performance. Seeing Leng Feng's reaction, Nyo Air and the 3 glanced at each other, and then nodded. Okay, let her get her things, and you take us away. Nyo Air, these scoundrels have been in Jiankang Mansion for many years, and they know that as long as they control Leng Feng, Fluttershy will naturally not be able to escape. For them, cleaning up Leng Feng is just a matter of time. The 3 villains aren't just trying to make money, they're planning to snatch Fluttershy away. Young master, I want to follow you. Fluttershy doesn't want to leave Leng Feng. She thinks that these 3 people are not good things, although it makes her afraid, but for the sake of the young master's safety, she still suppresses the fear in her heart and wants to continue to follow Leng Feng's side. Obedient, you go and get the batch of things that the young master ordered in Wenchang Pavilion. The young master has his own arrangements. Leng Feng reminds Fluttershy again. Fluttershy understands Leng Feng's words, as they live in the inner city, but Leng Feng takes the 3 of them to the outer city. Although she didn't know what the young master was going to do, she also knew that the young master would definitely not want to give money to these 3 people. Fluttershy, let's go. Anyway, I can't help the young master here, let's go and get the young master's things, just save you less running back and forth. The little beggar also persuaded him. Hearing the little beggar say this, Fluttershy thinks about it too. At this time, she also came back to her senses. She really couldn't help the young master, and now she went back to find Uncle Chai. After all, Uncle Chai was an old man, and he should have a way. Thinking of this, Fluttershy immediately turns away. The little beggar also left behind her, but when he left, he looked back at Leng Feng and the others deeply. Leng Feng naturally saw the little beggar's movements, but he didn't pay attention to it. So, after Fluttershy and the little beggar leave, Leng Ran continues to walk out with the 3 of them. Stop, I advise you not to play tricks. Our brother doesn't know everything about Jiankang Mansion, but he also knows which roads lead to the outer city. If I'm not mistaken, it seems like a dead end ahead. Just a few breaths after Fluttershy leaves, Nyo Air senses that something is wrong. The road is right, but it's the way to get you on the road. At this time, Leng Feng stopped pretending. He turned around, stared at Nyo Air and San with cold eyes and said, Boy, you're looking for death. As soon as Nyo Air heard Leng Feng's words, he immediately knew that their brother was being played by Leng Feng. At this time, Nyo Air didn't realize the danger yet. He just wanted to teach Leng Feng a good lesson and let the other party know the consequences of playing with their brother. Now it is not a problem that can be solved by 2,000 taels of silver. They must also take the money, and people must also clean it up, so as to quench the fire in their hearts. Look for death. This is indeed a treasure of feng shui, and it can be said that you can take advantage of it if you can die here. Leng Feng looked at the surroundings and said, Although it is still an inner city, it is not far from the outer city. The terrain is even more open, and a small river flows out of the mountains to the outer river. Surrounded by mountains on both sides, a river flows in front of the mountain. In feng shui this is called relying on the mountain and facing the water. It is indeed a rare good point. It is also the cemetery of the big families in Jiankang province, so it is very secluded. Leng Feng knew that this was also a coincidence. He saw that there was water flowing here. There was only one road and there were few people, so he chose to do it here. We'll kill you first. Nyo Air yelled and pounced on Leng Feng. His other 2 brothers were not idle, and when they saw Nyo Air making a move, he also rushed from the side. These 3 people are all splashing gangsters and don't have much kung fu, but they have been on the streets for many years and still have the ability to fight and fight. Although there is no rule in this pounce, if it is replaced by ordinary people, it is really not Nyo Air's opponent. Leng Feng didn't make any moves, just looked at Nyo Air coldly and they rushed towards him with their teeth and claws. But Leng Feng's reaction was a different scene in Nyo Air's eyes. Nyo Air thought that Leng Feng was frightened by their momentum and had lost the courage to resist. Sure enough, these scholars are only in vain, and once they meet them, they can only be scared like geese. However, although Nyoer thought that Leng Feng was suppressed by their momentum, he did not stop. In his opinion, Leng Feng played tricks on them. This is not just to scare them like before, they must teach the other party a hard lesson. But just as Nyoer rushed in front of Leng Feng, he suddenly felt a flower in front of him, and then he saw his two brothers rushing towards him. He also saw that his two brothers had shocked expressions on their faces, and when Nyoer was about to say something, he suddenly felt dizzy in his head, and his consciousness was blurred, and then his body fell down softly. It was at this moment that his two brothers rushed to his side. The boss, with their mouths open, before he had time to make any sound, also followed in Luer's footsteps. Turn your head and kill. This trick was learned by Leng Feng in the special combat team in his previous life, and this trick was originally used during a sneak attack. But because Leng Feng's current speed is so fast that it is difficult for ordinary people to distinguish with the naked eye, he can easily break their necks before Nyoer or three can react. These three people didn't understand what was going on until they died, and in their eyes, they were obviously powerless scholars, but in the blink of an eye, they turned into demons who demanded their lives. At the moment when their bodies fell, they saw that Leng Feng still had a smile on his face, and even took out a clean handkerchief and wiped his hands. This is simply a great insult to them. It seems that Leng Feng dislikes them for soiling his hands. In the end, all three of them fell without seeing it. Leng Feng did the good thing to the end, and one of them gave them a kick, kicking all the bodies of these three people into the river. Nyoer and the three of them didn't expect that they would lose their lives because of a porcelain collision. It's not that they haven't met people they can't afford to mess with before, and they have also been cleaned up because they didn't succeed in touching porcelain. However, although the laws of this era are not so strict, it is extremely rare to kill people because of touching porcelain. That is, Nyoer and they unfortunately ran into Leng Feng, a person who hated the porcelain party to the core. After dealing with Nyoer-san, he didn't waste much time at all, and he didn't even take a breath. It can be seen that Leng Feng is decisive in his actions and resolute in his heart, and he hates the porcelain party to a certain extent. Leng Feng is not a person who kills indiscriminately, but when he encounters this kind of porcelain, he has to kill one of them. In the previous life, due to the constraints of the law, it was impossible to kill people without paying for their lives, but in this era, as long as they did it secretly, then no one would know, and no one would even pursue it. After wiping his hands, Leng Feng turned around and left the place. At this moment, he felt that his thoughts had been cleared, and that there were three more hateful flies in this world. He hadn't taken 2 steps before a smile appeared on his lips again, and his eyes looked into the woods beside him. One of the golden thin figures flashed, and how sharp Leng Feng's eyes were, he had already caught the figure that flashed quickly. It was the little monkey named Tease next to the little beggar. It seemed that the little beggar was not far from here, and he asked the little monkey to follow him so that he could determine when to start. The little beggar should have the same purpose as himself, both trying to find a suitable place to deal with these three people. It's a pity that this time Leng Feng is not ready to fake the hands of others. Sure enough, he didn't go far before Leng Feng saw the little beggar walking towards him, and the little monkey with golden hair was squatting on his shoulder. "Young master, what happened? What about the 3 villains?" The little beggar is also surprised to see Leng Feng. He left Fluttershy to rush over to get rid of the 3 of them as soon as possible, but he sees Leng Feng looking at a leisurely face. This looks like being threatened, and it looks like going out shopping with nothing to do. The 3 of them went where they were supposed to go. Leng Feng said with a smile. This is already obvious. The little beggar is not a fool, and his identity is not simple, so he can naturally understand the meaning of Leng Feng's words. "Young master, you give them away," the little beggar said as he made a gesture of wiping his neck with his hand. "Not like this, but like this." Leng Feng gestured with his hand to twist his neck. He didn't mean to hide the little beggar now. And what happened before was also seen by the little monkey, and now the little beggar doesn't know what happened at that time, but with the cleverness of this little monkey, he will also know afterwards. Hearing Leng Feng say this, the little beggar looked at Leng Feng very suspiciously, but he still didn't see that Leng Feng looked like a person who knew martial arts. He knows that there are many masters in this world. As long as the kung fu is high to a certain level, he will return to the basics, and there is no trace of martial arts practitioners on his body like ordinary people. But that kind of person is all grandmaster level figures. Judging from Leng Feng's age, to reach that level, even if he is a 1 in a million martial arts wizard, he may not be able to reach that level if he starts cultivating peerless divine skills from his mother's womb. The little beggar also knew his own situation. Although he was well disguised, if Leng Feng really knew martial arts, he didn't believe that he could hide from Leng Feng, just as he didn't believe that Leng Feng could hide from himself. Although the little beggar had doubts about Leng Feng's words, the fact was that Leng Feng stood in front of him unscathed, which had to make him believe that it was true. Click. When the little beggar's inner world was full of activities, Leng Feng reached out and grabbed a small tree with a thick arm on the side of the road, and twisted his hands hard, and the small tree was broken. Although this tree is not very thick, if you want to twist it, ordinary martial arts practitioners can't do it at all. As Xiao Shu was broken by himself, Leng Feng secretly said sorry to Xiao Shu in his heart, and used Xiao Shu to prove his strength twice in a row today. At the same time, it also made Leng Feng feel guilty in his heart, making people believe that he had a strength. Why is it so difficult? Seeing that Leng Feng had broken the little tree, the little beggar believed what Leng Feng said just now. However, he could see that Leng Feng's strength was indeed very strong, and his speed was very fast, especially the movement of twisting the small tree was very neat. You know martial arts. The little beggar was still a little unsure, because he couldn't feel a trace of the momentum of a martial arts master from Leng Feng's body. Kung Fu masters are divided into inner and outer masters, and the Kung Fu of the outer masters is manifested in the body, which can be seen at a glance. Judging from Leng Feng's figure, it has nothing to do with foreign Kung Fu. As for the internal Kung Fu, because it is an internal practice of essence and spirit, if they don't make a move, ordinary people can't see it. However, people who also practice Neijia Kung Fu can sense it, and after the introduction of Neijia Kung Fu cultivation, a special qi will be generated in the body, which cannot be concealed from people in the same way. The little beggar couldn't feel that special qi from Leng Feng's body, so he was still very skeptical about Leng Feng's Kung Fu. After all, there are some gifted people in this world. They don't need to be cultivated, they are born with some kind of special ability. At this moment, the little beggar suspected that Leng Feng was the kind of person who was born with divine powers. Otherwise, there is no explanation why Leng Feng was able to twist the small tree. Indeed, it would be impossible for anyone to understand it, because what Leng Feng was showing at the moment was pure physical strength. The cultivation of the 12 heavenly gods and demons forging divine skill is the ultimate physical strength, and when the physical strength reaches a certain level, a magical ability will be generated. Whether Leng Feng punched the willow tree in front of the Jinkang Mansion School before, or twisted the small tree now, he relied on physical strength. There were no martial arts practitioners among the scholars before, and they couldn't see the clues. The little beggar is different, his Kung Fu is not weak, and he can naturally see that Leng Feng relies on his physical strength. This made him not calm, and he had not seen a person with a strong physical body. But those people all seem to be strong, and some of them rely on continuous tempering of the body to have strength far beyond ordinary people. Leng Feng's image is not much different from those scholars who are powerless, and he doesn't look like a person who practices martial arts. Martial arts. Will be a little, it's been less than a month of practice. Leng Feng said the truth, since the day he crossed into this world, it has only been about 20 days since now. In his previous life, although he practiced the family body forging technique and also learned traditional Tai Chi from the instructor, in his opinion, this is not a real martial art. Compared with the 12 heavenly gods and demon forging divine skills and innate divine skills, it is equivalent to the gap between addition and subtraction in calculus within 10 in the first grade of elementary school. In less than a month, how did you train this strength? The little beggar couldn't care about hiding his strength anymore. He was surprised by Leng Feng's words. Don't look at the tree that is only the thickness of an arm, but twisting and breaking are two different things. Even he could break this tree, but he couldn't do it as easily and casually as Leng Feng. Practice and practice, that's it. Leng Feng said with a gesture of twisting his neck. Of course, Leng Feng would not tell the little beggar the truth, but the little beggar has been following him like this, and it is impossible to hide it forever. And Leng Feng knew that if he wanted to develop his power, he would definitely need helpers. If you blindly keep a low profile and forbearance, it is not conducive to attracting talents. Selectively tell some truths, and live in the future. The prerequisite for having fun is that you can't hide everything, and since ancient times, there has been a saying that good birds choose trees to perch, and in the face of really capable people, you have to let him see that you are more capable than them, or as the little beggar said, follow you to eat meat. In the past, if you want to hide your strength, it is to protect yourself, but now that you have the strength to protect yourself, you don't need to hide it anymore. It's how you practiced this kung fu. Hearing Leng Feng's words, the little beggar was really not calm now, and he no longer had any interest in exploring how Leng Feng practiced martial arts. Me. You see it. The little beggar said with some clumsiness. At this moment, he was really a little panicked. Originally, in his opinion, he hid his strength and followed Leng Feng for fun. Anyway, he just came out to practice, and he didn't have any specific goals. Second, he thinks that Leng Feng is not bad and interesting. As for the situation that he hadn't considered yet, exposing his identity to Leng Feng. Although he has no bad intentions towards Leng Feng, now that he has a relationship with Leng Feng and Fluttershy, he is afraid that Leng Feng will misunderstand if he knows his hidden strength. I didn't mean to hide it from you. The little beggar said. I know that you also solved the troubles on the road, and I should thank you for it. Leng Feng said. So you found out a long time ago. Now the little beggar felt that he was a failure, thinking that Leng Feng didn't know anything, but in fact, he was the one who didn't know anything. However, the little beggar was not so flustered at this time, since Leng Feng had already discovered his secret, he could still let himself follow, which meant that Leng Feng didn't care about these at all. Everyone has their own secrets, you have them, and I have them. As long as you don't want to hurt people, then it doesn't matter. Besides, I'm not someone who likes to snoop on other people's secrets. Leng Feng said. Brother Leng, as long as you don't drive me away, I will always follow you. Don't worry, I won't miss your meet with me. Leng Feng said with a smile. Although there is an element of joking, it also expresses Leng Feng's opinion on this matter. The little beggar listened to Leng Feng's words and was very moved. Although he was born as a beggar, he is not the same as those ordinary beggars. His status among beggars is very high, and he has almost grown up under the care of others since he was a child. Although many people listened to him, they never really made any friends. At first, he came into contact with Leng Feng purely on a whim, but later found that Leng Feng was different from others. Not only did he not look down on them, but he could treat them as equals. That was the reason why he helped Leng Feng for the first time, and after contact, he felt that Leng Feng had a unique temperament. This kind of feeling is something he has never encountered in his long history. So he cherished the relationship with Leng Feng very much, and the more this was the case, the more entangled he became, afraid that Leng Feng would drive him away after he knew that he knew martial arts. Now that he has also discovered Leng Feng's martial arts, this means that each other's secrets are known to the other party. This caused a strange feeling to rise in the little beggar's heart, which he probably did not understand. But Leng Feng from the 21st century understands that this feeling is called psychological visibility in psychology. It is a property that is understood, seen, and accepted. This feeling is the basis for the sublimation of the relationship between people, whether it is friendship, family affection, or love. Through psychological sharing and giving, the other party can feel the true affection. However, people in this era do not understand this, but they can feel this feeling. This is the kind of experience in the heart of the little beggar at this time. Brother Leng, I'm going to see Fluttershy. She's gone back to Chibo for help, and she's probably still halfway there. The little beggar turned around and ran away. Leng Feng looked at the back of the little beggar running away, and felt an indescribable weirdness. However, he didn't think much about it, thinking that it was the little beggar's happy performance after letting go of the knot. Leng Feng returns the way he came, but he doesn't walk very fast, almost halfway through the journey, when he meets Fluttershy and the little beggar. So the three of them went back to the inn together, but none of them told Chibo what had happened today. For the rest of the day, they didn't have the heart to hang out again. If it weren't for the Qinhuai poetry meeting the next day, they would have decided to set off back to Linjiang at this time. However, although Leng Feng and the others were quiet, Zhenkong Mansion ushered in a few suspicious people, and they were inquiring about Leng Feng's whereabouts in the past few days. The porter of Huangfu, who Leng Feng had given 10 taels of silver before, was being invited by a middle-aged man to eat in the private room of the hotel at this time.
I'm just a porter in the old man's mansion, an inconspicuous little person.
The elder brother can become the concierge of Lord Huang's mansion, which is also a job that many people envy. How can he be regarded as a small person? As the saying goes, the prime minister is a third-grade official in front of the door. Brother, your status is not low.
Ha, it's all just a joke.
Show the door to the master. This is the duty to look good, but if you don't see it well, you will be punished. I know that your work is a big responsibility. There are too many people who want to see the big man, and there are all kinds of people. It depends on your eyesight, brother.
This is a little bit of heart, which can be regarded as admiration for the elder brother. As he spoke, the middle-aged man handed over a money bag.
The porter picked it up and shook it with his hand, then deliberately pulled down his face and said, "What do you mean by that? I think you're a sensible person and can get along, but it's impossible for you to meet our master." In fact, the porter was already tempted. This bag of silver was 50 taels, plus the 10 taels of silver that the other party gave him yesterday. It was already 60 taels. And his annual income is only about 30 taels, which is equivalent to his 2 years' concierge salary. However, to be able to become the concierge of the prefect, this person is not stupid. He knows what money can be collected and what money cannot be collected. When Leng Feng visited Huang Mingli before, he had Huang Mingli's previous letter to the Leng family in hand, and he was the son of the deceased. Coupled with the effect of Leng Feng's 10 taels of silver, there was no problem for the porter to report to him after accepting Leng Feng's silver. In this era, due to the long years of war, the ruling power of the imperial court has declined, and the purchasing power of money has become much less than before. But silver is hard currency. 2 taels of silver is enough for an ordinary family of 4 to live for a month, although you can't eat big fish and meat, but there is no problem with food and clothing.
Although he is the concierge of the prefect, he often receives some tips, but the amount is not large.
Under normal circumstances, most of the people who came to meet Huang Mingli were acquaintances, and these people would not tip the porter, but the porter would report enthusiastically when he saw these people. Only those strangers, or those who have asked Huang Mingli to do something, will give him some silver. But most of the time, it's just some broken silver, and it's not very common, and it's not bad to meet 1 or 2 a month.
Brother, you misunderstood. I didn't want to see Lord Huang next.
Seeing the porter's reaction, the man immediately smiled and said. When the porter heard what the other party said, he was stunned, thinking that he had misheard. In his opinion, there is only one purpose to be willing to spend such a large amount of money on himself, and that is to let himself help him meet the master. And looking at the magnanimity of such a shot, the request must be not small. That's why he didn't dare to agree. But now I heard that it wasn't for himself to introduce him to the master, which made him understand. The porter knew very well that this person was stuffing him with 10 taels of silver yesterday, saying that he was going to invite him to dinner today, which was nothing more than taking a fancy to his identity as the prefect's concierge.
It's not to see our master, so what the hell is going on?
The porter is not stupid, and it is impossible for a person who is not clever to become the concierge of the prefect. He knew how much he was worth, and without understanding the other party's true intentions, the money was not so easy to take. I just want to ask my brother about someone. This person is from Linjiang City, a young man in his teens.
Oh, that's what happened.
I have indeed seen the young man you mentioned, and I met the master 3 days ago, and I reported it. When the porter heard that people were asking him for news, this was not a violation of the master's rules. However, the concierge's mind was enlivened again, and he inquired about what kind of person would spend so much silver, and it seemed that this silver was not so easy to take. The man ignored the porter's mental activities, but continued, "Don't worry about it, I'm also from Linjiang City, and that son's family and we are doing business in Linjiang City. To tell you the truth, our 2 families have a competitive relationship in business, and we are very concerned about the movements of both sides. We are worried about what he has to do with the prefect, so we will back down in business." Hearing what this man said, the porter's face showed a look of understanding. Although the man's words were made up, the porter did not know the inside story, and this explanation made sense.
Businessmen in this era are like this, the so-called peers are enemies, and they don't report to the group? One said.
You want to ask what the relationship between that young man and our master is?
The porter said. Yes, please teach me my brother.
The man lowered his posture and pushed the bag of silver directly into the hands of the porter. As far as I know, it doesn't really matter. The reason why he was able to meet the master was because he had a letter from the master in his hand, and he also said that he was the son of the old man. In my opinion, his father may have some friendship with the master, but the friendship should not be deep. The porter hesitated slightly, then said something he knew. Hearing what the porter said, he pondered for a moment, and then said, "Oh." His father had a friendship with the prefect, but he had never heard of it. No, it's hard to say. The little boy's father used to be a big businessman who traveled between the north and the south, and he disappeared in the north a few years ago, and it is rumored that he has been killed. Presumably there is a relationship, and that is also the previous one. This makes sense. Although the prefect saw him, he didn't value it very much. The porter seemed to have figured out why the prefect wanted to see Leng Feng that day, and there was no clear indication after seeing it. However, he didn't know the relationship between the Leng family and the Huang family, all of which he thought he had figured out. Please also ask my brother to give me a thorough explanation, otherwise I'm afraid that I will collide with the prefect, and this business will not be good. The porter pinched the silver in his hand, and still spoke. Although the Lord agreed to see him at that time, his attitude was very cold, and they didn't talk for long, and the man left the house. As for what they talked about, that's not something I'll know as a porter. Did the prefect say anything else later? Not really, the master hasn't mentioned it since that day. Hearing this, the man's expression was obviously a lot more relaxed. If Leng Feng and Huang Mingli have a relationship, then this matter is really difficult to handle. After all, the prefect of Jiankang Mansion is not an ordinary person. In the entire Southeast Road, in addition to the commander, it is the prefect of Jiankang Mansion who has the greatest power. Since ancient times, there has been a saying that the people do not fight with the officials. This is not a joke. A county lord can let you raid the house and destroy the door, let alone the prefect. Can the old brother give Zai Xia a reassurance? In your opinion, how likely is it that the prefect will come forward for that little boy? This is related to all the next business arrangements, and there will be heavy thanks in the future. Hearing the word thank you, the porter's eyes showed a light of greed. The porter knows that it is rare to meet such a generous person, and he also heard that the master will be promoted after a while, and the next master will come to power, and the porter will be rolled up and gone, and now he can make a fortune. After thinking about this, the porter didn't have any scruples, and as for whether he would be punished by the master after he found out, it was far less important than getting some money in his hands now. Since the master came to Jiankang Mansion all these years, I have been the concierge, and I know the master's style very well. At that time, when the little boy visited the master, I could see that the master was thinking of seeing him on the old relationship, and I really don't know if he had something to ask the master. However, even if he has some relationship with the master, it may be an old relationship. I have seen a lot of old men who are officials. They are different from us people. If the father of the little boy has passed away for a few years, and his father has only had a relationship with the master, then I can say with certainty that the master will not do things for him. The porter's words are very reasonable, although he is only a porter, but because his master Huang Mingli is a feudal official from Sanpin in the current dynasty, almost all the people who come and go are officials. Every day, you can see the entry and exit of some officials, and also see what kind of people they associate with. And Huang Mingli does cherish his feathers now, and he will not easily solve problems for others. If there is no relationship between the Leng family and the Huang family, and Huang Mingli only knows Leng Feng's father, then he really won't promise to help Leng Feng get the family property. Thank you, brother, for telling me. These are not respectful. Please accept it. When the porter had finished speaking, the man handed the porter 50 taels of silver. Since ancient times, wealth has touched people's hearts, and the porter harvested 100 taels of silver after this meal, and he naturally knew that this silver was not so easy to take. If you just inquire about these words, it is not worth 100 taels of silver at all. Brother Yang is refreshing. I won't take this silver for nothing. If there is any news in the future, I will tell you. So, thank you, brother. The two of them took what they wanted, and the atmosphere in the private room was relaxed and happy. Leng Feng didn't know that the concierge who had received him 10 taels of silver had already betrayed his news to someone else, and this person was the man who had reported in front of Second Master Leng before. Since the last dispatch of several killers was killed by the little beggar, he was reprimanded by Lang Eri, and he personally led people to rush over.
On the second day after arriving in Jiankang Mansion, they inquired about some news.
So, there is this meeting with the Huangfu gatekeeper today. Leng Feng didn't know that he was being targeted again, and the person who was targeting him this time learned wisely and didn't directly send someone to assassinate him. He didn't send someone to keep an eye on him all the time, but used the method of post-mortem investigation. In this way, even if Leng Feng had the experience of being a special forces soldier king in his previous life, he didn't find himself being targeted. The little beggar didn't notice anything abnormal, because the little beggar didn't have more experience in the rivers and lakes than Leng Feng. Moreover, the little beggar hid his identity and traveled around the rivers and lakes, not only to hide Leng Feng, but also to other beggars who did not know his identity. Unless it's similar to the last time he did in Lotus Town, he wouldn't reveal his identity in front of the beggars. Although Leng Feng didn't know anything about this, it didn't affect him much. The person sent by Second Master Leng had already asked people to send the news he had found back to Linjiang City. Leng Feng went to Jiankang Mansion this time. Even his second and third uncles were also very puzzled, and they didn't understand what Leng Feng was doing in Jiankang Mansion. They don't just want to get rid of the cold front, they also want to know why. After all, they had doubts before, and their eldest brother should still have a lot of industries in other places. If they can get that part of the industry in their hands, then for them, it is definitely no worse than planning the cold family industry in Linjiang City. In the past few years' trials, although they couldn't see whether the Langley clan mastered the eldest brother's industry in other places, but now that Leng Feng is going to Jiankang Mansion at this juncture, they can't afford to think about it too much. Although Leng Feng didn't know the plans of the two uncles, he could also think that the two who were bent on killing his uncle would definitely not stop. According to the time, if they have any follow-ups, they should be close to the nearest one. However, Leng Feng also believed that the people of the two uncles did not dare to do anything in the inner city of Jiankang Mansion. After all, this was not Lotus Town, and Jiankang Mansion was inhabited by heavy soldiers. If you can't kill with one hit, you will invite a lot of trouble. All the time finally arrived in the evening of the next day, and it was at this time that the Qinhuai poetry meeting began. The location is on the bank of the Qinhuai River opposite Jiankang Fushua. From a row of promenades outside Jiankang Fushua, along the bluestone paved road, you can reach a stone bridge by walking a few hundred meters forward. The buildings on both sides of the stone bridge are almost all tea houses and wine shops, or greenhouses. The river below the stone bridge was full of flower boats, and literati had already begun to board them. Looking at the stone bridge in front of him and the surrounding scenery, Leng Feng felt something in his heart and said, "The wild grass and flowers by the Vermilion Bird Bridge, the sunset at the mouth of Wui Alley. Child's poem is good." Fluttershy says. The little beggar also looked at him with blazing eyes. Leng Feng smiled. Of course he knew that this was a good poem, although he was not original, but Leng Feng also experienced the poet's mood at that time. Because this poem is so appropriate for the occasion and very much in line with the environment at this time. Brother Tai Datsai, this poem is good. A scholar beside Leng Feng also heard it, and the more he tasted it, the more he felt the subtlety of this poem. Where, just casually? Leng Feng said to the man with a fist. The so-called sedan chair carries people, and others respect you 3 feet, and they should pay you back. Under Li Tingji, I don't know my brother's surname. Zhang Sanfeng. At this time, Leng Feng suddenly had a hint of bad taste. He did not report his real name, but thought of the name of the Tai Chi Grandmaster. In this era, there is no Tai Chi master Zhang Sanfeng. According to the history of his era, Zhang Sanfeng should have been born in this time period. So Leng Feng, a scholar named Li Tingji, chatted, and Leng Feng found that although this one looked ordinary, he talked extraordinarily and was quite knowledgeable. However, this person did not invite him, but came from other places to participate in the poetry meeting. After some conversation, Leng Feng said goodbye and left, and the two sides agreed to get together again after the poetry meeting, because they both felt that the other party was someone to befriend. This time, the Qinhuai Poetry Society is semi-official, which is also destined to be impossible to be as taboo as in ordinary times, and courtesans and Maiko can't board the boat at all, that is, those talented women can get on the flower boat. And the theme of this rally is not a wine banquet, but a poem about heroes. There were only some melons, fruits, snacks and drinks on board, and everyone had dinner before boarding the ship. Of course, there are not many people who are qualified to board the boat, and most people still play on the shore. There are some small boats that go back and forth between the shore and the flower boats, but whenever there is a good work, it will be passed to the shore through the small boat for other readers to enjoy. This time, before Leng Feng came, and even Chai Bo was also very interested. He used to be a down-and-out talent, although he had traveled through many places before, but he had not participated in this kind of poetry meeting. Back then, he and Leng Feng's father passed by Jiankang Mansion more than once, but they all missed the Qinhuai poetry meeting. It can be said that the influence of the Qinhuai Poetry Club among readers is huge, and it is no worse than the concert of Leng Feng, the world's superstar. Almost all the scholars came, and not only these scholars, but also some of them brought attendants or scholars. However, only those who read with invitations were eligible to board the ship, and those who could not board the ship did not hang out or wait for the poems to be delivered on the ship, but would form small groups and chant poems together. Although Leng Feng is a strange face, the scale of the Qinhuai Poetry Club is too large. Not only the local scholars in Jiankang Mansion, but also some talented scholars around him. Li Tingji is one of them. Just when Leng Feng said goodbye to Li Tingji and walked into the boarding passage, there was still a little accident. "Boy, get out of the way." Just as Leng Feng walked along the boarding passage, an arrogant voice came from behind him. A person who can participate in the Qinhuai Poetry Club should be a civilized person. Even if he is not a scholar, he will deliberately pretend to be a scholar on this occasion. This voice seemed a little harsh in the crowd, so not only Leng Feng, but also the other people around looked at the owner of this voice with disdain. As soon as Leng Feng saw the owner of this voice, he immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that this person was the scholar surnamed Wang who he met in front of the Jiankang Mansion School. In addition to the scholar surnamed Wang, there was another person who was also an accomplice that day, but Leng Feng didn't know who the person's surname was. Behind these two people, there was a group of scholars who were very gorgeously dressed, and these people were all imposing. Around them, they spontaneously formed a distance from other people. This group of people is the scholar headed by Yang Kong, and this battle is much more advanced than the day before yesterday in front of the Jiankang Mansion School. Although Yang Kong was also the leader that day, the other scholars were all guys who only knew how to pat on the back, but today it is obviously different. Although these scholars are not as good as Yang Kong in terms of status, but they are obviously higher than the group of scholars surnamed Wang in terms of aura. Pay attention to the influence. Everyone is a reader, and we should be civilized. Although Yang Kong didn't take other people seriously, he was also afraid that the impact would be bad, so he immediately said to the scholar surnamed Wang, "Yang Gongzi's strength is really very comparable. It's the junior brother Meng Lang." The scholar surnamed Wang immediately shook his head and said, "The scholars who can be qualified to board the flower boat are naturally elites. Of course, there are some scholars surnamed Wang. They may not have much talent, but they have money in their families, and they have contributed money to sponsor this poetry meeting, so naturally there will be some places. Otherwise, a person like a scholar surnamed Wan would not be qualified to board the ship. But this world is like this, there will never be absolute fairness. Maybe after a lifetime of hard work, you may not even reach the starting point of others." Leng Feng is not surprised by this, but it is obvious that the scholar surnamed Wang also saw Leng Feng, although he stopped being arrogant and domineering under Yang Kang's reprimand, but in front of so many big brothers, his little brother naturally wanted to show something. "Boy, I didn't say anything else, I said you." This guy deliberately walked behind Leng Feng, and he didn't leave the ready-made gap on one side, so he had to go to Leng Feng's side. Even a fool can see that this guy is deliberately trying to find fault. But although some people can see it, they don't want to be nosy. It is true that scholars are arrogant, but this arrogance is aimed at people. Most people know Yang Kong, but they don't know Yang Kong. Judging from the momentum of their line, they are also the kind of existence that is not easy to provoke. The main reason why the Great Song Dynasty was repeatedly invaded by foreign enemies was because Huashan was in power, and the court lost its bloodiness. At this time, the same is true for readers. As long as it is irrelevant, they will hang high. So at this time, a strange phenomenon was formed, and the booksellers on both sides of the book with invitations in hand walked forward in high spirits. Turning a blind eye to the deliberate fault-finding behavior of the scholar surnamed Wang, they looked ahead, held their heads high, and the bookish business was full of anger. This is really an irony. Leng Feng took in this controversy and couldn't help but shake his head. He was very disappointed in the scholars of this era. At the same time, he
He also made a secret decision in his heart that even if he established his power in the future, he would not reuse these scholars. Boy, what are you shaking your head? Don't you see that there are many sons behind you waiting for you to give way? Leng Feng's shaking of his head fell in the eyes of the scholar surnamed Wang, thinking that Leng Feng deliberately did not want to give way. This guy was originally a soy sauce player, and he didn't expect him to be able to perform at the poetry meeting. As long as he could satisfy Yang Kong, then his goal would be achieved. Although the family surnamed Wang Shusheng has an industry in Jiankang Mansion and is doing well, they also have competitors. In this Qinhuai Poetry Conference, the reason why his family will sponsor a lot of money is also to let the scholar surnamed Wang and Yang Kong have a good relationship. These businessmen are not simple. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are not profitable sooner, and they are also very well informed, knowing that Yang Kang's father will soon take over Huang Mingli's position. The Wang family did not have a relationship with Huang Mingli before, which caused their business to not improve much over the years, and now a new opportunity has come, and they are not willing to miss it again no matter what. The reason why the scholar surnamed Wang spared no effort to tie up with Yang Kong was not only for his personal reasons, but also because of the support of his family. Leng Feng just wanted to see the Qinhuai River that appeared in many literary works in later generations, as well as the famous Qinhuai Poetry Society in this era. I didn't expect to be hated by Wang surnamed Shu again, but on this occasion, Leng Feng didn't want to argue with them. This is not only a feeling of being watched as a monkey, but also a sense of retardation. In Leng Feng's view, the other party is just a group of children who have not grown up yet, and it is too cheap to deal with them. However, with a dog barking around, no one will be in a good mood. Noise. Leng Feng glanced back at the scholar surnamed Wang. This glance Leng Feng used the magical power generated by the innate divine skill to urge the 12 heavenly gods and demons to forge their bodies, and a mysterious light flashed in his eyes. After the scholar surnamed Wang saw this light in Leng Feng's eyes, he immediately felt as if he was facing a giant beast from the ancient wilderness. Mom! The scholar surnamed Wang suddenly screamed, and then fell to the ground, trembling all over. He was just an ordinary person, and in the face of this special force field released by Leng Feng, he couldn't bear it at all. This is also the first time Leng Feng has used this force, but he didn't expect the effect to be surprisingly good. Of course, with Leng Feng's current strength, it can only be useful to ordinary people like scholars surnamed Wang. If the scholar surnamed Wang is replaced by a person in the rivers and lakes, or a person with a firm mind, then there will be no such effect. However, this is the case, which also makes Leng Feng feel that this special force is a big killer. Even if it is a person with similar strength to him, when the other party is caught off guard, his will be affected somewhat. If the two sides are in a stalemate, this is a whole card that can turn the situation around. Leng Feng ignored the scholar surnamed Wang, but continued to walk forward as if nothing had happened. In his opinion, this is just a small episode, not to mention that this scholar surnamed Wang, even Yang Kong, he didn't even look at it. Get up, don't be ashamed. Yang Kong stepped forward and kicked the scholar surnamed Wang. That group of people was watching the show. Of course he recognized Leng Feng, but because he lost face in the conflict with Leng Feng that day, he naturally wouldn't go to Leng Feng's trouble on this occasion. And the scholar surnamed Wang is equivalent to the dog he let out, making the scholar surnamed Wang disgusted with Leng Feng, and he is also happy to see it. But what he didn't expect was that this scholar surnamed Wang really couldn't support the wall in the mud. Not only did he not feel so disgusting that Leng Feng was shocked, but he was frightened by the other party's look and collapsed to the ground. It's that Yang Kong feels ashamed, and everyone knows that the scholar surnamed Wang is their dog. There is some truth in this sentence: to beat the dog to see the owner. Therefore, Yang Kang's face was very ugly. Some of him was angry with the scholar surnamed Wang, and he was also angry with Leng Feng. However, Yang Kong is a child of a big family in Kyoto, and he has seen the world, and he is not carried away by anger. Kicked the scholar surnamed Wang, and the anger in his heart disappeared a little. Yang Gunzi knows that person? Another gentleman in Chinese clothes beside Yang Kong asked. This person's father is the garrison of Jiankang Mansion, Taidu, who is in charge of the garrison of Jiankang Mansion, and is a powerful figure in the military. Although he is only a Zhonglong general in terms of official rank,
he belongs to the lower officials of the 4th grade, but because he holds the actual power of soldiers and horses, even in the Southern Song Dynasty, a dynasty where civil servants are in power, no one dares to despise his status.
Huang Gongzi, are you talking about that person?
Yang Kong was still very polite to the son of the Zhonglong general. After all, Jiankong Mansion is different from other state capitals, it is close to the frontier position, and the generals who hold military power are still very valued.
Yes, I see that although the man's clothes are average, he has a lot of bearing.
Although Huang Gongzi is also a scholar, he is from a martial arts family, and his vision and perception of momentum are naturally not comparable to people like scholars surnamed Wang.
There's only one side, but that kid is crazy, Yang Kong said.
Left and right is just a talented and proud reader. Such people are often some talent, but they don't understand the accident of the children of a small family. There is no comparison with Brother Yang and Brother Huang. Don't ruin everyone's interest for such characters.
Another son-in-law beside Yang Kong said. Brother Li is reasonable. What is our identity? We are destined to be the Dapeng above the 9 heavens in the future. What do you do with such birds?
So Yang Kang's group of sons and brothers boarded a flower boat in high spirits, and this flower boat was second only to the official main ship of the Qinhuai Poetry Conference. This is also a condition for the scholar family surnamed Wang to sponsor the poetry meeting, and they are used to curry favor with Yang Kong. However, the flower boat where Leng Feng is located is not small, although it is not as big as the boat of Yang Kong and others, but it is also a first-class ship.
After all, Leng Feng's invitation was personally given by Lord Xuedao, and the level was naturally not low.
After Leng Feng got on the boat, he had to decide that the consumption power of Jiankong Mansion was really not comparable to Linjiang City, just the layout on this boat was not much different from that on land. The spacious cabin resembles a large living room, and the furnishings are very exquisite. The hull is very wide, the navigation is very stable on the water, and there is no shaking on the calm Qinhuai River. The sun had already begun to set, leaving only a glimmer of slanting sun on the water, and the entire surface of the river looked as if it had been rendered in gold. Flower boats are neatly arranged in the middle of the river, with a huge flower boat as the center, and there are hundreds of large and small flower boats. This scale is also rare, at least Leng Feng has never seen this kind of battle. As a flock of geese swept over the river in the sky, a crisp gong sounded, and the Qinhuai poetry meeting finally officially began. Although it is an activity of scholars, but there is not so much red tape, Zhang Yuanzhuan, a scholar of Taoism, sat on the largest flower boat on behalf of the official, and after saying a few words, the largest event on the Qinhuai River was staged. As the name suggests, the Qinhuai Poetry Society is, of course, mainly based on poetry.
There are no mediocre people who can board the flower boat.
Moreover, the talents on the flower boat also have a hard task, and they must complete a poem for the occasion as the selection of this poetry meeting. And in order to increase the difficulty, the official poem title requires that everyone's poems must be based on the scenery around the Qinhuai River and use the phoenix as a reference. In other words, hundreds of talented and beautiful women on the flower boat have to write a poem on the spot that can fit the scene at this time, or can express the mood at this time.
Of course, there are also many people who have prepared in advance, and they have already written some poems in advance for this kind of occasion, in order to be able to show off at today's poetry meeting or to ensure that they will not make a fool of themselves. For example, the scholar surnamed Wang is such a person. He has prepared poems in advance, but not to show off, but not to make a fool of himself. After all, he is qualified to board the ship based on his relationship, and now let him compose poetry, that is, to make him look good. Leng Feng didn't expect that he would participate in a poetry meeting and catch ducks on the shelves and ask for poems. After all, he is not from this era, and it has not been long since he traveled to this era, and the original owner of this body has no attention to it, which causes Leng Feng to be unprepared for this. Even when Master Xuedao gave him an invitation before, he didn't explain the matter to Leng Feng. After all, in the eyes of the Taoist master, Leng Feng should know about this. There were 15 scholars on Leng Feng's flower boat, and some of these people knew each other and some didn't. But no one was together at this time, everyone was looking for inspiration. Some people look up at the sky, some people look down at the water, and some people look around. Leng Feng did not panic. Although he was not a scholar in this era, he had a wealth of knowledge. I have copied Qin Luan and Spring River Flower Moon Night before, so why not copy a few more? Anyway, this era is different from the world he once lived in,
and those familiar Tang and Song poems are not in this era. Everyone else is immersed in sage poems, only Leng Feng is calm. While leisurely watching the unique beauty of the Qinhuai River belonging to this era, he poured himself wine and drank himself. Of course, there are also people who have seen Leng Feng's performance, but seeing Leng Feng as an unfamiliar face, that is, they don't care. Since ancient times, the text has been light, and it is vividly expressed at this moment. However, their psychology is not as calm as it seems, and the people who can board this flower boat are not fools, and they can see that Leng Feng is not pretending. This feeling gave them a strong sense of oppression, and in their opinion, Leng Feng either had a ready-made plan or already had ready-made poems. The Qinhuai Poetry Society does not allow people to prepare poems in advance. As long as the poems they write can fit this situation, it is okay. Of course, this is not without loopholes. Some people with backgrounds can prepare a few poems in advance. As long as they make a slight change, there will always be one that will suit the occasion. Of course, this is disdainful for the truly talented. After all, if you don't have real talent and real learning, you will win a false name at the poetry meeting, and it will not be beneficial to your career. It's like lip syncing, and after a long time, there will always be a day when the stuffing will be exposed. This kind of poetry meeting is more used for literary communication and interpersonal communication, similar to the drinking party in modern society. The smoke cage is cold and the moon is long, and the night is close to the restaurant in Qinhuai. Leng Feng drank all the wine in the cup and said a word of poetry. In fact, there is a second half of this poem, but Leng Feng is not a fool. He knows that if he says it on such an occasion, he will definitely become the target of public criticism. The merchant girl doesn't know the hatred of the country, and she still sings the flowers in the backyard across the river. This poem has a strong irony of this scene at this time. Whether it is a literati or a dignitary, as long as they hear the last two sentences, they must be furious. Although Leng Feng didn't say it loudly, the people on the same flower boat still heard it. It was when I heard these two words that many people's eyes flashed. They are all talented people, and they can naturally feel the artistic conception described in this poem, which further confirms what they think in their hearts. Leng Feng is really confident. Leng Feng ignored the men's opinions, and he stood up and walked around the boat. At this time, others may have been stimulated by Leng Feng's poem, or they were unwilling to fall behind, and they all began to create one by one. However, at this time, Leng Feng seemed a little different. Almost everyone else was writing at the desk, only he was still walking around the flower boat. In addition to a table of melons and fruits and wine, there are more than a dozen cases on the flower boat, and there are 4 treasures of the study room on it. It can be said that the sponsors did contribute a lot of money to this event. The flower boat that is about 10 meters away from Leng Feng is the flower boat where Yang Kong and the others are, and the flower boat is even more luxurious. In addition to the standard configuration, there is also a dedicated place to drink tea and chat. Yang Kong and others were making tea and talking about heroes. They held their own noble status, so much so that they did not immediately bury their heads in poetry like other scholars. On this occasion, the scholar surnamed Wang is the role of running errands. Because the pattern of the Qinhuai Poetry Society is very high, even if it is a son-in-law like Yang Kong, he is not qualified to bring people on the boat. These sons and brothers are destined not to do things that only those people do, so this kind of thing can only be done by scholars surnamed Wang. And for the scholar surnamed Wang, this kind of thing is also what he is willing to do. Just as the scholar surnamed Wang finished refilling the tea for Yang Kang's sons and brothers, and walked to the bow of the boat, he suddenly looked up and saw Leng Feng pacing leisurely. Pretend. This guy snorted coldly, and then threw a disdainful look at Leng Feng's side. At this time, as soon as Leng Feng raised his head, he happened to see the scholar surnamed Wang, and he couldn't help grinning. Then, make a fist movement. The scholar surnamed Wang was startled when he saw this, but the next moment he reacted. Leng Feng was still 10 meters away from him, and this was on the river again. What could the other party do? However, Wang's surnamed Shu had just cheered himself up, and he couldn't help but have Leng Feng's scary eyes in his heart. I was frightened by Leng Feng's eyes and fell to the ground before, but I just came to my senses, and now I definitely can't do it again. Otherwise, Yang Kong would definitely be able to throw himself into the river. Although the scholar surnamed Wang has nothing remarkable in terms of real talent and learning, he still has a lot of experience in dealing with people. He immediately shrunk his neck and turned away from the bow of the ship. After all, there were still 2 boats between him and Leng Feng, and only the bow position could see each other, so it would be safe to leave here. Wang Shusheng calmed down. He decided not to pay attention to Leng Feng anymore, and wrote the poems he had prepared first. This guy has already had a psychological shadow on Leng Feng and feels that Leng Feng is a little evil. Although he still looks down on Leng Feng from the bottom of his heart, he has a fear of Leng Feng in his heart, which is a kind of stubbornness that lets go of facelessness. After Leng Feng gestured to the scholar surnamed Wang, he couldn't help but smile when he saw the other party leave in a hurry. The scholar surnamed Wang was already frightened by a look he had before, and Leng Feng understood that this person was a waste in front of him, and he would not be able to make waves in front of him in the future. As long as you dare to be struggling in front of yourself, the final result will not be much better. When I turned my head, I found that the talented people on the same boat had already begun to write. However, although most people have a brush in their hands, they have not fallen for a long time, and it seems that something is brewing. Sure enough, literati writing is no easier than a woman having children. Seeing these scholars, Leng Feng couldn't help but think of a story he had read in his previous life. It is said that there is a scholar who can't write an article when he is doing it, so he is so anxious to go around the room. His wife quipped to him, "Look at you like this, writing an essay is as hard as it is for us women to have children." The scholar said angrily, "It's still difficult. When you women give birth to a child, you have a child in your belly, and then you can give birth. And I'm having an empty stomach right now. Where did this article come from?" Although this is a joke, Leng Feng feels that it is really a bit appropriate for the scene. Sure enough, being pregnant is the same as being pregnant, and you really can't give birth if you don't have goods in your belly. Sneered and teased in his heart. Fortunately, he doesn't need it. If being pregnant is like being pregnant, then Leng Feng's belly is like a capelin, full of seeds. Leng Feng walked straight to an empty desk, exhaled lightly, and then picked up the pen on the table and began to write. The phoenix swims on the phoenix platform, and the phoenix goes to the Taikong River artesian. Wu Palace flowers and plants buried in the path, the Jin dynasty dressed into ancient mounds. The 3 mountains are half in the blue sky, and the 2 waters are divided into Egret Island. It is always because the clouds can cover the sun, and Chang'an is not worried. Leng Feng wrote it in one go, and this poem came from the Tang dynasty poet Li Bai's Dengjialing Phoenix Terrace. However, Leng Feng did not use Shixian's original name, but changed it to Remembering Phoenix Terrace. This change is more in line with the actual situation at this time. After Leng Feng finished writing, he also found that many people were closing their eyes and meditating. Of course, there are also people who write poems before him, and some people have joyful faces and look like their self-confidence has exploded. And some people are obviously carven, and they are trying to figure out how to solve it. However, the people on Leng Feng's boat do not have a straw bale, and it is difficult for them to compose poems. The real difficulty lies in how to make a good poem, especially to be able to write a good poem that amazes everyone, which is the real difficulty. Fortunately, this is for everyone to write poems, not articles, so it won't take too long. Some people have already put their poems in the flower basket at the bow of the ship, and some people will take their poems away and send them to the official ship in the middle. There are not only Zhang Yuanji, the master of the Tao, but also some famous Confucians, and even the prefect Huang Mingli is also sitting in the official ship. Huang Mingli did not come forward. This time the Qinhuai Poetry Conference was hosted by the Jiankang Shueda Yamen, and other officials just came to cheer. However, Huang Mingli's level is here. Even if he doesn't show up, he can also play a role in the town. Ladies and gentlemen, the poem is here. Let's see what good works can appear in this poetry meeting. Seeing that there were already staff members passing the poems in the flower baskets on the bow of each boat, Zhang Yuanji immediately got up and said, "In fact, there is no need for Zhang Yuanji to say it, everyone else has also seen it. Their kind of activity is not to select talents, nor is it the imperial examination, although everyone has some expectations, but they only have a relaxed and casual attitude." The official ship was large enough to accommodate 200 or 300 people, but at this time there were only 30 or 40 people on board, and there were several escorts. However, these people are fully able to cope with the next scene, more than 20 Confucian celebrities, plus several court officials, quickly passing on one poem after another. Some of these poems are eye-catching, while others are discarded after a glance. By nightfall, when the lights were on, all the poems on the boat had been completed. Leng Feng's memory phoenix platform was also put into a flower basket and sent to the official ship in the middle. The poems are short and exquisite, and they are quick to read. However, because it is circulated in turns, that is to say, each poem has to pass through the hands of several people, which is equivalent to an assembly line operation. Unless it's the kind of poem that looks unsightly, they will throw it away directly, and the poem that can make the eye shine a little will be commented on. In this way, it will naturally delay some work. Of course, from time to time, some excellent works will be selected, and after being affirmed by everyone, they will immediately be copied and sent out for others to enjoy. So from time to time, I heard an exclamation or praise from the surrounding flower boats, and there were groups of people gathered on the shore to talk. At this time, many flower boats are built together to form a huge water platform, and at this time, it is free time, and these scholars can communicate with each other across the boat. The circles of different sizes formed, especially those who are usually quite famous, are sought after by others. Of course, there is an exception to the flower boat. Even Yang Kong, a son with a different background, can't board it. The flower boat was next to the big ship of the government, and all of them were women, and Huang Shishir was among them. In addition to Huang Shishir, the other women's identity backgrounds are not bad, and all of them are young ladies from the families of dignitaries. These young ladies are different from Huang Shishir, although they are also knowledgeable, but in terms of talent, they can definitely not be compared. Although these ladies were also invited to participate in the Qinhuai Poetry Club, they did not come to write poems, but to see the people who wrote poems. To date, Huang Shishir's poems are indisputably considered to be number one. Although there is the influence of his father Huang Mingli, it is undeniable that even without the relationship between Huang Mingli, judging from the content of those excellent works that circulated on the scene, none of them can surpass Huang Shishir. Sure enough, the name of the first talented woman in Jiangnan is not called in vain. This flower boat is not too big, but it has attracted the attention of countless talents. Here, the warblers and swallows are full of flowers, and there are many pretentious talents, and they also secretly glance at the past from time to time. The rules of the Qinhuai Poetry Society are that no man is allowed to board the flower boat of the female dependents, with only one exception, that is, he can impress the women on the flower boat with his talents, and he can only board the boat if he is invited by them. And it's all women. As long as one of them doesn't agree, then don't think about boarding. Or when everyone's poems are selected, the top talents will get a chance to board the ship. Every time Qinhuai's poetry meets, almost some beautiful talks about talented and beautiful women will be circulated. This is also the reason why many romantic talents are willing to participate in this kind of poetry meeting, which can not only be famous, but also have the opportunity to hold a beauty. And the identities of the young ladies here are not simple, and it is also an opportunity for poor scholars to ascend to the sky in one step. As long as they can be favored by any of the young ladies, then their lives will be less than 10 years of struggle. At this moment, a staff member came out with another good work, and when everyone saw this poem, they couldn't help but stop talking. At this time, the recognized talents have been out of the limelight, and their poems have been circulated and unanimously praised by everyone. In everyone's opinion, there may be some people who can write good poems, but it is impossible to surpass those who came before them. In fact, a long time has passed, and only 2 or 3 poems have been transmitted. And these 2 or 3 poems did not make people feel amazing. But when I saw this poem, the expressions of these people were quite wonderful. One moment ago, he was still talking about how amazing someone's work was, and the next moment it was like someone pinching his throat. There is a large group of people around Yang Kong, and it is undeniable that Yang Kong himself is also a little talented, and the poem he wrote was also rated as a masterpiece. A group of people around him are vigorously pursuing him, saying that the poems he wrote should only be heard in heaven, and how many times can he be heard in the world? Even if Yang Kong is a child of a wealthy family in Kyoto, in this case, there is a feeling of fluttering. For Yang Kong, fame and fortune are not so important to him, and he only needs to be able to get a good impression of Huang Shishir at this time. Since Huang Shishir doesn't care about his identity, he values literature more often, so he has created a good character in terms of literature. In this regard, Yang Kong still has confidence. After all, the title of the top 10 talents in the capital is not in vain. It turned out that when Yang Kong was in the capital, he was already quite famous, and he was regarded as one of the top 10 talents in the capital by people in the circle. Of course, it is not excluded that there are smelly feet, but it is not all water. However, just when Yang Kong was complacent, the appearance of a poem directly broke this situation. Zhang Sanfeng, who is this person? Why have you never heard of it? When the poem was widely circulated among the crowd, everyone was amazed at the exquisiteness of this poem, and on the other hand, they had to wonder who this Zhang Sanfeng was. The poet immortal Li Bai's masterpiece through the ages has once again shown its power in this era. No matter how talented these scholars are, for Li Bai, who has amazed an era, there is still a big gap. This poem far surpasses many talented and beautiful women on the scene, both in terms of concept and writing skills. Even if you are arrogant, you can't afford to have any contempt for this poem. It stands to reason that to be able to write poems of this level is by no means a lonely person. However, everyone present didn't know who Zhang Sanfeng was. So the congregations looked at each other. They wanted to find someone to praise, but they didn't know who to look for. Even Leng Feng himself saw the poem he wrote before, and after he finished writing it, he didn't hand it in as soon as possible. Instead, he tasted another glass of wine, and when most of the people had finished it, he slowly handed in the work. It is true that the wine of this era is not very good, but this time the ship is a fruit wine. The degree is not high, but it can drink a unique fruity aroma. This fragrance has a unique charm compared to the products blessed by technology and ruthlessness in the previous life. Although Leng Feng was a special soldier in his previous life, he had tasted almost all kinds of wine in the world, and in comparison, none of the wines had such a pure taste. Of course, this is not to say that this fruit wine is precious. It is not the price that is expensive, but the purity, or the originality. Therefore, when Leng Feng took his first sip of this wine, he liked his taste. The reason why Leng Feng postponed handing in the poem was not for pretending, but simply for wine tasting. At this point, Leng Feng can understand the feeling of Shirxian Li Bai's love for wine. Although this poem was not written by Leng Feng himself, he also knew that there was absolutely no one else in this poem by the poet immortal Li Bai. He has also read Huang Shishir's poems before, and in general he feels pretty good. But after all, it is a daughter's family, and the poetry is more than graceful, but the pride is insufficient. If it is placed in that kind of pure entertainment occasion, then it is absolutely impeccable, but if it rises to a deeper level of feelings and patterns, it is a little worse. Even those Confucian seniors and officials on the official ship are also commenting on this poem. The phoenix swims on the phoenix platform, and the phoenix goes to the Taikong River artesian. The first two sentences write the legend of the phoenix platform, and 3 phoenix characters are used in the 14 characters, but they are not too repetitive, and the syllables flow brightly and beautifully. It can be seen that this person has profound skills in choosing words and forming sentences. A Confucian senior said with his hand pinching his beard. Phoenix Terrace is located at the other end of the Qinhuai River Phoenix Mountain. The phoenix is a kind of auspicious. When the phoenix came to visit symbolizes the prosperity of the dynasty. Now that Feng has gone to Taikong, the prosperity is gone, only the water of the Yangtze River is still flowing non-stop, and nature is the eternal existence. This word cuts into the theme very cleverly, and it can be seen from the poem that the author is open-minded and deeply touched by the current situation. Another Confucian senior said, "What Wang Lao said is very reasonable. The flowers and plants of Wu Palace are buried in the path, and the Jin dynasty is dressed as an ancient mound, which is further generated from the scene in front of him, and is associated with the prosperity of the 6 dynasties. However, although the 6 dynasties were prosperous, they were also short-lived, and the average lifespan of each dynasty was about 55 years. Now it seems that the once prosperous court of Wu has been deserted. The romantic figures of the Eastern Jin dynasty have long been ancient, and the prosperity of the 6 dynasties has disappeared in the waves of history like Phoenix Terrace." From this, it can be seen that the author of this poem has studied history very thoroughly. The 3 mountains are half in the blue sky, and the 2 waters are divided into egret continent. The 2 sentences changed from lyricism to scene writing, which made people feel that they were not immersed in the suspense of history all the time, but took out their thoughts and set their eyes on the rivers and mountains in front of them. These 2 sentences are magnificent and the realm is broad, paving the way for the end of the couplet not to see Chang'an. The twist here is brilliantly arranged, and the skill is extraordinary. It's always because the clouds can cover the sun, and Chang'an is not seen to make people worried. These 2 poems contain deep meanings. Using Chang'an to allude to the loss of land in the north, it can be seen that this person has the ambition to serve the court and recover the lost land. All of a sudden, a group of Confucian predecessors and important officials of the Jiankang mansion praised this poem. Prefect, what do you think of this poem? Someone asked Huang Mingli for advice. Although Huang Mingli was a prefect, he was famous through the formal imperial examinations, and he was once a famous talent. Although he did not express his opinion, as the supreme governor, many people wanted to hear his opinion. What you said before is very good, and it is very close to my heart. Looking at this article, you can clearly feel that it is full of a strong and broad atmosphere, and there is a sense of dominating the four seas in an instant, and transcending the outside of things to sway freely. Just like the poem says, the three mountains are half in the blue sky, and the two waters are divided into the egrets, you can feel the pulse of history beating and breathing. In terms of rhyme, this poetry is natural to rhyme. The language is also fluent and natural, not carved and beautiful. The allusions to history, the scenery in front of you and your own feelings are intertwined, and the embracement of the country is particularly far-reaching. As soon as Huang Mingli's words were finished, he immediately received nods from the others. Putting aside Huang Mingli's status as the supreme official, even what Huang Mingli said is also very level. It can be seen that the person who can write such poems is not a thing in the pool. A Jiankang government official said, "There are furrows in the chest, and there are things in the poems, and even the old man sighs that such poems are inferior." A senior Rulin with gray hair and beard also nodded in admiration. Zhang Sanfeng, this son is a little interesting. Huang Mingli listened to everyone's discussions, and did not comment again, but said such a sentence. At this time, the only person who did not speak was Zhang Yuanji, a scholar of the Tao, not because he had an opinion on the poem, but because he had some opinions about the author of the poem. When he saw that masterpiece before, he still had a faint expectation in his heart, because he knew that Leng Feng not only wrote the Qin theory, but also wrote the Spring River Flower Moon. However, among these works, no poems written by Leng Feng were found. It was only after the appearance of this song that it aroused his suspicions. Because he has read Leng Feng's article, although the style of this poem is different from that of Guoqin and Mingzheng Flower and Moon Night, it can also be seen that the poet's understanding of history is quite profound. This aspect has a common point with the theory of the Qin dynasty, which is to use the past as a metaphor for the present, and can express their emotions from it. And this handwriting made him faintly feel familiar, which seemed to be somewhat similar to Leng Feng's handwriting. The main reason is that Leng Feng wrote Qinluan in regular script last time, and this poem is written in Xingshu. What do you think of this poem? Seeing that Zhang Yuanji had not spoken out, Huang Mingli was also curious. He knew that Zhang Yuanji was a person, and as long as he saw good works in the past, he would inevitably have to comment on them. But today's performance seems to be a little abnormal. The prefect and you have already spoken clearly, and what the lower officials see is the same as you. Zhang Yuanji said to Huang Mingli. It's not that Zhang Yuanji doesn't want to say it, but he really doesn't know what to say at this time. After all, this is his profession. No matter what he is, he can say everything is right, and he can also say things that many other people don't often comment on. If Huang Mingli hadn't said it before, it would be fine, but now that Huang Mingli has already commented, if what Zhang Yuanji said is not as good as Huang Mingli, then saying it is equivalent to not saying it, and there are even people who think that he, a Taoist master, has water. Once what he says is better than Huang Mingli, then you let the prefect see you. There is not only knowledge in this, but also the way to be an official. So, in this case, it's best to say nothing. Of course, an answer like Zhang Yuanji's seems a bit of a panacea. He affirmed what he had said before, and he also praised what the prefect said, so that no matter who heard it, he felt that there was no problem. However, this is also the golden mean. Of course, there is nothing wrong with this kind of answer, and there will be no mistakes, but it can only seek merit but no fault. And Zhang Yuanji has another layer of thought at this time, that is, he is still thinking about whether this was written by Leng Feng. If so, then why did Leng Feng use the pseudonym Zhang Sanfeng? If not, but why did it give him a sense of familiarity? The next poems no longer have any eye-catching feelings, that is, occasionally 2 or 3 poems can barely get into the eye, but because of the pearl jade of the Phoenix Terrace in front of memories, it is the same thing. Where is this song about Phoenix Terrace? I think it's better for you to write it, miss. On the flower boat where Huang Shishir was, the somewhat eccentric girl held a piece of paper in her hand and said to Huang Shirshir, "Zhu'er, this is looking down on your young lady. I am sighing for this poem." Sure enough, the teacher is right. There is never a shortage of smart and talented people in this world. It's just that we have less knowledge, and resting on our laurels will only make people become frogs at the bottom of the well. Huang Shirshir said. The flower boat in which these women were traveling was a special case, and unlike the scholars, they could bring a maid or maid with them. After all, these women are different from men, they rarely show their heads, and this is not on land, and it is necessary to have someone around to take care of them. Except for Huang Shirshir with a maid, the ladies of other dignitaries and nobles are no exception. This girl named Zhu'er is Huang Shirshir's maid. However, the relationship between the two is somewhat special, and Zhu'er was picked up on the road when Huang Mingli went out to be an official for the first time. Although she is Huang Shirshir's maid, the Huang family regards him as family. When Huang Shirshir was studying, Huang Mingli and his wife also let Zhu'er read with him, but Zhu'er had an active temperament and was not a material for reading. Therefore, over the years, although he has enjoyed almost the same conditions as Huang Shirshir, he is not even comparable to ordinary readers in terms of knowledge. In fact, Zhu'er still has some appreciation for poetry, but she is biased and always thinks that Mrs. Article is the best. At this point, she and Fluttershy share the same beliefs. No matter what others do, as long as they compare themselves to their own young master or young lady, they will always help their relatives and not help them. Anyway, Zhu'er just thinks that Mrs. Poems are good. Zhu'er pouted. What kind of person do you think can write this kind of poem? Huang Shirshir ignored Zhu'er's words, but said to herself. Miss wants to meet this person? Pearls said. Yes, although there are many good works in this poetry meeting, it is this person's poems that can really make people's eyes shine. Huang Shirshir said. In fact, not only Huang Shirshir, but many people want to see what kind of person this Zhang Sanfeng is. Zhang Sanfeng, why have you never heard of this person? Yang Kong squeezed the paper in his hand tightly and said with a frown. At the same time, a poem called Remembering Phoenix Terrace also circulated on the shore. Brother Zhang is really talented, and the literary brilliance and artistic conception of this poem are breathtaking. Li Tingji said. Before, because I heard Leng Feng's 2 sentences of Wild Grass and Flowers by the Vermilion Bird Bridge, and the sunset at the mouth of Wui Alley, I felt that Leng Feng was a talented person. Now seeing this song signed by Zhang Sanfeng on the Phoenix stage, it makes him feel that he is not looking at the wrong person. In short, Leng Feng's poem Phoenix Tai was in the limelight at this poetry meeting. Although this poem cannot be regarded as ancient and modern, it is no problem to be able to overwhelm everyone in this poetry meeting. Except for Huang's poem, which can barely be compared, the rest of the people's works are not much comparable. This is also something that Leng Feng didn't expect. He still looked up to the readers of this era. It seems that the cultural level of this era is much worse than the world in which he lives. On the official ship, until he had finished reading everyone's poems, Zhang Yuanji did not find the work signed by Leng Feng. This made him sure that the previous song of Remembering Phoenix was undoubtedly done by Leng Feng. When he was surprised by Leng Feng's talent, he was also a little puzzled why Leng Feng used a pseudonym. It stands to reason that everyone who participates in the Qinhuai Poetry Club is eager to know their names all over the world. However, Zhang Yuanji didn't dwell on this, and the reason for this will be known when we see it. In order to reflect the purpose of sharing happiness with the people, after the selection of poems, the official ship did not leave. Although the people on the official ship will no longer participate in the next session, they will still go ashore to meet everyone later. Around Huang Shirshir's flower boat, a group of scholars were already around. These people are people who consider themselves to be talented, or who are suave. Yang Kong and Huang Gongzi had already been allowed to board the flower boat. After all, these two people are not only able to write poems, but their identity background is also destined to be qualified to board this boat. As for the others, it is not without opportunities. As long as they can write a poem that satisfies these young ladies, or with their dashing appearance, they can get the green rays of these young ladies, and they can also get on the boat. After all, these ladies are not talented women like Huang Shirshir, they are all beautiful girls, that is, they can read some poetry books. Women are actually the same as men, and many times they look at their faces. Men love beautiful women, and co-op beauties love heroes. For women in this era, they have little autonomy in choosing a mate. But at the Qinhuai Poetry Conference, it was an exception. After all, the man who can get on the boat is either rich or talented, and if he has both, then he is a good match. For the daughters on the flower boat, this is one of the few opportunities they have to enjoy the right to choose a mate. In this case, whether it is a talented person or a beautiful woman, it is extra important. In the past, scholars were not allowed to board the ship. Firstly, it was an official rule, and secondly, because they were women after all, so they should be reserved. And they are not all available to everyone, so they just selected a group of people through their poems. Although Leng Feng uses a pseudonym, he is a real person, and everyone in every boat is registered, so even if he wants to keep a low profile, he can't keep a low profile. Ship number 5, Zheng Sanfeng. It didn't take long for the information from Leng Feng to be released. So there were many people on the 5th boat. Of course, most of these people were curious about who this Zheng Sanfeng was, and there were not many people who really admired Wen Kai. After all, the literati are not joking. They may praise you on the surface, but they don't know what they think in their hearts. And these people are almost all scholars with no identity background, and people like Yang Kong disdain to join in the fun. In their opinion, a well-written poem is just the icing on the cake, and it does not make people rise to the sky. There are more people who have written good poems in all dynasties, and I don't see those people who can rise to prominence with a good poem. In this era, without a background and not enough relationships, it is tantamount to a fool's dream to have a good development. I don't see many talented scholars, and in the end, I still have to rely on the powerful in order to get ahead. But people like Yang Kong are different, not to mention that they are still talented. Even if they are not talented, they can also mix like a fish in water in the upper class. Which of the masters and staff members of their family is not a great talent in the past, but in order to rely on the powerful, which one is not groveling? Therefore, in many cases, the good work is really not as good as the fetal investment. Of course, it cannot be denied that reading is useless, because reading is the only chance to change one's fate. For ordinary people, it is only through reading books that they can change their class. Of course, in troubled times, being a soldier and fighting is also a way out, but that may be the point of no return. Everyone understands this truth, so there will be remarks that everything is inferior, and only reading is high. Facing the people who suddenly came to the cage, not only Leng Feng was stunned, but also the other people on this boat. Only then did they find out that Zheng Sanfeng was actually the person who was in the same boat with them. This discovery made everyone look at each other, and at this time they realized that except for the guy who was a little different from the previous one, there seemed to be no one named Zheng Sanfeng here. The next moment, they seemed to realize that that guy was Zheng Sanfeng. Thinking about it this way, everyone seems to understand why Leng Feng was so leisurely before, and the emotional family has real talent in learning. As a result, other people on the boat joined the crowd of onlookers. To be honest, Leng Feng doesn't like this kind of occasion, although there is a feeling of being surrounded by stars holding the moon, but Leng Feng has passed the age of being above this feeling. Of course, this is a bit of a slap in the face, knowing that this feeling is something that many people dream of. In this era, the way of communication between readers is very simple. It is nothing more than the praise of literary crepe, and Leng Feng is really not used to this style. But even if he is reluctant, he can't show too much emptiness and impersonal feelings. In any age, the arrogant will never be able to gain the favor of the people. The so-called more help for the righteous, less help for the unjust, is what it says. Although Leng Feng was not interested in these literati, he really couldn't offend these people. He had already offended the scholars surnamed Wang and Yang Kong and others before, and at that time, it was for his own thoughts, and the manly husband did something and did not do anything. Now these scholars are just here to add to him, the so-called reaching out and not hitting the smiling person. Leng Feng will naturally not be ignorant and arrogant to that extent. Fortunately, this kind of siege did not last long, and someone relieved him. Zhang Gongzi, our young lady, please come over and talk about it. Outside the crowd, a crisp woman's voice came, and everyone looked for a voice, only to see a young girl standing on the bow of the boat. There is a heroic spirit in the beauty, the brilliance is shining. It is really beautiful. If the spring plum blooms in the snow, the god is like the autumn hui frost, the cheeks are melting, the sun reflects the changtang, and the eyes are crystalline. This woman is not very old, she is 14 or 15 years old, with beautiful jade hanging on her waist, long and hanging shoulders, and a goose yellow shirt, charming and picturesque. Reflecting the lights on the bow of the ship, it seems to exude a hazy color.
This look stunned many people. Leng Feng saw this woman and couldn't help but secretly exclaim, "What a sign chick! I don't know what this girl is looking for." No matter who it is, it always feels pleasing to the eye when you see such a beautiful beauty. Leng Feng is not a saint but a normal man, and it is no exception. And the appearance of this beauty is equivalent to a savior for him, and he is thinking about how to get rid of these people. Unexpectedly, as soon as I fell asleep, someone brought a pillow. This. As soon as Leng Feng finished speaking, before the woman could reply, he was greeted with a group of strange eyes. Similarly, Leng Feng was also very surprised. He didn't understand what was wrong with these guys. He had a good relationship with himself just now, but now he became so faced. It was that little beauty who frowned when she heard Leng Feng's words, and a trace of anger appeared on her good-looking face. "Brother Zhang, what you said is a bit offended." A scholar beside Leng Feng pulled the corner of Leng Feng's clothes and whispered in his ear. Leng Feng is not an ignorant person, although he doesn't know the twists and turns in this, and he doesn't know this girl, but he understands the key after a little thought. The main reason why everyone looked at them with strange eyes was because everyone felt that they were pretending. The Qinhuai Poetry Club has been held more than once, and every time there will be a flower boat for the daughters of high-ranking officials and nobles. The reason why these daughters participate in this kind of poetry meeting is not to write poems and become famous, but to be able to find Rui Langjun at the poetry meeting. The reason why the official took the lead in holding this kind of poetry meeting was to highlight the ruling philosophy of the ruler and the people, and on the other hand, many literati wanted to make a name for themselves, and the families of high-ranking officials and nobles needed to replenish fresh blood. After all, for high-ranking officials and nobles, they have the opportunity to obtain a way to rise, but some family talents are withering, so it is necessary to select some people from some poor families for their use. In this era, marriage is the most reliable relationship, which can forcibly tie people who are not related by blood to their chariots. For these scholars, this kind of poetry meeting is not only as simple as showing their talents, but also confirms the saying that the book has its own golden house and Yen Ruyu in the door. Therefore, when everyone knew it, Leng Feng had to ask people what they were looking for him. This is not deliberately pretending, or deliberately showing off. But he really wronged Leng Feng. He didn't know what was going on at all, and now he just guessed a little bit from everyone's reactions. "Thank you." Leng Feng did not forget to thank the scholar who reminded him. "Thank you for your love, this is the next one." "Child, please." Although the girl said kind words, she could clearly feel that her voice was much colder than at the beginning. Yu Zhong was in the envy of the scholars, and Leng followed the girl away. But they only have envy, who makes people's poems write well. A man cannot be handsome, but he must be talented, or wealthy. Dare to ask the girl, "Who is your young lady?" Leng Feng followed the girl to another boat, and when he saw that there were fewer people around, he asked, "If you ask who my young lady is, will it scare you?" As soon as Leng Feng heard it, he knew that this chick was not just angry, but also a little pepper. However, Leng Feng thinks that such a woman is also quite interesting. Most of the women in this era are docile and virtuous, and this kind of personality is rare. That's not it. The girls are all born in the country and the city. Presumably your young lady is naturally also beautiful, pleasing to the eye. Leng Feng said. Humph. The girl snorted and glanced at Leng Feng. Although he didn't speak, the meaning expressed in his eyes was very obvious, that is, you still knew the image. However, the girl's attitude softened a little. It seems that all girls in the world have a common birth, and they all want others to praise them for being beautiful. Of course, praising a woman's beauty is also a science, at least Leng Feng's praise is above the level. When you arrive, you will know. The girl didn't meet Leng Feng's request because of his praise. Fortunately, the distance was not too far, and in just 2 sentences, Leng Feng followed the girl to the flower boat where the young ladies were. At this time, there were many people around the flower boat. Almost half of the scholars were here, but not many were qualified to board the boat. However, the nature of the people who eat melons is everywhere, although many scholars know that there is no hope of boarding the flower boat where those young ladies are, but it does not prevent them from watching here. When Leng Feng followed the girl over, the onlookers collectively looked at Leng Feng. There was envy and jealousy in the eyes of these people,
as well as a trace of doubt, and Leng Feng didn't look like that kind of top boy. However, the doubts were only temporary, and soon they realized something. Knowing that people who can be invited to the flower boat on the initiative are definitely not simple, at least even Yang Kong didn't have this treatment before. So far, Leng Feng's treatment is unique. Although everyone doesn't know Leng Feng, they are not stupid, and there is only one person who can get this kind of treatment in the entire Qinhuai Poetry Conference. Then Leng Feng's identity is not difficult to guess, it must be Zhang Sanfeng, who won the first prize at this poetry meeting. However, if these people can surround the flower boats of Huang Shishir and other young ladies, it means that they don't attach so much importance to the leader of this Qinhuai Poetry Club. Of course, everyone is a scholar, and there is still a compulsion for scholars, so no one has made any excessive moves. However, there are always people who can't open their eyes, and just after the girl who came with Leng Feng had stepped into the flower boat in advance, Leng Feng was just about to raise his feet to board the boat, when he heard a loud shout from the flower boat, "Stop, who do you think you are you qualified to get on this boat?" Leng Feng was happy when he heard it, he already knew that the person who spoke was the scholar surnamed Wang. This guy was stained with the light of Yang Kong and others, and he got on the boat in the name of miscellaneous followers. When the girl went to invite Leng Feng before, the scholar surnamed Wang didn't know, and he didn't see the scene when Leng Feng followed the girl. So he didn't know that Leng Feng was invited, so naturally he didn't understand Leng Feng's identity. The scholar surnamed Wang knew that Leng Feng had lost Yang Kang's face, and although he had an instinctive fear of Leng Feng in his heart, he still had the courage to shout in order to show himself in front of Yang Kong. This sound also has the element of cheering himself up, and at the same time, it is also to attract the attention of others, and he wants to set up Leng Feng as the target of public criticism. However, his plan fell through, and the others naturally heard the words of the scholar surnamed Wang, but everyone looked at him with a foolish gaze. Leng Feng didn't use his eyes to scare this guy this time, he just looked at him very calmly, and he still had a smile like a spring breeze on his face. However, it was this smile that fell in the eyes of the scholar surnamed Wang that made him can't help but chuckle in his heart. Looking at the eyes of the people around him again, he had a feeling of bewilderment, as if all this was different from what he thought. But these words have already been spoken, and they are like water that has been spilled, and they cannot be collected if they want to. Although he didn't understand what was going on, the scene still had to go on. "Boy, don't get your dirty feet away." The scholar surnamed Wang decided to go all the way to the dark and continued to speak. "Silly X." Leng Feng gently spit out 2 words, and then stepped on the flower boat with 1 foot. Although people in this era don't understand what stupid X means, they also know that this is definitely not a good word. However, the most slap in the face was Leng Feng's attitude of ignorance, which made the scholar's face red with the surname Wang. "You still don't drive him down, I know this man, he is not qualified to get on the ship at all." Although the scholar surnamed Wang had been carried away by anger, he still knew that he couldn't provoke Leng Feng, so he hurriedly said to a few maids standing by the boat. At this time, the daughters on the ship were chatting with their favorite scholars, while their maids were maintaining order. However, these maids on the boat saw it just now. Leng Feng was personally brought over by Huang Shishir's maid Zhur. They could stop anyone, but they didn't dare to stop the person Huang Shishir wanted to invite. Therefore, when they heard the words of the scholar surnamed Wang, they all turned their attention to the scholar surnamed Wang. There was even a bold maid who learned from Leng Feng's words just now and said a stupid X.at this time. The scholar surnamed Wang completely broke the defense, and he didn't understand what the problem was. But at this time, he also came to the truth that as long as there is a cold front, he will be unlucky. Keep up the good work, I'm optimistic about you." Leng Feng laughed, patted the scholar surnamed Wang on the shoulder and said. When Leng Feng walked past the scholar surnamed Wang, he still didn't react to what was going on. It wasn't until he saw Zhur beckoning to Leng Feng that he realized something. "May I ask you, girl, who is this person?" The scholar surnamed Wang hurriedly asked the maid closest to him. "Don't you know him? Why are you still asking about me?" This maid saw all this in her eyes just now, and she didn't have a good impression of the scholar surnamed Wang, so her tone was naturally not very good. "Hee, you don't even know people, and you dare to deliberately target people. That's it, that's not how the limelight comes out, be careful that the wind flashes your tongue." I died laughing, I didn't even move my brain, and I was obviously invited on board by Miss Zhur. I don't want to think about it. Only the author of Memory Phoenix Channel can have this treatment. It's not like there's a place where too stinky money can be shown. The scholars around him said the answer that the scholar surnamed Wang wanted to know, but they were not so polite to him. After all, compared to Leng Feng, they are more unaccustomed to people like scholars surnamed Wang. There are only two kinds of people who are qualified to get on the ship. One is like a scholar surnamed Wang, who relies on money or power, and the other is someone who has real talent and real learning, and relies on hard power. Of course, there are a small number of people who have both reasons. Among these people, an existence like a scholar surnamed Wang is the most despised. What's more, none of them are qualified to get on the ship. Why can a scholar surnamed Wang be? Isn't it because his family has too stinky money? The scholar surnamed Wang was scolded by everyone for a while, and then he understood what was going on. It turned out that the guy he was targeting turned out to be Zhang Sanfeng. Only then did he know Leng Feng's name, but it was not his real name. Last time in front of Jiankang Mansion, a scholar surnamed Wang and others slapped Yang Kang's sycophants to no avail, but made Yang Kang lose face. Afterwards, the scholar surnamed Wan launched a relationship investigation into Leng Feng's information, but he didn't even find out what Leng Feng's name was. This is not because the scholar surnamed Wang is not capable in this regard, but Leng Feng is not a scholar of Jiankang Mansion at all, or he can't dig Jiankang Mansion 3 feet into the ground. Now the scholar surnamed Wang finally knows Leng Feng's name, but he would rather not know this name. Now it's okay, he doesn't want to make trouble for Leng Feng on this occasion. At the same time, he had a bad premonition that Leng Feng's appearance would bring trouble to Yang Kang. And once Yang Kang is in trouble, then he will always be unlucky. After all, the scholar surnamed Wang is Yang Kang's younger brother, and Yang Kang asked him to check Leng Feng's news before. Not only did he not find it, but when he was on the shore before, he also made Leng Feng look scared. Now if Leng Feng makes Yang Kang deflated again, it will make him feel scared when he thinks about it. The scholar surnamed Wang felt that he was in a dilemma, and he wanted to run away. However, in the end, he still looked at Leng Feng's departing back, and then gritted his teeth and ran in the direction of Yang Kang. At this time, Leng Feng had already followed the girl to the cabin of the flower boat, although this flower boat was not too big, but the shape was different from other flower boats. The cabin of this flower boat occupies about half of the entire ship, so the cabin area is large, much like a large living room. There were already quite a few people in the cabin, 20 or 30 men and women in it, and it was still very spacious, and the men and women were also distinct. At this time, Leng Feng still didn't know which young lady wanted to see him. After all, he is not from Jiankang Mansion, so he is not familiar with these young ladies at all, and even if he is from Jiankang Mansion, he may not necessarily know these young ladies. Because in this era, almost all the ladies don't show their heads much, unless they are people who are very familiar with each other. It is possible to know each other. Then there is only one explanation. It may be that some daughters are interested in their own poem and want to see themselves. In fact, Leng Feng didn't plan to take the initiative to approach these daughters, otherwise, with his poem, he would be fully qualified to board this flower boat. As soon as Leng Feng entered the cabin, he felt several eyes look at him. Compared to the people around the boat, the atmosphere in the cabin was much friendlier. After all, in this kind of occasion, everyone still has to pay attention to demeanor. At least on the surface, it must be able to reflect the style of a humble gentleman. However, there was only one exception, and that was Yang Kang, and after he saw Leng Feng appear, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Fortunately, everyone's attention was on Leng Feng at this time, and no one noticed him at all. Leng Feng's gaze swept over these people, and he also saw Yang Kang's reaction, but he didn't care about it, and he didn't even stay on him for a second. Leng Feng's disregard made Yang Kang's teeth itch even more. It is undeniable that there are also beautiful women in this era, especially on the banks of the Qinhuai River, where more than a dozen women are good-looking. However, Leng Feng's gaze naturally stopped at a woman in a yellow shirt and green dress. This woman was the same age as the girl who brought him here before, and her appearance was even better. What attracts Leng Feng the most is not that Fleur is not as good as the beauty makeup, but the intellectual and elegant temperament exuded by this woman. At this time, Yang Kang was opposite Huang Shishir, although Huang Shishir didn't like this person, but because of politeness, she had to deal with it against her will. And her father and Yang Kang's father are on that official ship at this time. Huang Shishir is not the kind of vase who doesn't know anything. She is very clear about her father's relationship and officialdom. This is also the reason why when Yang Kang's father and son came to the door before, she did not strongly oppose it. In her opinion, they will soon go to the capital anyway, and after seeing the teacher at that time, they will be able to get rid of Yang Kang's entanglement. She knows Huang Mingli's situation very well. Don't look at Huang Mingli as the prefect of Jiankang Mansion, a dignified member of the Sanpin Imperial Court. But compared to Yang Kang's father, the four-grade government order, he really doesn't have any advantage. The Yang family is one of the 8 major families of the dynasty, and there are no less than 10 officials above the third rank in the clan. Although Huang Mingli's promotion to Beijing official has been approved, there are certain variables before he officially takes office. So at this time, even if you don't hug the Yang family's thighs, you can't make enemies of the Yang family. Of course, there are also people behind Huang Mingli. Everyone is a person who mixes in the same circle, and the face that should be given is still given. Therefore, Huang Shishir also knows what her father means, but she also has her own opinions. For Yang Kong, Huang Shishir can meet with him, but only that. But Yang Kong doesn't think so. In his opinion, this is an opportunity to show himself. Yang Kong saw Leng Feng walking towards them. He looked at Leng Feng and then at Huang Shishir. A hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. Fortunately, Huang Shishir's eyes looking at Leng Feng were still so bland, not much different from looking at other people, which made Yang Kong feel better. Huang Shishir asked Zhuer to invite Leng Feng for a very clear purpose: first, to meet this person who was better than her in poetry, and second, to use Leng Feng to distract Yang Kang's attention. Seeing Leng Feng at this time, she also understood that this person was the author of Remembering Phoenix Channel. Although Huang Shishir has the title of the first talented woman in Jiangnan, as long as she is a woman, she will always have some tendency to appear in the association, and Huang Shishir is no exception. Leng Feng's appearance does not conform to the mainstream aesthetic view in this era. The men of this era admired the graceful and suave, and the scholar's long clothes were elegant, and the literary quality was polite. The so-called white-faced scholar is talking about the handsome man of this era. Leng Feng's image is a little masculine and not feminine. Moreover, Leng Feng's clothes are also a little incompatible with other book owners. As long as there are qualified scholars, they will wear a butterfly dress at this time. It can be imagined that in this kind of season when it is not too hot, dressed in chrysanthemum-patterned butterfly clothes, reflecting the lights in the Qinhuai River, all the scholars with polite qualities give people a sense of detachment and comfort. Although Leng Feng was wearing a scholarly shirt, it was not the kind of graceful butterfly clothes, but a very close-fitting gown. The middle is tied up with a belt, so that it shows a straight figure, not like a scholar to a bit like a Confucian general. As for this gorgeous butterfly clothes, it doesn't conform to Leng Feng's aesthetic point of view at all. After all, as the former king of special forces, he is not used to wearing this kind of clothing. Moreover, Leng Feng's figure is more masculine than these scholars, and his gestures are crisp and neat, without the unique elegance of literati. Of course, that kind of elegant cold front can't be learned. Huang Shishir's impression of Leng Feng was not good or bad, but she was a little surprised to see Leng Feng so young. In her opinion, people who can write poems like Remembering Phoenix Terrace should not be too young. But Leng Feng looks about the same age as her, which really makes her unimaginable. How can a person of this age write such a deeply felt poem? Seeing Huang Shishir looking at him, and the girl who brought him here also stood behind Huang Shishir, Leng Feng knew that it was the woman who was looking for him. However, Leng Feng is not the kind of person who pretends to be amorous. He doesn't think that the other party is taking a fancy to him. I heard that the young lady wants to see me, but I don't know what it is. Leng Feng in his previous life was not a person who could flirt with his sister, and Leng Dashou in this era was even more of a Taiwa, so Leng Feng's EQ was not too high if he put it in the later life. However, it is also in line with the style of this era. After all, the feudal era is still not as open as later generations. The little girl Huang Shishir, I just saw the memory of the Phoenix Terrace made by the child. This poem has lofty intentions and rigorous structure, which is a rare masterpiece. That's why I took the liberty of inviting my son to come over and discuss my experience in writing poetry. Huang Shishir's voice is very good, like the crisp song of the yellow warbler, and like a golden bead falling on a jade plate. But when Leng Feng heard Huang Shishir's words, he was stunned and didn't react for a while. However, these were not the things that surprised Leng Feng. What surprised him was that this woman turned out to be Huang Shishir. Leng Feng didn't know Huang Shishir, but Huang Shishir's name had an extraordinary meaning to him. Although it has now become a thing of the past, after all, it was his nominal fiancée before. In the eyes of outsiders, Leng Feng seemed to be shocked by Huang Shishir's beauty. Humph! Lecher! Zhu'er behind Huang Shishir snorted coldly. When she was on the boat before, Leng Feng cleaned up the matter of the scholar surnamed Wang, which made her have a good impression of Leng Feng, but now Leng Feng's performance has turned that little bit of goodwill into nothingness again. Boy, I hope you don't overdo it, or you will ask for more blessings. Yang Kong was also secretly annoyed in his heart. He felt that Leng Feng had offended Huang Shishir, that was to offend him. It turned out to be Miss Huang, in the next Zhang Sanfeng. As for that poem, it was just made at random, and it couldn't be caught in Miss Huang's eyes. Zhu'er's cold snort woke up Leng Feng. Zhu'er really didn't wrong him. Leng Feng had never seen Huang Shishir before, so of course he didn't care about this family business. However, seeing Huang Shishir herself at this time, this made Leng Feng feel that it was a bit hasty to retire his family affairs like this. Huang Shishir's beauty is naturally impeccable, especially the kind of temperament on her body, which is definitely the only one seen in Leng Feng's 2 lives. To be honest, it was impossible not to be tempted, and at that moment, Leng Feng felt that his heartbeat had accelerated a lot. According to the saying of this era, seeing a strange woman with this kind of thought, it is indeed a disciple. Zhang Gongzi is too modest. If this kind of poem can be written casually, then Zhang Gongzi's talent should have been famous all over the world a long time ago. Huang Shishir hadn't spoken yet, but Yang Kong on the side rushed to say. He knew that Leng Feng was not easy to deal with, and he had already learned it before in Jin Kong Academy. But now on this occasion, he must come forward and not let Leng Feng steal the limelight. When Leng Feng didn't come, this place was headed by him Yang Kong. He thinks that he is not weaker than anyone else in terms of status, but this is the Qinhuai Poetry Society, where literati gather, and everyone values talent more. Therefore, he can't let Leng Feng be the focus of everyone. The purpose of his opening was also to establish Leng Feng as the target of public criticism. The article is made by nature, and the magic hand is happening. It was indeed a casual action, which made this brother smile. How could Leng Feng not hear the meaning of Yang Kang's words? This guy's surprise meant that he was pretending to be forced. And it is also to pull hatred for himself, thinking that he has seized the loopholes in his words. Leng Feng's answer is soft and hard. Since you want to use the question to play, then let you play well. If you want to pretend, then pretend to be stronger. The article is made by nature, and the magic hand is happening. Zhang Gongzi's words are indeed wonderful. No wonder he can write such a masterpiece. Huang Shishir's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she didn't seem to understand that Yang Kong was deliberately targeting Leng Feng. In fact, Leng Feng's reaction was seen by Huang Shishir before, and she also had a moment of dislike. However, she didn't see an impure gaze in Leng Feng's eyes, which was completely different from how Yang Kong felt when he first saw her. Although she didn't understand why Leng Feng was stunned when she heard her name, she also knew that Leng Feng and Yang Kong were not the same type of people. Huang Shishir wanted to see Leng Feng for 2 purposes. One really wanted to discuss the writing experience of poetry with Leng Feng, and the other was to use Leng Feng to dispel Yang Kang's entanglement. If it was only the first reason, then she wouldn't take the initiative to let Zhu'er go to Leng Feng. After all, on this occasion, as long as they are scholars who participate in the Qinhuai Poetry Club, they are not proud to be able to board this flower boat. With her Huang Shishir's talent and status, can she use it to invite Leng Feng? Even if the poems are well written at this Qinhuai Poetry Conference, they are not worthy of Huang Shishir taking the initiative to ask someone to invite them. When Leng Feng heard Huang Shishir's words, he couldn't help but glance at Yang Kong. He already understood that Huang Shishir didn't have a good impression of Yang Kong. However, Yang Kong didn't understand what Leng Feng's eyes meant, thinking that Leng Feng was deliberately provoking him. Then please tell Zhang Gongzi how the article is natural, and how it is a clever hand. Yang Kang's words are a bit gunpowder. At the same time, he didn't want Leng Feng to have too much communication with Huang Shishir. This guy already regarded Huang Shishir as his forbidden body. Poetry is the voice of the heart, it is the natural expression of inner feelings. As long as you enter the door, everyone can write poetry, so I say that the article is natural. However, everyone can compose poems, but there is a distinction between high and low in art, so there is a saying that it is a good hand. These words were not copied by Leng Feng, but combined with his own understanding. When he was studying in his previous life, he had a deep understanding of this sentence, so he said it this time without the slightest discomfort. None of the people present were mediocre, so they could naturally understand the meaning of Leng Feng's words. Although Leng Feng said this sentence in Linjiang City, there were only a few scholars present at that time, and the others didn't know. Moreover, this Qinhuai poetry conference, the few books that were taken to Linjiang City by the Lord of the Taoists did not get on the boat, which led to the fact that no one present knew that Zhang Sanfeng was Leng Feng. Everyone understands what you said, what article is natural, and you can get it by chance. I think it's deliberately flattering. Yang Kang's side of a Chinese scholar said. This person is from Yang Kang's gang. He knows that Yang Kang has an opinion on Leng Feng, and there are some things that Yang Kang can't say, but he can say it. The Huang Gongzi beside Yang Kang didn't say anything, but watched all this with great interest. These people are different from scholars surnamed Wang, although they also give Yang Kang face, but they will not kneel like scholars surnamed Wang. The Huafu boy who opened his mouth was also from the capital, and he and Yang Kang's family were a faction, and they were in collusion when they were in the capital before. Although Leng Feng didn't recognize the person who spoke, he could see at a glance that this person and Yang Kang were all the way. Knew that the other party was deliberately embarrassing himself, but he didn't take it seriously. Leng Feng just glanced at the man lightly, and then spoke. Yes, everyone understands the truth. You are all dragons and phoenixes among people, and there are not a few people who are above me in learning, and it is indeed suspected of being an axe to talk about these in front of you. However, all articles in the world are composed of Chinese characters, and when different Chinese characters are combined together, they will have different meanings, so the articles are divided into high and low. Whoever can say that if you know a lot of Chinese characters, you will definitely be able to write a good article, so you still have to highlight a wonderful character. Okay, what Zhang Gongzi said is good. Although this truth is simple, it is often the most overlooked. Huang Shishir said. Shishir is right, it is because this truth is too simple that it will be ignored. Yang Kang hurriedly agreed. Young Master Yang, we are not so familiar yet, please pay attention to proportion. Huang Shishir frowned and said. I'm presumptuous, please Miss Huang Haihan. Yang Kang said. However, he did it on purpose. The purpose was to show others on this occasion, Huang Shishir was the woman he fancied, and others should not have any ideas. Huang Shishir could also see Yang Kang's intentions, and her disgust for Yang Kang in her heart was even deeper, and she frowned and continued. The Qinhuai Poetry Club is to provide a place for readers all over the world to communicate, and meeting friends with literature is the purpose of this poetry club. Today we will only talk about poetry, and nothing else. Huang Shishir's words set the direction for the next exchange. Even if Yang Kang and others had other thoughts, they could only press it temporarily. The flower boat is such a big place, although the cabin area is not small, but there is no private activity space, so it is impractical to talk about anything here. However, at this time, the flower boats had begun to disperse, and like-minded people went to a flower boat and began to raft on the Qinhuai River. The flower boat where Leng Feng was also moving, but there were still many people on this boat. Only Leng Feng and Huang Shishir and her maid Zhur were left in the cabin. Of course, Yang Kang was not too far away, he was not worried that Leng Feng and Huang Shishir were left alone. But everyone else went out, some burned incense and played the piano in the bow of the boat, and some talked about poetry and songs. The little woman has a question. I don't know if Zhang Gongzi has a high opinion? Huang Shishir said. I don't dare to be a high C, but I know everything when I make up my mind. Leng Feng said. Is it better to re-establish the intention of poetry or to re-establish the rhythm? Huang Shishir's question is actually not a novel problem, but it is a difficult problem that has been debated endlessly since ancient times. For this reason, there are two factions in the field of poetry, one is the Li school and the other is the Jela school. Of course, it is not easy to answer this question well. Huang Shishir did not deliberately embarrass Leng Feng when she asked this question, she seemed to see the unity of intention and rhythm from Leng Feng's poems, which is why she asked this question. In my opinion, a poem should focus on the idea, and the poem should focus on the meaning. Meaning refers to the thoughts and feelings expressed in the poems, which are often referred to as the sentiments. If the intention is the mainstay, its purpose will be seen. If the meaning is conveyed in words, the words do not flow, then smoke its fragrance and vibrate its golden stone fungus, the meaning is still handsome, and the soldiers without handsome are called rabble. Leng Feng replied very simply, without the slightest ambiguity. Huang Shishir seemed to feel something when she heard this, and lowered her head and pondered. At this time, Yang Kong, who was watching from the side, was overjoyed when he heard this, and immediately retorted, according to what you said, we can only focus on the idea when we create poems. If you don't talk about metrics at all, you don't have to write poetry. Yang Kong knew that this was the time for his own performance, and Huang Shishir's articles and poems were based on the rhythm and were biased towards the rhythm school. However, what Leng Feng said was mainly based on meaning, which is biased from Huang Shishir's style. It is better to believe in a book than to have no book. Yang Gongzi once heard that writing poetry does not talk about the rhythm, but only said that the intention should be the main thing, and the intention and the rhythm are not opposites, but complement each other. If you pay attention to the idea and take into account the rhythm, then the work is not only far-reaching, but also full of musical rhythmic beauty. You can have both, so why not? Leng Feng retorted unceremoniously. Yang Kangsua's poem Leng Feng also read it, this guy's poem is a typical style of rhythm, the writing is really good, and the words are also very beautiful. However, the concept is very superficial. It seems that even if there is no Huang Shishir, the literati of this faction will refute Leng Feng's arguments when they hear them. Since ancient times, the literature has been light on each other, and it also includes the opposition of academic factions. Your song is indeed good, but it has not completely achieved the unity of intention and rhythm. Yang Kong said. Indeed, the Phoenix Memory Terrace focuses on the idea, and the rhythm is weightless. Leng Feng did not refute either, and the poem itself was not ideological. Listening to what Zhang Gongzi said, I thought of a poem. I don't know if you have read The Spring River Flower Moon Night, this poem is impeccable both in concept and rhythm. Huang Shishir said suddenly. Leng Feng was happy when he heard it, but he didn't expect Huang Shishir to know about the Spring River Flower Moon Night, and seeing her like this, it seemed that she still respected the Spring River Flower Moon Night very much. Spring River Flower Moonlit Night. Maybe so. Although this poem was carried by Leng Feng to this era, he felt that he was better modest. However, Leng Feng's words fell into the ears of other people, and he seemed a little arrogant. Even Huang Shishir listened to Leng Feng's words, and her good-looking brows also wrinkled. Although the writing of Remembering Phoenix Terrace is good, she feels that it is still slightly inferior to the Spring River Flower Moon Night. What do you mean? Do you really know the moonlit night of the Spring River, which is known as an immortal poem, and is known as a lonely poem? Whether it is in terms of rhythm or concept, it is superior, and it has also achieved the unity and integration of the two. Yang Kong knew that Huang Shishir liked the Spring River Flower Moon Night very much, and at the same time saw Huang Shishir's reaction. He thought that this was a good time to fight back. I didn't say it was bad, just not as good as you said. Although Leng Feng knew the status of Chunjiang Flower Moon Night in Tang and Song poems, the solitary article covered the whole Tang dynasty, and the evaluation of the two Song dynasty can explain everything. However, the more Yang Kong praised the poem, the more Leng Feng felt a little embarrassed. After all, he still has to be cheeky, and this poem was only brought by him. In the future, others will know that he is the author of this poem, and the more humble he is today, the more reassuring he will be in the future, and the more praise he will receive at the same time. However, no one knows now that Leng Feng is the author of the Spring River Flower Moon Night. After all, the information transmission in this era is blocked, and those scholars at that time only copied this poem. As for who the author was, for some reason, they did not write. The moonlit night of the Spring River has spread in Jiankang Mansion, and has even spread to Kyoto, and the evaluation of the strange poems and solitary stories is from the mouth of a big man in Kyoto. For some reason, until now, no one knows who wrote this poem. Originally, this poem was written by Leng Feng on the Linjiang River, and although the scholars in Linjiang City felt amazing, they were only amazed for a while. Later, due to the fright of the overboard, no one circulated the poem. The scholars from other places, they were also frightened, and they also went back immediately after the cruise. 2 of them are from the capital, and 3 are from Jiankang Mansion, and this poem was brought out by them. However, although the poem was passed on, they did not also tell the author of the poem. The main reason is that Leng Feng is an unknown child. They feel that no one will believe it when they say it, and it is also a pleasure for these scholars to have this poem to put up a facade. Therefore, on some occasions that can attract the attention of others, someone recites this poem. However, they still retained the minimum bottom line, and did not take this poem as their own, so the name of Chunjiang Flower Moon Night became anonymous. This is also something Leng Feng didn't expect, but if he wants to make a name for himself, it is very simple, as long as he finds out the scholars at that time. You must have seen the Spring River Flower Moon Night, and you have different opinions on what you say below. Yang Kong looked around at everyone and said. This time, Yang Kang's words were not refuted, even Huang Shishir nodded slightly. She also agrees with Yang Kang's evaluation. Since she got this poem, she has been thinking about it a lot, and the more she looks at it, the more she feels that this poem is very ingenious. Remembering Phoenix Terrace is indeed a rare masterpiece, but compared to the Moonlit Night in the Spring River, Huang Shishir thinks that the two are not the same grade. He had a good feeling about Leng Feng before, at least she thought Leng Feng still had real talent in learning. But now Leng Feng's attitude towards the Moonlit Night in Chunjiang made her a little disgusted. However, Huang Shishir's cultivation is very good, and she does not show any unpleasantness. In this confrontation, Yang Kong seemed to have found his way back, and Leng Feng was really speechless by what he said. Originally, Leng Feng was just being modest, and he didn't think that the other party was praising him vigorously. What else did you ask him to say? Yang Gongzi is right, he is shallow in his knowledge. Leng Feng said to Yang Kong. It's not that Leng Feng admits it, but he is really embarrassed to dwell on this aspect. After all, in the end, there is still a suspicion that Wang Pi is selling melons. It's a pity that the author of the Spring River Flower Moon Night did not come to this poetry meeting. If not, this person must be the leader. Indeed, we deeply admire his talent. Yang Kongjian suppressed Leng Feng and continued to play on this topic. The implication is that Leng Feng is nothing compared with the author of the Spring River Flower Moon Night. How could Leng Feng not see Yang Kang's thoughts, but he just smiled lightly and didn't pay attention to it at all. I don't know what Zhang Gongzi thinks about the Moonlit Night in the Spring River. Huang Shishir suddenly said to Leng Feng at this time, the so-called authorities are confused, and the bystanders are clear. Yang Kong was deliberately targeting Leng Feng. Of course she could see it, and she could also see that Leng Feng's disdain for Yang Kong was from the bottom of her bones, not pretending to be high. This couldn't help but make her look at Leng Feng, and she also understood that what Leng Feng said before was also deliberately aimed at Yang Kong, so there was no Leng Feng belittle Chunjiang Flower Moon Night. Therefore, she was very curious about what Leng Feng said about the Moonlit Night in the Spring River. I don't think anyone will have a more say in this poem than Zaixia, because the author of this poem is very familiar with Zaixia. Leng Feng spoke lightly. This opening shocked everyone, because everyone knew the poem, but they didn't know the author of the poem. Thinking of what Leng Feng said before, it seems that he is humbling himself for the author. As for whether anyone doubts Leng Feng's words, it doesn't matter. Because this kind of statement cannot be faked. Once the author appears in the future, then Leng Feng's words today are equivalent to self-defeating. Is Zhang Gongzi's words serious? Even Huang Shishir didn't expect to hear such words from Leng Feng's mouth. Huang Shishir is a talented woman, and there are not many works that she can really admire, even the Phoenix memory platform made by Leng Feng before, which only made her feel bright, so that she would not rise to admiration. But the Moonlit Night in the Spring River is different, which can make her truly happy and convinced. There is no falsehood, and he is a brother and sister, and he has a lifelong friendship. Leng Feng said. In this way, Zhang Gongzi should have a say in this poem. Don't dare to be, the talent in the next is less than 1/12 of it. If you have the opportunity in the future, please ask him in person. It's not that Leng Feng doesn't want to be in the limelight, but in this situation, he still doesn't feel that the limelight is good. Let's lay a foreshadowing first, and when someone finds out that he is the author of the Spring River Flower Moon Night, his expression must be very exciting. It can be said that Leng Feng already has some bad taste at this time. I don't know if Zhang Gongzi can say goodbye. Who is the author of the Spring River Flower Moon Night? Huang Shishir didn't continue to talk about this topic, but asked Leng Feng about the author of the Spring River Flower Moon Night. This question is also what many people want to know, but Huang Shishir asked it in advance. I can't answer this question right now, I have to ask for his own consent before I can say it later. Of course, Leng Feng will not say that he is the author, so if anyone believes it or not, there will be no special effect. As a result, what was supposed to be a good poetry meeting, due to the appearance of people outside Leng Feng's circle, the inherent rhythm was disrupted. The atmosphere on the flower boat is less suave and more fortat. Although Huang Shishir did not exchange poetry writing experience with Leng Feng, because of Leng Feng's appearance, she also avoided Yang Kang's entanglement. So she still has a good feeling about Leng Feng, and Leng Feng knows the author of Chunjiang Flower Moon Night, which makes her remember Leng Feng even more. Of course, Yang Kang's constant disruption is also a good thing for Leng Feng. Because he didn't have much dry stuff to talk about at all, he brought these poems over. It's hard for him to carry some more poems, but it's really hard for him to talk about how poems are made. In this way, another stick of incense passed in this atmosphere. For Leng Feng, he felt very tired, but this tiredness was mentally tired. After all, as a special forces soldier in his previous life, he didn't like this kind of crepe gathering from the bottom of his bones, which was even more tiring than fighting with a master. This also made him decide that it would be better to make up less of this kind of excitement in the future. The bright moon rose in the east, the water waves were slow, and the boats on the Qinhuai River began to slowly move closer to the shore. The Qinhuai Poetry Club came to an end, and after everyone in the official ship went ashore, Leng Feng and the others also went ashore one after another. This time, Qinhuai Poetry Club Leng Feng actually had a harvest, at least he knew Huang Shishir, this woman who had a marriage contract with him. This is the most beautiful woman he has ever seen since he crossed over. Huang Shishir's beauty is not only in the appearance, but also in the inner temperament that can attract him. This is also the woman who Leng Feng is the most excited woman in his two lives. Leng Feng understands that with a woman as good as Huang Shishir, it is not so easy to capture her heart. Therefore, Leng Feng felt that he had to work hard. Talent is certainly one thing, if only talent has no strength, in this era of troubled times, not to mention love, it is not easy to live. As for the grievances with Yang Kang and others, Leng Feng didn't pay much attention to it. Although Yang Kang is a son of a wealthy family in Kyoto, the methods of this kind of person are not dirty to the point that there is no lower limit. Moreover, these children of wealthy families are all people who want to save face. Yang Kang lost face here in Leng Feng, so he will naturally get it back in this regard. If Yang Kang uses the relationship behind him to plot against Leng Feng, once it spreads, it will be a faceless matter. Therefore, as long as Leng Feng masters a degree, Yang Kang will find him some small troubles at most. The most important thing is that Yang Kang doesn't know his true identity at all now, he just wants to trouble him. He will leave Jiankang Mansion tomorrow, and Yang Kang can't find him. Although almost everyone on the boat knew that Leng Feng was the author of Remembering Phoenix Terrace, because he and Yang Kang did not have a good relationship, there were not many people close to him. There are no real nerds who can get on the boat, everyone knows how to stand in line. So after Leng Feng came ashore, there was no one around him. But Leng Feng didn't care about this, he originally came to see the Qinhuai River in this era. If it weren't for the requirement to compose poetry, he wouldn't even be involved in these activities between readings. When Leng Feng lands ashore, he sees Fluttershy and the others, and he hurriedly walks over. Young master is amazing. Of course, let's see who your young master is. Fluttershy runs over to Leng Feng as soon as she sees him, complimenting him. She knew that Leng Feng was using Zhang Sanfeng's pseudonym, and that Zhang Sanfeng's poem had already spread on the shore, and Fluttershy and the others had seen it. Leng Feng and Fluttershy make small talk for a while, then slowly walk around as the crowd begins to wander. I have to say that the environment of this area is really good, although there are no prosperous buildings by the Qinhuai River at this time, but the natural scenery is very good. There was no nighttime entertainment in this era, so this Qinhuai poetry meeting attracted a large number of people to participate. The roadside is covered with red lanterns, many vendors have set up stalls on both sides, and many young women wearing beautiful clothes walk through the crowd like flowers and butterflies. Most of the people who participated in the Qinhuai Poetry Club were young men and women, so they had a special vitality, and Leng Feng, a modern person, also felt that this kind of poetry meeting was held very well. In this era, that is, Kenkang Prefecture has the conditions to hold such a grand event, but in Kyoto, it may not be able to hold it. Zhuer, what do you think of that Zhang Sanfeng? In the crowd, Huang Shishir and Zhuer walked together. Yang Kang and others didn't know where they went, and they didn't follow Huang Shishir at this time. In addition to Huang Shishir, she was also accompanied by a few small servants, and it seemed that Huang Mingli arranged to protect her.
Pearl, I think that person is a little weird. Pearl said. Huang Shishir smiled when she heard this, and asked, "Oh, can Zhur tell me how weird it is?" Zhur frowned, pondered for a while, and then said, "When I went to look for him before, he actually asked me what I was looking for him. This kind of thing that everyone knows, he doesn't even know. Either it was deliberate, or it didn't take Miss seriously at all. And what he said felt a little weird, but it sounded very reasonable. Is obviously a person with no background, but he dares to go against Yang Kong and those people. There's some truth to what you're saying, but what we're seeing may only be superficial. Anyway, I think he's weird, not like other readers. Zhur's eyesight has improved, you can see it." Huang Shishir smiled and said. In fact, she also saw that although Leng Feng's poems were very well written and his words were very sharp, Huang Shishir could feel the aura emanating from Leng Feng's bones, which was essentially different from other readers. Leng Feng didn't hear the conversation between Huang Shishir and the two. If he heard it, he would definitely take a look at Huang Shishir and Zhur. "I didn't expect that just through some of my words and deeds, I could see some key things. Maybe this is the unique sensitivity of the daughter's family. Otherwise, when Leng Feng met with Zhang Yuanji and Huang Mingli and other big names before, why didn't they see this?" The Qinhuai Poetry Society is now the most lively time, and many literati and artists gather here, and they can recite poems at will. As long as there are good poems, they can stand out from them and be recited by the people of the world. Judging from the previous Qinhuai poetry meetings, it is not necessarily the best poems written by those who board the cruise ship. After all, there are many people in the world, and no one dares to guarantee that a person with no name will not be able to write good poems. The palace lamps on both sides of the road are full of works. Of course, these works have also been preliminarily screened, and there are two old gentlemen sitting under each official lamp, who are responsible for the preliminary evaluation of the poems. Those scholars who can't board the ship are not without opportunities to perform. As long as they are talented, they can get the opportunity to show. Along the way, Leng Feng also saw a lot of well-written poems, and even some poems were not at the level of those on the ship. With the arrival of everyone on board, the atmosphere on the shore was also pushed to the top. The scholars on the ship also joined in writing poems, and many of them wrote poems one after another. At this time, there are no rigid requirements for poetry, as long as it is a poem that is appropriate to the situation. "Miss, what do you think of my poem?" Zhur put down the pen in her hand, picked up a piece of paper that had not yet dried, and said, "Well, it's not badly written." Huang Shishir looked at the poem written by Zhur and said, "The shadow of Jinsei is slightly open, and the lanterns are bright and linger at night. A pool of spring water is rouge-colored, flowing into the dream of the previous dynasty. The level of this poem is already considered to be superior, and you have a great talent for poetry. It's far worse than Miss." The scene on Huang Shishir and Zhur's side is just a microcosm of many scenes. At this time, Qinhuai's poetry will be full of people, but it does not have the noisy and crowded feeling of later generations, and even Leng Feng cannot be admired on this occasion. "Child, let's also write a poem and hang it up." Fluttershy points to the hanging poems and says to Cold Front, "He, it doesn't have to be. Let's see." Leng Feng said. Leng Feng is telling the truth. At this time he just wants to be a beautiful man quietly, and it's good to look like this. "It's necessary, let them see the young master's talent," Fluttershy says with a grin. The poor old slave has long forgotten how to compose a poem, otherwise he would have written a poem. Chai Bo also said at this time. The little beggar looked at Leng Feng, and a look of loneliness seemed to flash on his face, but no one noticed his reaction. The next moment, the little beggar also said, "I regret that I didn't read much back then, but now it's time to regret it." Leng Feng was happy when he heard this. These three people were really interesting. He knew the situation of Fluttershy and Chaibua, but listening to what the little beggar said, it seemed to have a story. "Okay, I'll just make a song." Leng Fengyan looked around, only to see that the surrounding trees were emitting strange colors under the illumination of the palace lamps, and there was a little starlight twinkling in the sky. There are lively crowds all around, and horse-drawn carriages and sedan chairs are parked on the roadside. There are also beautiful and moving girls smiling under the palace lamp,
which firmly attracts the eyes of the surrounding scholars. Some people looked around the crowd, as if looking for their companions. In this situation, he couldn't help but think of Xin Shiji's Qingyu case. The night of Qinhuai in the Qingyu case, thousands of trees bloom on the night of the east wind, and the stars are like rain. BMW carved cars are full of fragrance. The sound of the phoenix flute moves, the light of the jade pot turns, and the fish and dragon dance all night. The moth snow willow is golden, and the smile is full of dark fragrance. The crowd looked for him thousands of times, and suddenly looked back, but the man was in the lamplight. Although Xin Shiji's Qingyu case was written in the Yuanxi period, it did not have clear seasonal characteristics, which was very consistent with the scene at this time. When Leng Feng recites it, even people like Fluttershy who haven't read much think it's good, but she can't say what's good. Young master, this lyrics are really excellent, not worse than the previous song Remembering Phoenix Terrace. Chai Bo said. He used to be a talent too, and although he didn't get famous, he was still much better at appreciating it than Fluttershy. That's a wonderful word. The little beggar also exclaimed. Leng Feng smiled, didn't say anything, but directly picked up the pen and ink on the desk and began to write. For the convenience of everyone, many tables have been prepared under the palace lamps on both sides, and the 4 treasures of the study room are placed on them. Leng Feng wrote quickly, and at this time he found a sense of bookish spirit. Maybe he was influenced by this environment, or maybe it was this Qingyu case that resonated with him. Phew. Leng Feng put down the brush and exhaled a breath of turbidity, feeling extremely comfortable. And what made him happiest was that he felt a stream of air in his body stirring. He was very familiar with that airflow. It was the airflow generated by cultivating innate divine skills. Innate divine skills are very special. As long as the cultivation is introduced, even if you do not deliberately cultivate, it will run smoothly in the body. The airflow generated by the innate divine skill is a kind of innate true qi, which is very gentle under normal circumstances, and it grows very slowly, but it is better than a long time. But when Leng Feng finished writing this poem, he clearly felt that the innate true qi in his body that was as thin as a gossamer had increased several times, and he began to rush towards several big points in his body. Leng Feng naturally understood what was going on, and knew that it was a sign of a breakthrough. However, although things are good, they are not good times, because there is no way to break through with peace of mind in this situation. Therefore, Leng Feng can only suppress this straight qi and wait for it to break through after going back. Seeing Leng Feng writing poems in high spirits, Fluttershy and the little beggar's eyes can't help but light up. Even after Leng Feng finished writing, they didn't notice the moment of stunness. Young master, I'll help you hang up the words. Fluttershy hurriedly ran over and took the green jade case written by Leng Feng in her hand, and said to Leng Feng as she read it. Forget it. Originally, Leng Feng wanted to hang out this poem. After all, in his opinion, 1 is copied and 2 are copied. As long as this thing begins, it doesn't matter how much or less. But when he wrote this poem, he was in a special mood, and the words he wrote were still the original words, but the words were not the original words. There is an inexplicable flavor in these handwritings, and Leng Feng is reluctant to hang them out. It's a pity that it's such a good word. Fluttershy reluctantly. Wouldn't it be better for us to take it back and hang it at home and see it ourselves? Leng Feng said. Since Leng Feng said so, Fluttershy has no choice but to do so. It's a pity that no one sees Leng Feng's good words, which is obviously an opportunity to make a name for herself, but she misses it so much. This incident was just an episode, and then Leng Feng had no intention of continuing to hang out. If it weren't for the fact that Fluttershy and the 3 of them were still in high spirits, he would have decided to go back. Leng Feng, so you're here. Just when Leng Feng was about to keep a low profile, he was suddenly discovered by Zhang Yuanji. It turned out that after these officials and men of Jiankang Mansion went ashore, in order to reflect the style of enjoying with the people, they also dispersed and communicated with everyone. In particular, the poems hanging under the palace lamp have become the object of their attention. Zhang Yuanji originally wanted to find Leng Feng and ask if Zhang Sanfeng was his pseudonym. However, because there were too many people on the shore, it was not easy to find the cold front in so many crowds, so he looked at these poems with peace of mind. Just when he saw a poem and thought it was good, as soon as he looked up, he saw Leng Feng walking this way. The student has seen the teacher. Leng Feng hurriedly made a disciple salute. After all, now that Zhang Yuanji is also his nominal teacher, this etiquette cannot be lost.
You come with me. Zhang Yuanji beckoned to Leng Feng and said.
It's a crowded place to talk. Zhang Yuanji, as a scholar of Jiankang Mansion, couldn't be easier to find a place to speak behind a palace lamp. There is a desk table under the big tree, and there is no one else here, only Zhang Yuanji and Leng Feng.
Is Zhang Sanfeng your pseudonym? Zhang Yuanji asked.
Yes.
Leng Feng did not hide it and directly admitted it.
I participated in this poetry meeting to make a name for myself. Why did you use a pseudonym? Zhang Yuanji asked the doubts in his heart. This is exactly what Zhang Yuanji is puzzled about. He knows Leng Feng's background. If he can be famous at this poetry meeting, then it should be of great benefit to him to enter Beijing and face the saint next.
The students didn't think about it so much. The reason why they used a pseudonym was completely on a whim. Leng Feng said.
This was not made up by Leng Feng on purpose. A large part of the reason why he used the name Zhang Sanfeng was as he said.
Do I want to make a name for you? Zhang Yuanji proposed.
Thank you for your concern. I don't need to use the correct name. I think the name Zhang Sanfeng is very good.
Leng Feng didn't plan to change his name, mainly because he was afraid of trouble now.
And just now he was on the verge of breaking through, and the energy in his body was very hard for him to suppress.
It's a pity that such a good opportunity.
Although Zhang Yuanji felt pity that Leng Feng didn't want to be famous, he didn't force Leng Feng to use his real name. In Zhang Yuanji's opinion, it doesn't matter if Leng Feng uses his real name or not. If he uses it, it is the icing on the cake, and there is no loss if he doesn't use it. The most important thing is that he saw Leng Feng's talent. Having such a student, although it is only honorable, but it is also very satisfactory to him. After chatting with Zhang Yuanji for a while, Leng Feng said goodbye and left, even if he didn't participate in the next ribbon-cutting session. The ribbon-cutting is a showcase of the best works in the event, and the official organizers will cut the ribbon for them, and the participants will receive special ribbons as recognition. Of course, participants can choose whether or not to take the stage to receive the recognition, or they can waive this qualification. However, since the Qinhuai Poetry Society was held, there have been very few people who have given up this qualification. Zhang Yuanji didn't understand why Leng Feng was so low-key, but a young man can have this kind of forbearance, and in Zhang Yuanji's opinion, it is also a necessary potential for a person to achieve great things. Therefore, Zhang Yuanji not only did not have an opinion on Leng Feng, but felt that Leng Feng's son was not simple. Even Leng Feng himself didn't expect that his behavior made Zhang Yuanji mistakenly think that he was deliberately low-key and forbearing. In fact, Leng Feng didn't mean to do this. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't suppress the urge to break through, he wouldn't mind participating in this kind of opportunity to show his face. Seeing that Leng Feng is leaving, Fluttershy and the others have no interest in continuing to wander around. Although it was the first time for them to participate in this kind of event, it must have been difficult to see such a grand event after leaving here. But I also watched what I should see, and there are no regrets. Even if the next link is exciting, they feel bored without Leng Feng's participation. The departure of Leng Feng's 4 people had no impact on the Qinhuai Poetry Society. It's just that when Yang Kan was about to find trouble with Leng Feng, he couldn't find anyone. When the ribbon-cutting session of the high platform came, Huang Shishir did not find any trace of Leng Feng, and she also wondered why Zhang Sanfeng would give up this opportunity to show his face.
Miss, I'll just say that man is a weirdo. Pearl said.
Well, it's a bit weird. Huang Shishir agreed with Zhu's words this time. If she didn't blame her, who would give up this opportunity? At this time, Leng Feng had already returned to the inn, and he was sitting cross-legged on the bed, his skin undulating like waves. There was a huge force swimming in his body, but this force was very gentle, and there was no leakage. The biggest advantage of innate divine skill is that the strength is gentle and mellow, and even when you break through the realm, there is not much risk. This is an advantage that other exercises do not have. As long as there is an innate divine skill as the foundation, it can be used to practice other exercises to reduce the risk of going crazy in practice. Of course, not everyone can practice several exercises at the same time, which requires extremely high individual talent. That is to say, the 2 exercises that Leng Feng is practicing now are both special exercises, so they can complement each other. The 12 heavenly gods and demons forging body divine skill mainly exercises an extreme physical strength, and when the physical body is exercised to a certain extent, it will produce some kind of mysterious energy. This energy can be used both as a means of attack and as a physical strength. In a sense, the 12 heavenly gods and demon forging divine skills are equivalent to the infrastructure project of a building. The cultivation of innate divine power is the inner essence and spirit, and the special power of innate true chi can change the potential of the human body. Moreover, it can also make the cultivator more durable in battle, and in the same realm, there is no problem in being able to fight too. Innate magic is equivalent to decoration, and it is the kind of ceiling-level decoration project. An hour later, Leng Feng slowly retracted, and although there was no change from the outside, the strength in his body was several times stronger than before. The most important thing is that the innate divine skill has reached the first layer from the entry realm, which is a qualitative leap, marking that Leng Feng can use the innate true chi to open up the key points of the body. The cultivation method of innate divine skill is to use the innate true chi to open up the 8 veins of the body's strange meridians, and every time you open an acupoint or meridian, your strength will be improved. Before the entry realm, it was still a process of accumulation of true chi, and only when you really stepped into the threshold of the first layer could you start to impact the acupuncture points and meridians. In other words, from this moment on, Leng Feng can be called a real martial arts master. Although he is only a master who has just entered the stream, he is also a master after all. I don't know how fast others are cultivating, but Leng Feng is still very satisfied with his own cultivation progress. After all, it has been less than a month since I came into contact with the exercises, and it is not bad to be able to reach this level. Of course, Leng Feng felt that he still had a gap compared to those protagonists in the novel. To be honest, Leng Feng also thought in his heart that he could have the kind of treatment of the protagonist of the novel, and he could meet some kind of natural treasure, so that his strength skyrocketed in an instant after he swallowed it. Or to be able to meet those supreme masters who are on the verge of death, and pass on their life skills to themselves, and from then on have the skills of others who have practiced for decades. However, this is just obscenity. Leng Feng knows that this kind of plot that only exists in novels is very slim. Now Leng Feng already has the qualifications to become a top master, not to mention the rest. It is to cultivate the innate divine skills. As long as he reaches the 6th layer, he can be regarded as a first-class master. The first 3 layers of innate divine skill are not strong, and this period is mainly used to temper the foundation. Once it breaks through to the 3rd layer, it will form a true chi release, which has a powerful lethality. After reaching the 6th layer, you can transform the true chi into a shape, with a special attribute, whether it is attack ability or persistence ability. It is very terrifying. Of course, even if there are the first 3 layers, they can be used in conjunction with other exercises, and it is not without combat effectiveness. At this time, the 2 exercises that Leng Feng cultivated had already entered the realm of ascending to the house, and for him, he could cultivate an offensive and powerful technique to make up for the shortcomings of these 2 exercises in terms of attack power. Leng Feng has half of the 18 palms of dragon descending on his hand, and it is also the upper half, which can be used for cultivation. However, this place is not a place to cultivate the 18 palms of the dragon descent, because the 18 palms of the dragon descent are different from the previous 2 divine skills, and the cultivation is too quiet. And Leng Feng also suspected that the identity of the little beggar was not simple, and he might be an important figure in the beggar gang. The origin of this half of the 18 palms of the dragon descending is too mysterious, and it was exchanged for Lang Dashao from an old beggar with half a chicken leg. But the old beggar is very mysterious, and must be a big man in the beggar gang. Even if Leng Feng didn't guess wrong, the old beggar was likely to be the leader of the beggar gang. Because according to the rules of the beggar gang, only the gang leader is qualified to cultivate the 18 palms of dragon descending. If the little beggar found out that he was cultivating the 18 palms of the dragon descending, it would be a troublesome thing after all. There was nothing to say all night, and at dawn the next day, Leng Feng and the others packed their luggage and prepared to go back. It has been 4 or 5 days since he came to Jiankang Mansion, and everything that needs to be done has been done, and there is no point in staying here any longer. The next time is to get up and develop, whether it is personal force or planning to develop forces. Jiankang Mansion is not a place for him to show his skills. Leng Feng's trip to Jiankang Mansion this time still left some impressions. Yesterday's Qin Hui poems were very successful, and many excellent works emerged at the poetry meeting. in addition to Leng Feng's poem Remembering Phoenix Terrace, there were several poems that were not badly written. The only regret is that many people have not seen the leader of this poetry meeting, and Zhang Sanfeng has become a legend. After all, there is a market for mystery in any era, except for a very few people who know Zhang Sanfeng's true identity. Most people don't know who Zhang Sanfeng is. In terms of its degree of mystery, it is second only to the author of the Spring River Flower Moon Night. Of course, there is also news circulating that it is said that Zhang Sanfeng and the author of the Spring River Flower Moon Night are good friends. The people who heard the news also somewhat understood why Zhang Sanfeng would leave halfway. It turned out that they were all the same kind of people. But none of these cold fronts knew about it, and he didn't care about it. In his opinion, there is not much difference between participating in the Qinhuai Poetry Society and attending a party in later generations. Just as Leng Feng was packing his luggage and preparing to leave, the person who had inquired about Leng Feng with the Huang Mansion concierge was arranging an operation against him. When Leng Feng participated in the Qinhuai Poetry Conference yesterday, these people had been staring at him from a distance, and they didn't dare to approach him for fear of being discovered by Leng Feng. In addition, Leng Feng had an invitation, and they couldn't keep up with the boat, so they didn't know about Leng Feng's alias Zhang Sanfeng. They only knew that Leng Feng had participated in the Qinhuai Poetry Society, and they had also discovered that Leng Feng had a relationship with the Taoist master, but these situations were all things they could predict. This had no effect on their plans. After all, Lord Xuede was only a civil servant, and it did not constitute much of a deterrent to them. The reason why they didn't do it was not only to find out if Leng Feng and Huang Mingli were related, but also because to monitor Leng Feng to see if he knew about his father's property left outside. After these days of observation, they did not find any clues. The instructions Leng Er gave them was that Leng Feng was in Jiankang, and they were only responsible for understanding the situation, and once Leng Feng left Jiankang Mansion, they had to ensure that Leng Feng could not return to Linjiang City. Yesterday, when Leng Feng went to participate in the Qinhuai Poetry Conference, this person met with the porter of the Huang Mansion again. Learned from the porter that Leng Feng had not come to Huangfu recently, and Huang Mingli did not have any latest news about Leng Feng, which means that Leng Feng and Huang Mingli may not have a relationship. This person was sent by Leng Feng's two uncles to target Leng Feng, and getting rid of Leng Feng is the ultimate goal, but other situations must also be understood. They haven't relaxed these days, and all of Leng Feng's activities in Jiankang Mansion have been investigated by them. These people may not be very powerful characters in the rivers and lakes, but they are still very good at assassination and intelligence investigation. Even Leng Feng didn't find out that they were investigating themselves. Of course, this was also related to their cautious actions. These people did not have direct contact with Leng Feng, and all of them used the method of post-investigation investigation. Master Li. Target, prepare to leave Jiankang Mansion. While the man was arranging today's action, someone came back from outside and leaned into his ear and whispered a word. The situation has changed, and today's operation has been cancelled. The first group of men immediately left the city, and the tea stall 50 miles outside the city was already under the control of our people, so you entered there in advance and notified the tea to be poisoned. The second group was dressed up in a caravan with people. Half an hour later, go out of the city, follow the path of the target, and meet them at the tea stall. Upon receiving this new information, the man immediately made a decision. Now that Leng Feng is leaving Jiankang Mansion, it is obvious that he wants to return to Linjiang City. What second Master Leng gave him was that no matter what, Leng Feng could not be allowed to return to Linjiang City alive. In Jiankang Mansion, they are not easy to do, and they also have to find out the relationship between Leng Feng and Huang Mingli, and whether Leng Feng has any other secrets. According to the investigation in the past few days, he believes that Leng Feng did not climb the relationship with Huang Mingli. At most he has a teacher-student relationship with the scholar of the mansion. Leng Feng had already been recognized by the Taoist master in the selection of Linjiang City, and they also learned about Leng Feng's visit to Jiankang Mansion to meet Zhang Yuanji this time, and even knew that Leng Feng got an invitation post from Zhang Yuanji to the Qinhuai Poetry Society. Therefore, they can judge that the relationship between Leng Feng and Zhang Yuanji is still good, otherwise Zhang Yuanji would not have sent the invitation to Leng Feng. However, they didn't know that Leng Feng was under the pseudonym Zhang Sanfeng at the Qinhuai Poetry Conference, and naturally they didn't know that Leng Feng's status in Zhang Yuanji's mind had risen a lot. Although Zhang Yuanji is only a scholar of Jiankang Mansion, his grade is also a court official of the 5th grade. Although they are all shady jobs, officials of Zhang Yuanji's level are not something they can afford to provoke. This person was originally a killer, and he had done a lot of dirty work with Second Master Leng and had a lot of lives in his hands. He was a ruthless character. Knowing that with Leng Feng's current status, as long as he killed him unconsciously, even Zhang Yuanji would not really pursue it. After all, the living Leng Feng is more valuable than the dead Leng Feng, and what Zhang Yuanji values is nothing more than Leng Feng's future potential. And at this time, Leng Feng didn't have any influence. At most he was just a young master in Linjiang City. As for talent, it has to be alive to be useful. Zhang Yuanji is indeed optimistic about Leng Feng, but it is also based on a condition, that is, he is optimistic about Leng Feng's future. A dead man doesn't mean much to Zhang Yuanji. This is the reality, and the judgment of this person surnamedly is very accurate. Even if they found out that Leng Feng had a relationship with Huang Mingli, they would not let Leng Feng return to Linjiang City alive. It's just that then they're going to have to replan and make it all more like an accident. Just after these people had arranged everything, Leng Feng and the others had already begun to leave the city. Chai Bo was still driving the old carriage he had come, so their journey was not very fast. Just before Leng Feng left the city, the first group of people arranged by Leng Yiri's subordinates had already left the city. There were not many people in this group, only 3 people. Since they were riding fast horses, their speed naturally far surpassed that of Leng Feng. Young master, this trip to Jiankang Mansion is quite successful, and with Master Huang's promise, it will not be a problem to get the family business back. But the journey back this time is not destined to be peaceful. As soon as he got out of the city gate, Chai Bo said. Chai Bo, do you see something? Leng Feng asked. Chai Bo was just an ordinary old man. He didn't know anything about the previous journey, and even if he had some doubts, it was just a feeling. I didn't expect Chai Bo to be able to say such a thing. It seems that Chai Bo followed the rich man Leng to walk the world to do business in his early years, and he still has some experience. It's because you don't see anything that it's not normal. Although we encountered bandits and robbers along the way, those bandits have nothing to do with Leng's second master and Leng's third master, so I don't think they have used the means to deal with us yet. Chai Bo said. Chai Bo is right, my 2 good uncles have coveted those properties for a long time, and they will never be willing to hand them over to me. I suspect that the previous overboard was also a secret work of theirs, and if nothing else happened to me, they wouldn't have been able to get those properties in the name of it. The young master can see this, which means that you have really grown up, and the master will be happy if you have a spirit in the sky. This is the first time Leng Feng has said this to Chai Bo, although some of Leng Feng's words and deeds before made Chai Bo feel as if he had changed as a person, but now hearing Leng Feng's words, he really realized that young Master Leng was no longer the same young master as before. In the previous incident where Leng Feng fell into the water, Chai Bo and Leng Li also had suspicions, but they had no evidence. I didn't expect Leng Feng to think of this, which made him feel very relieved. Chai Bo is loyal to the Leng family. He has accompanied the rise of the rich man Leng, and witnessed the growth of the young master Leng. Leng Feng is becoming more and more mature now, which makes him seem to see the rich man Leng back then, and he feels a lot of emotion for a while. Leng Feng can also understand the psychology of people like Chai Bo, so he will say this to Chai Bo. Chai Bo, can you tell me about my father? Leng Feng suddenly asked at this time. Leng Feng not only stunned Chai Bo when he said this, but even Fluttershy was curious, and the little beggar on one side still looked like he didn't care about everything. Chai Bo didn't expect Leng Feng's words to jump so much, and Fluttershy was about the same as Leng Feng. Although she was raised by the Leng family, she didn't know Leng de Rich either. Chai Bo didn't answer Leng Feng's words immediately, but pondered for a while, as if he was reminiscing, and seemed to be thinking about how to answer this question. The old man looked very similar to you when he was young, but he became blessed later. Chai Bo pondered for a long time before he said such a sentence. Even Leng Feng didn't expect Chai Bo to answer him like this. In Leng Dashao's memory, of course it was clear what his father Leng de Rich looked like. Although he is not a big fat man, but in this era when he is generally yellow and hungry, he is 1 meter 7 tall and weighs 80 or 90 kilograms, which is definitely rich. The old man is not a businessman, but a talented scholar, and the young master has been inherited by the master in this regard. Later, the old man's hometown was occupied by the Jin people, and most of the Leng family members were plagued by soldiers, and only the old lady brought a part of the clan to Linjiang City. Later, the master was determined to serve the country, abandon the literature and join the army, and when you were your age, the master had already joined the anti-gold army. The old man has been gone for 13 years, and he only returned to Linjiang City in the year of his establishment. After that, the master started a business in Linjiang City, and the business became bigger and bigger, and it didn't take 2 years to become the richest man in Linjiang City. Although Chaibo didn't say much, Leng Feng could hear from Chaibo's words that this cheap father was not simple. He didn't know if the rich man Leng was really a very talented person as Chaibo said, but in this era, there are very few people who can abandon literature and join the army. Seeing that the rich man is definitely not an ordinary person. Leng Feng has never seen Leng the rich man, but it can be seen from Leng Dishao's memory that although Leng Dishao is very cold, he is still very afraid of Leng the rich man. It's not because the rich man Leng is too strict with him, but on the contrary, the rich man Leng feels very kind. That kind of fear comes from the bones. Did my dad really die in the north? Leng Feng felt at this time that people like Leng the rich man didn't seem to die so easily, so he asked this question. The information we got is also inaccurate, but it is rumored that the master has disappeared in the north, and the details are not clear. At first, there was a bit of luck, but in the past few years, I haven't seen the master come back. It seems that it is more than lucky. Chaibo said in a low tone. Regarding the disappearance of the rich man Leng, the first news also came from the second master Leng, because at that time, there was a caravan of the Leng family that also came back from the north. This caravan is under the management of second master Leng, although they are not on the same path as the rich man Leng, but after all, they are all doing business in the north, and the reliability of this news is still very high. In addition, there was indeed no relevant information about the rich man Leng later, which made people have to believe that this news was true. The reason why Leng Feng asked about the situation of Leng the rich was because he was more curious about this cheap father, and secondly, he felt that this matter was not simple, and there was definitely something they didn't know about it. Maybe it's not even his two uncles who don't know very well. However, this is already a headless public case, unless the rich man can reappear, otherwise no one knows what is wrong with it. The way back was much smoother than when I came, perhaps because the things I wanted had been settled and everyone was in a better mood. Cold Foam also teaches Fluttershy how to use the special repeater, but the accuracy is far from accurate, unless the opponent stands within 10 steps and lets her shoot. Otherwise, 9 times out of 10, with her accuracy, she will miss the shot. It's not that Fluttershy's talent isn't good, it's that her strength is too small, and although the special repeater doesn't require much strength to operate, Fluttershy's strength is too small. Leng Feng remembered that when he first crossed over to Leng Dashao, when he first saw the little girl, she looked malnourished and underdeveloped. It is also in recent times that the little girl's complexion has looked better. In fact, not only Fluttershy, but also Leng Feng's sisters have not kept up with their nutrition. People in this era don't know what balanced nutrition is, not to mention, all the resources of the Leng family are occupied by Leng Dashao alone, and it would be good if others could have enough to eat. Leng Feng saw these situations in his eyes, and this was also the first problem he had to solve after he went back now. If people can't even eat, then how can they do anything else? After all, only full? Only after that, can you think about lust? Seeing that Fluttershy is still unable to wield the power of the repeater, Leng Feng teaches her how to use the hidden arrow. Although the person surnamed Li was very cautious, and Leng Feng did not find them directly, he also had a hunch that the road back this time would not be so peaceful. On the way to Jiankang Mansion, in addition to the bandits who crossed the mountain tigers, there were already 2 waves of people who wanted to be unfavorable to him. The first wave was solved by Leng Feng himself, and the later wave was also solved by the little beggar. Leng Feng didn't believe that they would stop there, maybe they were brewing a big move waiting for him. In Jiankang Mansion, they didn't dare to do it easily, but if they left Jiankang Mansion, then it was difficult to say. Of the 4 of them, only Fluttershy and Chaibo have no force, and Chaibo is old and has no potential to improve. And his target is not obvious, just an old subordinate, there is no threat, and there is nothing to attract the attention of the other party. But Fluttershy is different. Leng Er and the others must know that Fluttershy is Leng Feng's maid, and if they want to deal with Leng Feng, they don't mind taking care of the little girl. And Fluttershy already has some beautiful appearances, and if it falls into the hands of those bad guys, it will be very dangerous. So Leng Feng gives Fluttershy a set of hidden arrows, which don't have the same range as the repeater, but they are better than the repeater. Sleeve arrows are in Fluttershy's hands, but they are even more unguardable. This set of sleeve arrows designed by Leng Feng is very exquisite, not only small in size, but also looks a little artistic, so the little girl likes it at first glance. What Leng Feng didn't expect was that the little girl couldn't manipulate the crossbow to the head, but the use of sleeve arrows was no worse than that of a veteran like him. This time, Leng Feng did not hide from the little beggar, and also told the little beggar how to use the special repeater. After this period of getting along, the little beggar has gained Leng Feng's trust. Leng Feng also understands that people get along with each other mutually, and only by trusting others can others trust you more. Of course, there is a premise that this trust cannot be entrusted to the white-eyed wolf. At first, the little beggar was very surprised by Leng Feng's special repeater. He had never seen such a thing. Although the beggars seem to be just a rabble, there are also elite forces in the gang. In addition to the heavy cavalry and heavy infantry, other beggars have the weapons that should be there in this era, and there are no longer a few bows and crossbows of all kinds. The beggars' personnel are highly mobile and doomed to be unable to deploy heavy weapons. Moreover, the government of this era strictly controlled bows and arrows, unless it was a blatant rebellion, otherwise it would be a felony to use bows and arrows. However, the current Southern Song Dynasty court is terminally ill, and the control of civilian possession of weapons has dropped to the lowest level in history. As long as it is not too eye-catching, the imperial court generally turns a blind eye. In the civilian sector, many powerful people have their own escort teams, and many of these people's equipment is modified from the standard equipment of the official army. The beggar gang is the largest gang today, and because it has contributed to the imperial court when resisting the invasion of the Jin, the imperial court has also taken a wooing attitude towards it. Therefore, there are many crossbowmen among the beggars, but the beggars do not like to use the longbows in the army, and most of them are crossbows. So, the little beggar is familiar with crossbow arrows. But it was the first time he had seen Leng Feng's special repeater, especially when he personally manipulated it, and realized that this strange crossbow bolt was not only novel in appearance, but also in terms of power. The little beggar was originally good at crossbow arrows, and his martial arts were not weaker than Leng Feng, so he mastered the use of crossbow arrows in a short time. In terms of shooting accuracy, it is only a little worse than the cold front. Due to last night's breakthrough, Leng Feng felt that his strength was not weak, even in the face of a person of the type of mountain tiger. On the basis of not borrowing other auxiliary things, he could also slash the opponent under the knife within a few moves. So, he gave the special repeater to the little beggar. In fact, Leng Feng handed over the special repeater to the little beggar for another reason, that is, he no longer looked down on this kind of repeater, thinking that it was too bulky, and the most important thing was that it was not easy to carry. He now has a dagger transformed from an 81 saber on his body, plus a hidden arrow, which is enough for self-defense. Half a day later, Leng Feng and his party had left Jinkang Mansion for 50 miles. It's a hilly area, and there are not many people near and far. Because it is on the edge of the official road, it is not very desolate, but most of the people who pass by here are people who are in a hurry. So after half a day, there are one or two waves of people passing here, and if the weather is bad, there may be no one passing by for a day. There is a small river in front of the hill, and only a shallow layer of clear water flows through it during the dry season. The water comes out of the mountains and looks very clear. Now it is not the rainy season, and the amount of rain in the south of the Yangtze River is not large, and the carriages and horses can still pass through the gravel road in the middle. As soon as Leng Feng and the four of them stepped across this small river, they saw several people sitting in front of the tea house on the hillside on the bank of the river. This tea house is very old. Leng Feng and they have also passed here before. It is run by an old couple. Although the conditions are not very good, the tea is very authentic. Although it is called a tea house, it is actually an ancient bamboo building, plus a few wooden sheds. The old couple is a family surnamed Li a few miles away, and the hill here is the ancestral business left by their ancestors. However, the hills here do not allow crops to grow, and only an area on the top of the hill grows some tea trees. Therefore, their ancestors built this tea house on the side of the official road, and usually sold some tea and simple food. Chai Bo is more familiar with this place, and they have not rested here in the past when they were doing business in the north.
But today it is not the old couple who are taking care of this place, but a young couple. These two are the son and daughter-in-law of the old couple. However, Leng Feng didn't care about this. After all, they were just passing by here, and they would continue to hurry after a simple repair. "Young master, there seems to be a problem here," Chai Bo whispered to Leng Feng. At this time, they had already walked into the wooden shed, and Leng Feng was going to drink tea and eat something here, and take a rest by the way. After all, the conditions in this era are too poor, and 50 roads in half a day are already full load for this kind of old horse and old car. The last time they passed by here, they also took a rest here, and Leng Feng felt that the tea here was not bad. Although tea is not a precious tea, it is just a tea in the mountains and countryside, but when boiled with mountain spring water, it has a unique fresh taste. Most of the snacks sold in the tea house are some cakes and fruits, which are stored for a long time and will not spoil easily, which is in line with this environment. However, Leng Feng doesn't like this kind of food very much, and Fluttershy and Little Beggar prefer it. Leng Feng asked for a pot of tea and 2 cakes and fruits. During the tea session between the young couple, Chai Bo chatted with them, and although their answers were not proper, Chai Bo felt that there was always a hint of dodging in the eyes of the two of them. As for the identities of these two people, there is nothing suspicious, and Chai Bo has seen them before. Perhaps out of his previous judgment, Chai Bo began to be cautious as soon as he left Jiankong Mansion. "There's something wrong with the identities of these two," Leng Feng said. "No problem, they are Lao Lita's son and daughter-in-law," Chai Bo said. Leng Feng didn't ask anything else when he heard this, and he could see that when the two of them were serving them tea, their eyes always seemed to be avoiding something, intentionally or unintentionally. The husband and wife don't look like treacherous people. Lao Lita's son is of medium stature, and he looks like an honest man in the countryside. His daughter-in-law also looks like a village woman, but because her family runs such a country tea house, she is more flexible than ordinary village women. It's true that the two of them are a little abnormal, but maybe there's something going on at home, Leng Feng said. He wasn't looking for a reason for the two, but he knew that even if there was a problem, the main reason was not the two of them. He said this mainly to reassure Chai Bo, and also to better observe other people. At this time, there were 9 people in the tea house, and in addition to the 4 of them and the couple, there were 3 other people. All 3 of them were strong men, and they were all dressed as martial artists, and each of them carried weapons. In this day and age, it is not easy for people to be able to walk outside, and it is not unusual to carry self-defense weapons on them. At least Leng Feng has seen a lot of people dress like this along the way, so on the surface, there is nothing wrong with this. The 3 of them were also very calm. They only glanced at Leng Feng and the others when they walked into the wooden shed, and they never paid attention to Leng Feng and them again. However, there was a hint of murder in their eyes. If it were ordinary people, they really wouldn't be able to detect their anomaly, but they didn't know that Leng Feng was not really Lang Dashao. Leng Feng was the king of special forces in his previous life, and he had experienced too many dangerous scenes, and the 3 of them thought they were doing very cleverly, but in fact, Leng Feng had discovered their abnormality. Ever since leaving Linjiang City, Leng Feng had expected that there would be no peace along the way, and the previous 2 interceptions against him had been resolved without alarming Fluttershy and Chaibua. But this time, it doesn't look like it's going to be as easy as the previous 2 times. Although Leng Feng didn't understand the assassination style of this era, he knew that these 3 people alone could not threaten him, so there must be a layout waiting for him that he didn't know. "Chai Bo, if something happens, you and Fluttershy need to protect yourselves." Leng Feng thought about it, and still said to Chai Bo, "Do you see something?" Chai Bo's face changed when he heard this, and it seemed that what he was worried about was still going to happen. "Maybe I'm thinking too much. But don't worry, I'll be able to handle that." Before this, Leng Feng had already thought about what might happen, and he hadn't hidden it from Chai Bo when he was training Fluttershy before, so Chai Bo also knew some of Leng Feng's methods. Although he was surprised where Leng Feng learned these abilities, he was only surprised. In his opinion, it was a good thing that Leng Feng had abilities. Chai Bo didn't say anything more when he heard this. He knew that if something really happened, protecting himself would be the greatest help to the young master. "Young master, this tea is poisonous." Just then, Fluttershy fills everyone's teacups with tea. The unique fragrance of this kind of rural wild tea is refreshing when it smells, and people like Leng Feng, who don't know how to taste tea, think this tea is good. While he was blowing the hot air on the teacup with his mouth,
the little beggar said that the tea was poisonous. Leng Feng was shocked when he heard this, but fortunately, the tea had just come out of the oven at this time, and no one had drunk a sip of tea because the water was very hot. If the tea is really poisonous, then none of them have been hit. What poison? I can't tell, but I'm sure this tea is different from what we drank before. Although the little beggar could not tell what poison was in the tea, he could be sure that the tea had definitely been tampered with. And this poison is also very smart, colorless and tasteless, and it will not change the original taste when it is placed in tea. If it weren't for the little monkey called teas raised by the little beggar, they wouldn't have found out that the tea had been poisoned. At this time, Leng Feng knew that the little monkey still had such skills. Leng Feng knew that this little monkey was very smart before, but he didn't expect to have such a talent. It seems that this little monkey is also a strange beast. There are two kinds of alien beasts, one is a beast that is born with some kind of special talent, and the other is an acquired mutation. By any measure, this little monkey is very unusual. This made Leng Feng a little envious of the little beggar, and he also wanted to have such a strange beast. However, he also knew that this strange beast had spirituality, and once he recognized the Lord, he would not change his mind. And he doesn't have any bad thoughts about the little beggar, just to express his feelings. Leng Feng's conversation was not loud, and the three people over there didn't hear what they were talking about. I saw them drinking tea with a tea bowl while slowly eating two small pastries. Although they are all calm, the more calm they are, the more they are hiding something. From a psychological point of view, the human psyche will always be manifested through some unconscious actions. When a person is nervous or very concerned about something, even if his expression is well controlled, it will be expressed through some subtle movements. Leng Feng had studied psychology, so he naturally knew this. The hands of the three people holding the bowl were still steady, but the knuckles were a little stiff, obviously overexerting. This action was subtle, but it did not escape Leng Feng's powerful observation, and this unconscious action betrayed them. Indeed, these three people were the first group of personnel arranged by the person surnamed Li, and they left Jiankong Mansion one step ahead of Leng Feng. And they were all fast horses, arriving here an hour earlier than Leng Feng. Their real mission was not to intercept the cold front, but to determine if this place was already under their control. The people sent by Second Master Leng this time were very cautious and thoughtful. Although they didn't know when Leng Feng would leave Jiankong Mansion, they calculated that Leng Feng had to take this road if he wanted to return to Linjiang City. So 2 days ago, a one-eyed Taoist came here with two of his men. They tied up the parents and children of the young couple and forced them to drug Leng Feng and others. The couple didn't know what these people wanted to do, but their parents and children were in the hands of these people, so they had to be obedient. The three of them were actually monitoring the couple, and they were also observing whether Leng Feng would drink the poison tea. The one-eyed Taoist priest is the poisonous wolf who came with the person surnamed Li to take the lead. Although this person is a Taoist priest, he is ruthless and good at using poison. This time the poison was provided by him, and it was a chronic poison that would take 2 hours before it would take 2 hours to attack. If it weren't for his unique antidote, the poison would surely die. At this time, the three of them had already raised their throats, and although they were pretending to drink tea, their attention was on Leng Feng's side. Seeing that Leng Feng and the others were just chatting, and no one moved the teacup, he couldn't help but secretly get nervous. At that moment, a woodcutter came down from the hill carrying a load of firewood. The woodcutter was a man of about 40 years of age, and he was wearing a coarse cloth suit, which was patched in several places. "Little brother Li, why haven't you seen your father for the past 2 days? My father has been sick recently, so the business here will be taken care of by our husband and wife. 2 days ago, I saw that the old man's body was still very tough. How can I say that he is sick? How can people eat whole grains without getting sick? Besides, this is old, and the body is as big as before." The woodcutter brought firewood to the Li family's tea house, and the two of them were acquaintances, and they chatted as soon as they met. This is also the reason why the leader surnamed Li wants to control the husband and wife. After all, they opened a tea house here all the year round, and many people know them. The appearance of the woodcutter was an accident, and even the poisonous wolf gang did not expect this. After all, they have no life experience in this area, and the woodcutter does not come to deliver firewood every day, sometimes every 3 or 5 days, or for a long time of 10 days. "Just put this firewood here, I'll put it in myself later."
This is today's firewood money, you take it first. I haven't finished delivering this firewood yet, and there are 2 more trips, so I'm not in a hurry at this time. It's okay, there is still a lot of firewood left today, my location is small, and there is no place to store it, you can send the other firewood in 2 days. Brotherly sent the woodcutter away with all his heart, and he had already seen that there would definitely be no peace here today. He had been forced to open here for 2 days, but nothing had happened. But not long ago, the 3 of them arrived and told him to make the pot of medicated tea for Leng Feng and the others, and he knew that something big might happen today. His father and children are in the hands of those people, and there is no way, let alone the ability to stop this. I only hope that these people can keep their word and release their parents and children after they are done. He didn't expect that the woodcutter would send firewood today. This woodcutter and their family are old relations, and the firewood burned by their family for more than 10 years has been sent by the woodcutter. He didn't know what was going to happen next, but he could sense that it wasn't a good thing, so he hoped that the woodcutter would get out of here as soon as possible. The conversation between the woodcutter and Brotherly attracted the attention of the 3 people, and one of them frowned and said, "Shopkeeper, renew the tea." "Great." Brotherly hurriedly agreed, and then stuffed the copper coin in his hand into the woodcutter's hand, and said, "You see I'm busy here, I'll invite you to have a cup of tea next time." After saying that, he immediately ran away and brought tea to the 3 people. The woodcutter checked the copper plate in his hand, and his face was puzzled. He felt that there was something unusual about today's events. So the woodcutter did not leave at once, but put the wood and grass outside the hut, and came in with a flat pole. "Brother Zhang, you see I'm busy now, how about I invite you to have a drink another day?" When Brotherly saw that the woodcutter didn't leave, but walked into the tea shed, he immediately said with an embarrassed face, "It just so happens that I'm thirsty, so I'll drink some water before leaving." "Don't worry, I have tea money." The woodcutter was not angry, but put some copper coins in his hand on the wooden table. Little Brotherly's face was a little ugly, but he looked at the 3 of them, and filled the water bowl in front of the woodcutter with a helpless expression. This little episode was not over, and another group of merchants came by the small river. There were 7 or 8 people in the group, and 2 wagons were pulling goods, and since the wagons were covered with straw curtains, it was not known what was inside. However, judging from the walking marks of the wheels, the things on the car should not be heavy. After crossing the river, these people also came to the tea shed and sat down to drink tea. They didn't talk too much, they were all quiet. All of a sudden, there were more than a dozen people in the small tea shed, divided into 4 groups. Originally, the 3 of them sat outside. Leng Feng and them approached the inside. The woodcutter sat in the corner on one side, and the next 8 were in the middle. Brotherly was busy for a while, and then he put the tea cake and fruit together. Chai Bo and Brotherly talked, and Chai Bo said that Brotherly's skill in making tea was not as good as his father's, and he wanted to see how he made tea. At the same time, Chai Bo said that he had better tea, and he could ask Brotherly to bring some to his father to taste. Brotherly knew that those people were going to deal with Chai Bo and others, but the lives of the family were in the hands of those people, and no matter how entangled he was, he didn't dare to reveal anything to Chai Bo. Hearing Chai Bo say this, he was secretly relieved. After all, Chai Bo and the others said that his tea was not cooked well, and he still hasn't drunk a sip of the drugged tea. Chai Bo had to make his own tea, which was not something he could stop, and even those people couldn't blame him. In fact, whereas Chai Bo proficient in making tea, he is just deliberately making an excuse. "Yes, Brotherly, your tea brewing is indeed not as good as Uncle Lee." Unexpectedly, the woodcutter also spoke. As soon as he said this, the people in the tea shed looked at him. "You woodcutter, you can drink this tea." The 3 men looked at the woodcutter and said, "Tea is not good or bad, it's just that the work of the tea maker has not reached home." The woodcutter said, "What this little brother said is that it seems that he is also a person who understands tea, and it just so happens that I have good tea here, so it's good for me to cook it and taste it with my little brother." Chai Bo said, "Thank you, brother." The woodcutter replied. Chai Bo smiled, turned and walked to the carriage, took out a bag of tea leaves and walked towards the fire. The 3 of them sneered before, and those who didn't know the inside thought that they were laughing at Chai Bo. But Leng Feng noticed that while the 3 of them were sneering, their eyes exchanged with the 8 merchants who came after. I saw that one of the 8 merchants nodded slightly, and then the 3 of them closed their mouths quietly.
Although this look and movement were very subtle, they did not escape Leng Feng's sight. Leng Feng knew in his heart that the 8 people who had come after this were not serious merchants at all, and they, like the 3 people, might have come for him. Leng Feng glanced at the little beggar and signaled that he would pay attention. The little beggar had already gotten Leng Feng's hint and knew that someone was going to do something bad for them. Both he and Leng Feng understood that these people had come prepared, and they must have been well aware of their situation. The little beggar got rid of a group of people on the other side before, and they also knew that the little beggar was a master, so they must be wary of him. However, the little beggar knew that Leng Feng had a big killing weapon like a sleeve arrow in his hand, and once he sneaked up at close range, no matter how high his martial arts were, he would have to be hit. And among the information that the other party has, there must be no such information, so that the other party can drink a good pot. After a while, Chaibo came back with a teapot. This is the tea that Chaibo brewed himself, and the tea they sold from Jiankong Mansion was also put in. The little monkey squeaked twice at the table, and the little beggar gestured to Leng Feng and told him that there was no problem with the tea. "This little brother, taste how my tea is brewed," Chaibo said to the woodcutter. "So, thank you, brother." The woodcutter was not polite, and pushed the tea bowl forward and said. Chaibo poured a big bowl for the woodcutter, and he didn't care if the tea was hot, so he took a sip of the bowl and said, "Good tea." "Immeasurable Tianzuan, I don't know if I can ask for a cup to moisten my mouth with such a good tea." Right here, 3 more people came from the hill, and at the front was a Taoist priest, followed by 2 middle-aged men. The most striking thing about this Taoist priest is that he only has one eye, and although he is wearing a Taoist robe, it gives people a very incongruous feeling. When Brother Li and his wife, who were making tea on the side, saw this Taoist priest, their bodies trembled subconsciously, and then they immediately lowered their heads deeply. "Dao Chief, please." Chaibo made a gesture and poured a bowl of tea for the one-eyed Taoist priest. The old gentleman's tea was very good. "Can you ask for another bowl of poor road?" The Taoist priest picked up the bowl and drank the tea directly. The Taoist priest's kung fu can be described as good. The tea was just boiled by Chaibo, and ordinary people can't drink such a big bowl directly. But the one-eyed Taoist priest just drank like this, and it seemed that nothing had happened at all. "Dao Chang has good skills," Chaibo said. Naturally, he also saw the Taoist priest's behavior of drinking tea, and after praising it, he poured another bowl for the Taoist priest. "Thank you, sir, you only need half a bowl of poor roads." When Chaibo was pouring tea, the Taoist priest reached out on the tea bowl to block it, and then pushed the teapot in Chaibo's hand to the side. In the eyes of normal people, there is nothing wrong with this action, which is a polite refusal. But Leng Feng's pupils shrank, because he saw that the moment the Taoist priest's hand touched the teapot, he flicked a ball of things in his hand into the mouth of the pot. This Taoist priest was very clever. He hid the massive things in his hands in advance, and with the cover of his sleeve robe, coupled with the action of pushing back, he put the thing into the teapot with a very fast technique. When Chaibo brought the teapot back, he didn't know that the tea had been poisoned. At this time, Leng Feng and the 3 of them had already drunk the tea in the bowl, and Chaibo immediately filled the bowl with tea when he saw this. "It's the same poison as before." The little beggar looked at the tea in the bowl and spoke. Although he didn't know what kind of poison it was, according to the little monkey's feedback, he could be sure that the poison given by the one-eyed Taoist priest just now was the same as the previous one. Then it can explain a problem. This Taoist priest and the 2 people outside are in the same group. "You can really afford me. This killing game is really painstaking." Leng Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He knew that someone was going to deal with it, and he was even ready for a big battle, but he didn't expect these people to set up such a game. It seems that the previous 2 failures have made those people learn to be smart. In fact, Leng Feng still guessed wrong. The previous 2 actions against him were not done by the same person. When they were in Lotus Town, those 3 people were Huang Tang Master's subordinates, and they didn't want to kill Leng Feng, but to capture him. The second time the people were in the same group as the person in front of them, and they all really wanted his life. In fact, the reason why these people took great pains to arrange such a situation was not for Leng Feng, but mainly to deal with the little beggar. Of the information they learned, Leng Feng was not a concern at all. The strength of the person who intercepted Leng Feng before was not weak, but he was killed by the little beggar alone. That is, the little beggar's lack of experience in the rivers and lakes made them have a fish that slipped through the net. According to the feedback of the people who fled back, they felt that the little beggar was a master, and even the person surnamedly could not guarantee that he would be able to win. More importantly, they know that the little beggars have a relationship with the beggar gang. If you want to move the little beggar, you are afraid of retaliation from the beggar gang. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, such a bureau is arranged. In fact, Leng Feng can also think about this. After all, he was so well disguised before, and others didn't know his strength. In the eyes of Second Master Leng and those people, Leng Feng is just a powerless scholar. If it was purely to deal with him, it would not be able to move such a big battle. Leng Feng hadn't drunk the pot of poison tea before, and they could still be indifferent, just because the one-eyed Taoist hadn't made a move yet. This one-eyed Taoist priest is the poisonous wolf in the mouth of the leader surnamedly, and the poisonous wolf did not follow them into the city, but has been waiting outside the city, in order to set up a killing situation here. Chibo said that the tea was not delicious, and they couldn't tell whether Leng Feng and the others saw that the tea was poisonous, or if it was really because the young couple's tea-making skills were not good. But in their opinion, whatever the reason, they still have a way to go. The poisonous wolf's poisoning methods are very clever, and the moment Chibo pours him tea, he puts the poison into the teapot. The poisonous wolf is not Leng Yuri's subordinate, but a notorious killer in the rivers and lakes. The person surnamedly who took the lead was also a killer in the rivers and lakes before, but later because he offended another more powerful killer in the rivers and lakes, it was Leng Yuri who spent money to save him, so he sold his net worth and life to Leng Yuri. He knew the poisonous wolf before, and knew that the other party was very powerful in using poison, and the poisonous wolf came to Linjiang City not long ago, and after the two met, they introduced the poisonous wolf to Second Master Leng. At that time, Leng Feng happened to leave Linjiang City, otherwise he would have poisoned Leng Feng in Linjiang City. This time, the person surnamedly took the lead for the sake of insurance, so he also invited the poisonous wolf. I thought it was a foolproof plan, but I didn't expect Leng Feng and them to enter the set, but to make a pot of tea by themselves. It was the second time that the poisonous wolf was poisoned, and Leng Feng and they didn't drink the rest of the tea. This made the person surnamedly, who had always been calm, unable to sit still, and he glanced at the three people, and the three people immediately understood the meaning. Then they stood up and walked over to the cold front. They all say that this tea is good, and our brothers want to taste it too. The three of them leaned over with their tea bowls as they spoke. When Leng Feng saw the three of them coming, he immediately signaled to the little beggar, hinting that he was ready to make a move. The little beggar's body moves outwards without a trace, widening the distance between her and Fluttershy. The two of them are so close that if they do it, they will most likely injure Fluttershy. These three people really didn't want to drink tea. They slowly approached Leng Feng's side with tea bowls, and in fact, they had formed a situation of encircling the little beggar. Wow! Suddenly, the three of them smashed the tea bowl in their hands at the little beggar, and at the same time they pulled out the weapons on their waists, and the two of them slashed at the little beggar with knives left and right, and the other slashed at Leng Feng's neck. This change is too sudden, and if you are unprepared, you will really be caught off guard by them. However, Leng Feng had already prepared, and the strength of these three people was not too strong, just ordinary practitioners. So there is no threat to Leng Feng at all, plus the other party doesn't know that he knows martial arts. This knife seems to be murderous, but it is destined to be useless. The kung fu of these three people is not very high, but since they are all killers, they are naturally more ruthless and lethal than ordinary martial artists. However, none of this can make up for the gap in strength. The little beggar is agile, and when these people draw their knives, he has already risen up. When the two knives fell, they only cut the stool where the little beggar had just sat into several pieces. The two killers also knew that the little beggar was not easy to deal with, and after they missed the knife, they immediately slashed at their sides. The little beggar dodged by again, and their knives were missing again. At this time, the killer's knife on Leng Feng's side also failed, but Leng Feng's body was not as flexible as the little beggar. To outsiders, he just threw the teapot on the table at the killer before he was able to dodge the knife. That's when Fluttershy screams. She was really frightened by this kind of scene. Even when she met bandits before, she was not so frightened. After all, the bandits didn't come for them that time. But this time it was different. These three killers came for their lives. Ah! Young master!
If you dare to kill the young master, I will fight with you. Fluttershy screams and rushes towards the killer. Don't go over. You're making a mess for you like this. Chai Bo grabs Fluttershy and takes her 2 steps back. Although Chai Bo didn't know Kung Fu, he was well informed and knew that they couldn't help in this situation, and if he rushed forward, it would be a burden. Of course, the most important thing is that he can see that the little beggar is extraordinary, and the young master seems to be able to do martial arts. This reminds him of what Leng Feng told him earlier: if something happens, let him take care of Fluttershy and try to stand in the back as much as possible. Do it! Some of the 8 merchants shouted, and then they all drew their weapons and rushed towards Leng Feng's side. But the poisonous wolf and the 2 middle-aged men still sat on the side and didn't move. They seemed to think that they didn't need to make a move, and the others could also deal with Leng Feng. At this moment, the little beggar and Leng Feng suddenly made a move, and they had been blindly dodging before. This made the other party feel that they could take them down if they worked harder, so the offensive became more and more fierce. However, just as the 8 people over there also drew their knives, the little beggar suddenly had a dagger in his hand, and then he turned around and came behind the 2. Seeing a flash of cold light, the 2 suddenly threw away the steel knife in their hands, covered their necks with their hands, and their eyes widened. Leng Feng's side also changed. Just when the killer slashed at Leng Feng, he didn't dodge like before, and took a step forward suddenly, crashing into the opponent's arms before the opponent's knife fell. Then, I saw that the killer was knocked out by Leng Feng, and at the same time, the sound of bones breaking came. Looking at the sunken chest of the man, the force of the impact can be imagined. This sudden change caught the 8 of them a little off guard, and their original intention was to cooperate with the 3 of them to kill Leng Feng and the little beggar. Unexpectedly, as soon as they made a move, the 3 were killed by Leng Feng and the little beggar. It seems that they still underestimated the little beggar in strength. Especially Leng Feng. I didn't expect to have such a hand. They didn't see how Leng Feng made a move, they only knew that Leng Feng's strength was amazing, otherwise it would be impossible to kill someone at once. Leng Feng's 12 heavenly gods and demon body forging divine skill is not only as simple as forging the body, but also a killing technique. However, due to his relatively short cultivation time, he has just stepped into the threshold and has not yet obtained special skills from this exercise, so he can only use his extreme physical strength to hit the opponent. However, due to Leng Feng's speed being fast enough, the other party is not a top master, and the result is that he is a light enemy, and when he is knocked out by Leng Feng, he still hasn't understood what is going on. The sudden outburst of Leng Feng and the little beggar was a matter of an instant, and after the others saw it clearly, everything was a foregone conclusion. Bah! With a dull sound of landing, the attacks of the others had already fallen on Leng Feng and the little beggar. If they didn't know that Leng Feng had martial arts before, then they would be fools if they couldn't see it now. Although Leng Feng's movements were not as agile as the little beggar's, and his moves were not subtle, the speed and power of Leng Feng's explosion when he hit someone just now definitely said everything. 3 people attacked the cold front, and 5 people attacked the little beggar, and the move went straight to the point. Although the 3 people who attacked Leng Feng made a move without reservation, their movements were very slow in Leng Feng's eyes, and even the hideous expressions on their faces looked a little stagnant. It's like slow motion in a movie, which makes Leng Feng feel indescribably weird. In fact, it was not that the other party's speed slowed down, but that Leng Feng's eyes reacted faster. After the breakthrough of the innate divine skill, the abilities of Leng Feng's body have also been improved. The 12 heavenly gods and demon forging divine skills had already increased his senses to several times that of ordinary people, and both his observation ability and reaction speed had surpassed his own realm. Under the combination of the 2, it is already greater than 1 + 1 and so on. Therefore, although Leng Feng doesn't know many martial arts moves now, he learned killing skills when he was in the special combat team in his previous life, and he is no worse than most martial arts in this world. Leng Feng's steps seem scattered. That's because people in this era don't know Tai Chi Quan, and naturally they don't know Leng Feng's seemingly soft steps, which are actually different. Leng Feng's body shook from side to side twice, and 3 weapons slid against his body. It seems that Leng Feng's dodge is very thrilling, but in fact, it is just Leng Feng's intention. After flashing the weapons of the 3 people, Leng Feng suddenly had a strangely shaped dagger in his hand, and he shot like lightning, and the dagger flashed with cold light and stabbed one of them in the chest. This is a life and death fight, not the time to hide your strength. Once you do it, you have to quickly solve the battle.
Leng Feng had experienced countless battles in his previous life, so he naturally understood this truth. And at this time, the situation on the little beggar's side was not optimistic, and he was almost injured as soon as he fought. It's not that the little beggar's strength is not good, but that there are masters among the 5 people on the other side. The strength of the other 4 people is about the same as the 2 who were killed by the little beggar before, and such an opponent is that there are a few more people, and there is no threat to the little beggar. But there was a master of the sword, and one of the swords in his hand was very elongated, lightning fast, and unusually tricky. That is, the little beggar is flexible, and if he is a person who is known for his strength like a mountain tiger, he may be stabbed by the other party with one move. But that's it, the little beggar is also forced to be in a hurry, and has no chance to deal with anyone else. The situation on the little beggar's side was seen by Leng Feng, and he also knew that it would not be good for his side if this situation dragged on. Only by surprising and quickly resolving the battle can you get out of this kill. Because the first 2 settlements were too smooth, Leng Feng had an illusion, and he thought that the people sent by the 2 uncles were just like that. I didn't expect a master to appear this time. Looking at this person's skills, even he was not sure that he would be able to defeat the other party. And there is also a one-eyed Taoist priest on the side who can shoot at any time. If the strength of that one-eyed Taoist priest is about the same as that sword master, then they are really dangerous today. After Leng Feng eliminated one person with one sword, he didn't stop at all, and slashed at the neck of the other person. Poof! As soon as the man's neck was cold, a deep wound appeared. At this time, the third person reacted, and his 2 companions had already been sent by Leng Feng to report to Lord Yama. He didn't dare to attack again, and immediately defended himself with his sword. However, Leng Feng didn't pay attention to the opponent's movements at all, and the dagger in his hand was still slashing towards the opponent's neck. Since the 3 of them were besieging Leng Feng just now, Leng Feng was very close to him at this time. The so-called 1 inch is long and 1 inch is strong, 1 inch is short and 1 inch is dangerous, and the dagger is dominant in this situation. As soon as the opponent's long sword was crossed across his chest, the dagger in Leng Feng's hand slashed past his neck at a tricky angle. From the fight to the time the 3 of them fell to the ground, it only took a breath before and after, and the battle on Leng Feng's side was over. This is not the fastest time that Leng Feng has ended the battle, but in this era, the duel with cold weapons is more exciting than the previous life. The battle on Leng Feng's side was resolved. He didn't stop, and immediately rushed towards the little beggar's side. At this time, the little beggar was forced to take the man's sword, and was shocked back several steps by the other party's sword. The other 4 seized the opportunity, and the swords in their hands all beckoned to him. The little beggar had to deal with the swordsman who followed him and the attack of the 4 men, and suddenly fell into a dangerous situation. "I'm here to help you." Leng Feng shouted loudly and quickly rushed towards the little beggar. Leng Feng's target was the master with the rapier. As long as he could stop him, the little beggar could take out the 4 in a short time. In this way, he and the little beggar joined forces, and there was hope that the master of the sword would remain. But just as Leng Feng pounced on that person, an alarm suddenly rose in his heart, and there was a feeling of being targeted by a poisonous snake. Not good. Leng Feng realized that a one-eyed Taoist priest had made a move. I saw that the one-eyed Taoist priest raised his robe with a fierce sleeve, and a canopy of darkness flew out of it, aiming directly at Leng Feng. The one-eyed Taoist priest's goal had always been Leng Feng, and the reason why he couldn't hold back and didn't make a move was just to wait for such an opportunity. Because Leng Feng quickly faced the thin sword master in order to relieve the little beggar, his back was exposed to the one-eyed Taoist priest. With the distance between the one-eyed Taoist and Leng Feng at this time, even if Leng Feng discovered his movements, there was no way to withdraw and dodge in time. Because at this time, it was not only the one-eyed Taoist's hidden weapon that could give Leng Feng a fatal blow, but also the thin sword master on the opposite side. It seems that this is their nirvana. That thin sword master is the person surnamedly who took the lead, and I have to say that this person's layout methods are still quite clever, and these killing machines can be said to be linked one by one. In the face of this nirvana, Leng Feng did not panic, and he did not expect this situation. He had long been wary of that one-eyed Taoist, although he didn't know what kind of means the other party would use to sneak attack him, but Leng Feng also had whole cards. He also has a set of hidden arrows in his left hand, and at this distance, no matter how high the opponent's kung fu is, the 3 arrow boxes in a set of hidden arrows are fired at the same time. 36 flying needle crossbow arrows can completely seal all the opponent's retreats, and the flying needles fired by the sleeve arrows are more domineering than the hidden weapon shot by the one-eyed Taoist. The thin sword master on the opposite side saw that the one-eyed Taoist priest had made a move, and he also shook the thin sword in his hand, stabbing at Leng Feng as fast as lightning. In their eyes, this situation is a nirvana. Even if Leng Feng hides it well, under their attack, it will be impossible to escape death. At this moment, a sudden change occurred, and I saw a flat pole flying across the air, sweeping in midair, and all the hidden weapons that the one-eyed Taoist priest had made were swept away. There are also some directly hit on the flat pole, which are dark black cow hair needles, which are quenched and highly poisonous at a glance. The owner of the flat burden was the woodcutter, and they were still drinking tea with a breezy face, and the bowl that Chai Bo had poured for him had only drunk half of it. Master! Seeing this scene, such a thought popped up in everyone's hearts. Because anyone with a little common sense knows that it is easy to launch a hidden weapon, and it is not difficult to dodge it if you are agile, but it is not something that ordinary people can do if they sweep off a large canopy of cow hair needles with a flat pole like a woodcutter. Everyone looked away, but they didn't expect that this inconspicuous woodcutter turned out to be a master. Fortunately, the woodcutter and the other party were not all the way, but helped Leng Feng at a critical moment. Although Leng Feng didn't know why the woodcutter was helping him, it was also a good opportunity for him. The person who fights against Leng Feng is worthy of being a veteran killer, and his psychological quality is definitely hard enough. The woodcutter's sudden attack did not affect his sword, and the thin sword still stabbed at Leng Feng as quickly as a poisonous snake out of a hole. People are playing wonderfully, let's better watch the show. The woodcutter shook the pole in his hand, and the few fine needles of cow hair that were shot on the pole fell to the ground, and then he took a sip of the tea bowl and said. The light in the one-eyed Taoist priest's one-eyed eye flickered a few times, and the hand hidden in the sleeve robe was secretly pinched, but he still couldn't resist the impulse. He understood what the woodcutter's hand just now meant, and he was definitely not the woodcutter's opponent. He's just a killer anyway. He's hired by people, but he doesn't do his life for people. Can kill Leng Feng, he takes the money with peace of mind, and if he can't kill Leng Feng, at most he will accept this order for nothing. It is said that killers are fierce, but some killers are also the most life-sparing. After all, they are all living a life of licking blood with knives, their eyes are not bright, and they absolutely cannot survive in various industries. Seeing that the woodcutter had helped him defuse the threat of the one-eyed Taoist, Leng Feng immediately changed his mind and did not launch the hidden arrow. But if there is no woodcutter's action, Leng Feng can only use the hidden arrow if he wants to resolve this situation. Rapier masters will definitely not be able to retreat when facing the hidden arrow, and even if they do not die, they will be injured. Because at this distance, unless you can be faster than the hidden arrow, you can only become a live target. This person is the person with the highest martial arts skills that Leng Feng has encountered since he crossed into this world, and he has a sense of joy when he sees the hunt, and he wants to verify his current strength. Of course, Leng Feng was not deliberately dying. He could feel that this person was stronger than himself, but it was not strong enough to crush him. In other words, as long as you are careful, the other party will not be able to hurt him in a short time. At this moment, the man's thin sword was already close to Leng Feng's chest, half a foot away. Leng Feng's body shook at a strange frequency, and the 12 heavenly gods and demon forging divine skill and innate divine skill were running at the same time, and Leng Feng felt that the other party's lightning-fast sword also became traceable in his eyes. He stepped on Tai Chi, his body flashed to the side, and the sword fell short. But in the next moment, the thin sword seemed to have eyes, and it slashed over with Leng Feng's body. Dang! The dagger in Leng Feng's hand collided with the opponent's thin sword, and then Feng Feng retreated separately. At this time, Leng Feng knew why the little beggar was forced to touch a sword by the other party as soon as he fought with the other party before. This person's sense of battle is too strong, and his reaction speed is too fast. Even Leng Feng had to make a hard move with the other party, which dissolved the continuous slashing of that sword. However, Leng Feng's strength and staying power are stronger than the little beggar. When the little beggar and the other party collided with each other before, the other party's body only shook in place, and the little beggar was forced to retreat a few steps. But Leng Feng is different. It is also a tough one, but both sides have taken 3 steps back, and the two sides are evenly matched in terms of strength. The man's eyes narrowed, and his gaze became more serious when he looked at Leng Feng. He didn't expect Leng Feng to be so strong, and their intelligence hadn't investigated this at all before. The original plan seemed to be variable, and the biggest surprise was that Leng Feng hid too deeply, which caught them off guard. More critically, there is also an uncertain factor, which is that the appearance of the woodcutter disrupts the plan. If there is no woodcutter, even if Leng Feng hides his strength, he and the poisonous wolf will be able to solve Leng Feng with the certainty that he will be able to solve it. Of course, this is just his wishful thinking, and Leng Feng is not without means to deal with him. Just as Leng Feng and the leader surnamed Li were retreating, the little beggar had already launched a counterattack. One of the 4 killers who besieged him had already been eliminated by him, and since there was no suppression by the person surnamed Li who took the lead, those 4 people were no match for the little beggar at all. After killing one of them, half of the courage of the remaining 3 people immediately disappeared, and they did not have the momentum of besieging the little beggar before. They were about to retreat in a flash, but the little beggar could not let them go so easily. How cool it was to rush before, how embarrassed it is to retreat now, and it is the turn of the little beggar to chase them after them with a dagger in hand. The 3 of them weren't stupid, and they knew that the 3 of them together weren't the same as little beggars. Only by running to the poisonous wolf can there be a glimmer of opportunity. Sure enough, when they rushed to the side of the poisonous wolf did not move, but the 2 middle-aged men beside him did. The weapons of these 2 men were peculiar, as if they had a handle attached to the ring, and the ring was surrounded by a circle of sharp blades. People who use this kind of Chiman weapon generally have special abilities, and they are not familiar with the characteristics of this weapon, and it is difficult to deal with it once they fight with the other party. If it hadn't been for the sudden action of these 2 men, the little beggar should have eliminated the 3 killers in a matter of turns. However, these 2 men who used Chiman weapons really had 2 brushes, and their strength was obviously much stronger than other killers. Moreover, these 2 people still used the technique of combined attacks, and the power of the moves is even greater. If they fought alone, each of them would not be able to go through 30 moves in the hands of the little beggar, but when the 2 of them joined forces, even the little beggar would not be able to do anything to the 2 of them for a while. The woodcutter didn't react to the 2 joining the warband, and was still drinking tea slowly, as if he couldn't finish the bowl of tea. However, the one-eyed Taoist priest did not dare to move. He could feel that the woodcutter's momentum had locked him. As long as he dared to move, then he would definitely be hit by a strong blow from the other party. Now the key to deciding the outcome is still to look at Leng Feng and the person surnamed Li who takes the lead. As long as the 2 of them divide the winner, then the remaining side will definitely lose. Leng Feng had a full view of the situation on the field, and he also understood the current situation. However, for Leng Feng, he feels that this kind of scene is still beneficial to his side. Both sides miscalculated the strength of the other party, and if there was no woodcutter to appear, the pressure on Leng Feng's side should be very great. But no one thought of the woodcutter's accident. Whether it was Leng Feng or the killer's side, they didn't know the woodcutter. Even Leng Feng didn't understand why this woodcutter wanted to help them. Was it because of the previous bowl of tea? This reason is that Leng Feng himself doesn't believe it, but this is a good thing for him. Someone stopped the one-eyed Taoist priest for him, and he can fight with this sword master with confidence. Although the little beggar was a pair of 5, it did not fall into disadvantage, but it was impossible to tell the winner for a while. Leng Feng shook the saber in his hand and subconsciously licked the corners of his mouth. This action is still a habit he developed in his previous life as the king of special forces, and whenever he encounters danger or challenging tasks, he will make this action. This is the first time Leng Feng has made this action after crossing over to Leng Dashao. Aren't you going to kill me? Then show your true skills, or I may be killed. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. We all misjudged you. In the next moment, Leng Feng and the person surnamed Li almost moved, and the speed of both of them was extremely fast. The speed of the person surnamed Li is pure speed, simple and direct, and the efficiency is extremely high, which is the most instinctive reaction as a killer. In addition to the speed of the cold front also has a very wonderful feeling, which often seems random, but in essence, every step is stepped on the node. This time, both sides of the fight were mainly fast, and dozens of moves were exchanged in just one breath. Since the strength of the 2 masters is not much different, there is no possibility that one side will deliberately avoid it. In fact, for the killer, this kind of engagement is not good for him, and what they are best at is ready to attack and kill with one blow. Once the time drags on, the little beggar will have his hands free. Not only will the mission fail, but he may also fold here. So the killer wants to settle the battle quickly, and this move becomes more and more powerful. The more Leng Feng hit, the smoother he felt, and he felt that the strength in his body was endless, and he didn't feel tired at all. And his opponent is becoming more and more frightened, although his strength is not weaker than Leng Feng, but after a long time, he has a feeling of powerlessness. This is the beauty of the innate divine skill. Under the same realm, a person who cultivates the innate divine skill can consume several opponents. Wang Laolu, go and control those two. Seeing that Leng Feng was putting more and more pressure on him, the thin swordmaster who was fighting against Leng Feng knew that it would definitely not work like this. If you continue to consume it, let alone whether you can slash Leng Feng under the sword, you will be consumed to death by Leng Feng. Hearing the man shout, among the killers who were surrounding the beggars, an obscene-looking man immediately rushed towards Fluttershy. In this case, it is very unrealistic for them to take down the cold front. The only way to do this is to catch Fluttershy and Chai Bo and use them to blackmail cold front. Even if Leng Feng didn't care about the safety of the two, as long as he could distract Leng Feng, it would be an opportunity. For killers, what they are best at is seizing this opportunity and then delivering a fatal blow to the other party. Fluttershy screams in fright when she sees the lewd-looking man lunging towards her. But the next moment, she closed her mouth again. Fluttershy is scared, but she knows she can't affect the young master at this time. Ah! Little beauty, uncle is here. Not only does the man look obscene, but he also behaves obscenely, reaching out to Fluttershy as he speaks. Fluttershy calms down, and there's no more confusion on her face. Just as the man's hand reaches out in front of her, Fluttershy suddenly raises her right hand, then bends her wrist, and a dozen cold rays disappear. Get out! Now it was the killer's turn to scream. He covered his face with his hands, and fell backwards quite straight. Ah! The instantaneous mutation made many people wonder. They don't understand why the killer suddenly fell. Could this little girl not be able to do anything? Except for Leng Feng and the others who knew what was going on, the woodcutter's eyes flashed, and he looked at Fluttershy's right hand with some surprise. He saw a dozen thin arrows fly from Fluttershy's right wrist, but the girl didn't use her own strength, so how did the arrows fly? Obviously, the little girl has a mechanism hidden in her right wrist. Even the woodcutter is surprised, as he can sense that the mechanism in Fluttershy's right hand is very powerful, and that he is in the position of the killer and will catch the road if he is not careful. Kill! As the killer pounces on Fluttershy, the sword in the lead of the man surnamed Li strikes at Leng Feng again. He doesn't even think that his men will be killed by Fluttershy, and when he hears Fluttershy scream, he thinks the plan has succeeded. In his expectation, Leng Feng's mind should be drawn to Fluttershy's side. No matter what choice Leng Feng makes, he will be affected subconsciously. If Cold Front rushes over to save Fluttershy, Cold Front's back will be exposed to him. If Leng Feng chooses to let it go, he will definitely have some thoughts in his heart, and this is also a great opportunity for him to attack. Under this calculation, the person surnamed Li chose to take the lead as soon as possible. But as soon as the sword move was used, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the scene when the killer fell. The sudden accident made him feel a bad feeling. But at this time, there is no room for turn. This sword is his full blow. If he changes his sword move, then he will definitely be counterattacked by the sword move. With a twist of his heart, the last trace of potential burst out again, and the thin sword was buzzed by him, and plum blossoms flashed on the tip of the sword. Suddenly, Leng Feng's entire body was locked by the sword blade. The leader surnamed Li is very confident, and even if something happens to Fluttershy, Leng Feng will not be able to escape with his move. This is his strongest sword move. Relying on this move, he has killed several masters of the same realm as him. But the next moment, he suddenly noticed a strange smile on Leng Feng's face, and then Leng Feng's left hand waved, and several cold stars rushed towards him. A violent sense of crisis rose to his heart, and his instinctive instinct told him that these cold rays could kill him. At this time, there is no time for him to think about it much. Everything depends on instinctive reactions, and life and death are just a thought. His sword, soon. But the cold rays that flew out of Leng Feng's hands were faster. However, the person surnamed Li is worthy of being a veteran killer in the rivers and lakes, and his psychological quality is really strong enough. He gritted his teeth, and the thin sword in his hand still did not change direction, and stabbed at Leng Feng as a chest. The ruthlessness of the killer is vividly expressed at this moment. This kind of fighting style that ends up together is the most headache, which is also the reason why there are taboo killers in the rivers and lakes. But at this time, Leng Feng's face did not change, his eyes were firm, and the saber in his hand was held tighter. He knew that at this distance, he could maximize the power of the hidden arrow, but he also had to meet the counterattack of the other party before he died. After launching the hidden arrow, Leng Feng did not take the opportunity to retreat. Instead, he stared at the thin sword in the opponent's hand, and also raised the saber in his hand. Poof, poof, poof. A series of sharp weapons into the flesh. The man snorted, and withstood a dozen sleeve arrows with his body only shook slightly, and his momentum was still undiminished. Bite. The killing sword stopped in front of Leng Feng, and his thin sword was slashed into the sword body by Leng Feng's saber, and the sword flowers disappeared in an instant. Along with the sword flower, there was also half of the tip of the sword, and the powerful sword was not only blocked by Leng Feng, but also cut in two by him. What kind of secret weapon is this? The glint in the eyes of the leader begins to fade, and he already understands why the killer who pounced on Fluttershy just now has fallen. It turned out that, like him, he was hit by this kind of secret weapon. As a killer, he naturally knows all kinds of hidden weapons, but he has never seen this kind of secret weapon of Leng Feng. It is the legendary Tangman's top secret weapon, the Rainstorm Pear Flower Needle, and it is not so secretive. A secret weapon that can kill you. Leng Feng didn't answer him, but said lightly. The person surnamedly showed a wry smile when he heard this, and before he lost his breath, he muttered to himself, the second master still miscalculated after all, and the agency was too clever to mistake Qingqing's life. After the last syllable was finished, the man died of rage. Facing Leng Feng's hidden arrow before, he didn't choose to dodge, of course, even if he dodged, he couldn't completely avoid it. At such a close distance, with the powerful penetrating power of the hidden arrow, ordinary flesh and blood could not stop it at all. Leng Feng fired a total of 2 rounds of hidden arrows, and all of the 24 needle crossbows hit the target, and a few of them shot directly above the vital point. That is, his fighting instinct is too strong. If it is an ordinary martial artist of the same realm, he will be shot to death directly, and it is difficult to deliver a lower blow before death. After the other party fell to the ground, Leng Feng didn't pause, and directly turned around and pounced on the people who were fighting with the little beggar. Because the change came so suddenly, no one expected Cold Front and Fluttershy to have such a weapon in their hands. So, when the Cold Front rushed over, they didn't understand what was going on. Of course, the Cold Front will not give them this opportunity. Swish! The cold light flashed, and before a killer could react, he had been killed by Leng Feng's knife. Withdraw! The one-eyed Taoist priest suddenly got up and rushed out to the side. This Taoist priest's speed was very fast, and the person was already more than 10 meters away when the voice came. The 2 middle-aged men with special weapons, when they saw that the one-eyed Taoist priest had retreated, they also made a false move, and then jumped out of the battle circle and fled. As soon as these 2 people ran, the remaining killers were solved by Leng Feng and the little beggar with 1 move. When the woodcutter saw the one-eyed Taoist priest and the 2 middle-aged men fleeing, he did not stop him, but drank the remaining tea in the bowl in 1 gulp, and then picked up the flat shoulder and turned away. As soon as Leng Feng saw the 3 people fleeing, he immediately wanted to chase after them. Be careful, don't chase the poor crown. The woodcutter seemed to know what Leng Feng was going to do, and said without looking back. Leng Feng was stunned when he heard this. He glanced at the little beggar, and then said to the woodcutter, "Thank you seniors for your kindness before, and please stay with your seniors, so that the kid can thank you for 1 or 2. No need, meeting is fate. If there is fate in the future, we will meet again." The woodcutter said, and then walked away in style. Stretch, stretch, stretch. The sound of several bowstrings trembling came in a row, and the little beggar was reminded by Leng Feng, and then remembered the special repeater that Leng Feng had given him before. When the other party was fighting before, because they were all close combat, they never had the opportunity to use special repeaters, but now that these 3 people have escaped, they can just use special repeaters. The little beggar fired his repeater very quickly, and almost instantaneously shot the crossbow arrows of a receiver. Immediately after 2 screams in succession, the 2 men who used special weapons were both shots. The arrows of the special repeater are much more powerful than the hidden arrow, and they are extremely penetrating. Even if the part of the shot is not critical, it can still inflict great damage on the enemy. Ah! But it's a pity that the one-eyed Taoist priest has already run 100 meters away, and although the special repeater crossbow also has a certain lethality at this distance, it is difficult to shoot him with the skills of the one-eyed Taoist priest. Coupled with the cunning and cautious nature of the one-eyed Taoist, even in the process of escaping, he did not give up his observation of Leng Feng's side. And the reminder of this guy's retreat when he ran away just now also left a mind, that is, to let the two men who used special weapons attract some attention for him. Sure enough, his plan succeeded, and the man who used the special weapon was hit by an arrow. As the two men attracted some of the crossbow arrows, the one-eyed Taoist escaped the catastrophe. No need to chase. The little beggar saw that the one-eyed Taoist priest had already rushed to the hill, and he was about to catch up with the repeater with his crossbow, but Leng Feng hurriedly stopped him. "Let this man run away, it's a scourge after all," the little beggar said. Leng Feng looked in the direction where the one-eyed Taoist priest had fled, and saw that the guy had already run to the top of the hill, and disappeared on the other side of the hill in the blink of an eye. If you escape, let him escape. If he wants revenge, there's still a chance to clean him up. The endgame here needs to be dealt with, otherwise it will be a problem after all. Leng Feng looked around and found that after the battle just now, this place had been destroyed in a mess. However, fortunately, the main body of the tea house was not damaged, but some tables, chairs, benches and other objects were seriously damaged. Okay. The little beggar put away his repeater and folded it carefully. At this time, he really realized the power of the repeater. There was no specific goal when he practiced before, and now the combat exploits of this repeater made him feel that this is really a good baby. The two men who used special weapons made him very aggrieved in the previous battle. Obviously his martial arts were higher than the other party, but under the combined attack of those two, he couldn't take any advantage. Now it's okay, just kill them with a repeater. Leng Feng looked at the little beggar's cherished appearance of the repeater, and couldn't help but smile. He can understand the mood of the little beggar, and seeing the joy of hunting can also be said to be a kind of performance that has not seen the world. The design of the special repeater is beyond the level of this era, and the alloy materials used are not available before this era. That is, Leng Feng, the king of special forces from modern society, will be in love with the special crossbow in this era. "Master, Fluttershy has killed someone." At this time, Leng Feng heard Fluttershy's trembling voice, but fortunately, the little girl was not too good to cry and scream. "It's okay, you're killing a bad guy. If you don't kill him, he'll kill you." Leng Feng patted the little girl's shoulder and said. He knows that this kind of thing is a hurdle for whoever it is placed on. I think that when he was on a mission as a special soldier, he was also very uncomfortable with the first killing, and it was only after he experienced more that he became numb. The little girl can have this kind of performance, which is already very unexpected for him. "Young master, I didn't expect you to be so powerful." Chai Bo also came over and said. During the previous battle, they also saw Leng Feng's performance, but in order not to affect Leng Feng, Chai Bo never made a move. Even when the killer pounced on them before, he was even ready to fight to the death, and he didn't make a sound. "Chai Bo, do you want to ask, why am I so powerful?" Leng Feng said. It's not just Chaber who wants to know this question as Fluttershy. So after they heard Leng Feng say this, they all looked at him, and even the little beggar who was wiping the repeater stopped his movements and pricked up his ears. When I was still studying at Linjiang Academy, one day I picked up an old man who had fallen on the street. I didn't know that the old man was a master in the world, and when he saw that I was kind-hearted, he taught me a piece of paper martial arts. He also said that young Master Ben's bones are amazing, and the task of saving the world in the future will be handed over to me. The origin of Leng Feng's martial arts is not easy to explain at all. It just so happened that he thought of a routine in a movie in his previous life, so he talked nonsense. Naturally, Chai Bo and the little beggar don't believe Leng Feng's words, but Fluttershy does. Because of what Leng Feng said, she really didn't seem to be impressed. When Leng Dasha was studying in Linjiang Academy, he really helped up an old man who fell down on the street, and the old man seemed to have really praised Leng Feng at that time. But since a long time had passed, she didn't know what the old man had said at that time. Sure enough, good people have good rewards. But I didn't expect that the old man who was supported by the young master back then was still a master of the world. Fluttershy says excitedly. When Chai Bo and the little beggar hear Fluttershy say that Lang Dashao did help such an old man back then, it makes them doubt what they just thought. Could it be that what Lang Dashao said is true? Even Leng Feng thought it was funny, although he had obtained all the memories of Lang Dashao, he really didn't think about it. This remark is simply a joke. Fluttershy helps him find a reason, and it sounds like that. Leng Feng smiled and didn't say anything more about it. It was Leng Feng's behavior that made the other three feel more and more that what Leng Feng said was true. Young master, did you also give you this sleeve arrow from the old man? Is this a thing, to be able to create this kind of thing? Ahu and his master have a lot of credit. Leng Feng's words are true. If there is no Ahu and his master, Leng Feng can design the drawings, and it is impossible to create these two kinds of crossbow arrows in a short period of time. I know, some time ago, the young master and brother Ahu stayed in Grandpa Ouyang's blacksmith shop all day. It turns out that you are building this. Fluttershy touches the hidden arrow in her right hand. When the little beggar hears Fluttershy say this, he finally learns the origin of the special repeater, which was originally created by Leng Feng and others. This made him feel that the mysterious aura on Leng Feng's body was one more point. After a few words, Fluttershy emerges from the scare of the killing. This is because Fluttershy's nerves are stronger, and because the environment of this era has a great influence on people. In the social turmoil in the last years of the Southern Song Dynasty, sword soldiers were often seen, and most people were not so unfamiliar with murder. When I was in Lotus Town before, a single bandit robbery caused hundreds of deaths. This is something that Leng Feng didn't expect. He just deliberately said so much to Fluttershy, just to deflect her horror about her first murder. It's not a good place to stay for long. Dispose of the bodies of these killers quickly. We need to get out of here quickly. At this time, Chai Bo said. This time, a total of 14 people were set up to intercept and kill Leng Feng, and only one one-eyed Taoist priest escaped, and the other 13 people all left their lives here. It was in the chaotic era of the last years of the Southern Song Dynasty that so many people died at once. If the government knew about it, then it would not be resigned. However, there is also a good thing about this era, that is, the people do not hold officials accountable. As long as the bodies of these people are disposed of, the government will not care. And these people are all killers, their identities are not visible, and no one will report to the police for this. The young couple in the tea house hated these killers to the core, and when they saw Leng Feng and they solved these killers, they were naturally grateful. When the battle happened just now, the couple were so frightened that they hid in the pantry and didn't dare to come out, and they didn't know what was happening outside. It wasn't until Chai called them out that he knew what had happened. Knowing that these killers controlled their family, Leng Feng didn't blame them. Because they escaped from a one-eyed Taoist priest, and were afraid that the one-eyed Taoist priest would kill their family, Shaoguli and his wife hurriedly ran home to check the situation. In fact, they didn't have to worry at all. The one-eyed Taoist priest was already frightened, and he wanted to be thousands of miles away, so he fled from the hill and ran to the north. In his opinion, Leng Feng and the little beggar both have the strength to kill him, especially the kind of secret weapon launched by Leng Feng and the little beggar, which makes him even more frightened. The one-eyed Taoist priest is also an expert in playing with hidden weapons, and he can see at a glance that his hidden weapons are far less powerful than Leng Feng and the little beggar. It's a good thing that he ran fast, otherwise he would have to be here. It took Leng Feng and the others an hour to drag the 13 corpses to the hill and bury them. After disposing of these corpses, Leng Feng and the 4 of them began to set foot on the road back to Linjiang City again. The next few days were calm and there were no more troubles. 5 days later, Leng Feng and his party of 4 had approached Linjiang City. This back and forth is about half a month. In fact, most of the time is spent on the road, which makes Leng Feng feel that it is really inconvenient to go out in this era. If it were a modern society, it might not take half a day to travel. Of course, Leng Feng also understands that this is the limitation of the times, and even he, a traverser, cannot change the status quo. At this time, in Linjiang City, the atmosphere in Leng Yiri's living room was tense, and there were several broken porcelain cups on the ground. Second Master Leng and Third Master Leng sat opposite each other. Their faces were ugly, and Second Master Leng was even more angry that his chest rose and fell violently. The shit's thin sword kills the ghost, and the poisonous wolf has no life. It's all fucking rice buckets, and they can't even deal with a yellow-haired child. Second brother, you are angry. Now that the situation is like this, we have to find a way. Second Master Leng had just heard the news, and this time he was very angry, and directly made him lose his square inch. On the contrary, Leng San, who has always been reckless, seemed calmer, and in turn persuaded Leng Eri. I spent so much money to save him from the Ghost Gate, I didn't expect it to be so useless at the critical moment. Second Master Leng said hatefully again, and then picked up the teacup on the table again and poured himself a cup of tea. In terms of chi cultivation, Leng Eri is far better than Leng San, but several consecutive failures have made him feel a stronger and stronger sense of crisis. Especially this time, the person surnamedly has taken out all the people who are doing secret work under him. Not only the mission has not been completed, but the whole army has been wiped out. Second Master Leng also let go of cruel words before, saying that if they completed the task, then they would not have to come back. But after all, that is cruel words. If they fail to complete the task, at most they will be punished, and Second Master Leng is reluctant to give up the team he has cultivated with great difficulty. These people are a force that Leng Eri has only established after many years of operation, and if there is no such group of people, he will not be able to complete many things that he can't see so smoothly. Now Second Master Leng is not only thinking about the failure of assassinating Leng Feng, but also about how to build such a force again. However, he is only a rich man in Linjiang City, and most of his circles are also in Linjiang City, so it is not easy to get in touch with powerful people. And he won't trust ordinary people. After all, he needs not only powerful people, but also people who are loyal enough to him and can do some shady things for him. We have no other way now but to cooperate with Hall Master Huang. Second Master Leng took a sip of tea and said, Second brother, do you have to add up this matter again? The one surnamed Huang is a white-eyed wolf who can't be fed, and we have paid a lot of price for our previous cooperation with him. When Third Master Leng heard Second Master Leng say that he wanted to cooperate with Hall Master Huang, he immediately reminded him. I know all of this, but now we can't help it, right? If Leng Feng lives safely until the day of his crowning, do you say that we will hand over these properties and return to the old days of being a busy shopkeeper? Second Master Leng said with a gloomy face. Of course not. We now have dozens of shops in our hands, and we are in charge of the industry of hundreds of people. Whoever wants to rob us of our wealth must fight with him. Leng San immediately said with a fierce face. That's it, as the saying goes, you can't bear the wolf if you can't bear the child. As long as we promise heavy profits, with the greedy character of the Yellow Hall Master, we will definitely get this done. After calming down, Second Master Leng began to spin rapidly. Second Master Leng just wanted to use Hall Master Huang at first, but later he found that Hall Master Huang was too greedy for money and had a feeling of not being able to feed himself, so he let others do it himself. He regretted it a little now. If he was willing to pay the price and entrust this matter to the Huang Hall Master, the group of people under his command would not all be lost. Third child, you personally go on a trip and invite the Huang Hall Master. In the end, Second Master Leng still decided to make a deal with Huang Tang Master. At this time, Leng Feng had already walked into Linjiang City, and after half a month of parting, he really had a feeling of returning to his hometown. Of course, this is also the first sense of belonging after Leng Crossing, and he has found his place in this era. Linjiang City, I'm back. The glory of this era will begin here. Leng Feng looked at the Linjiang City in front of him, and the streets were still as crowded as before. However, compared to Jiankang Mansion, the scale here is much smaller. Of course, there are also advantages that Jiankang Mansion does not have, that is, the people here live a relatively leisurely life. Entering Linjiang City, Leng Feng did not stop, and went straight through the city and returned to Hongshan Villa. The young master is back. As soon as I entered the junction of the villa, someone shouted loudly. Those were Leng Feng's two aunts, and they had been taking turns keeping watch at the intersection in the last few days. According to the normal time, Leng Feng will come back in these days, and sure enough, after waiting for 3 days, they saw the figure of Leng Feng and his party. Third aunt. Fourth aunt. Leng Feng also saw the two aunts and immediately stepped forward to say hello. Young Master Feng has become more handsome when he goes out this time, presumably the eldest sister will definitely be happy to see it. The fourth aunt pulled Leng Feng and said, Let my mother and aunts worry. Leng Feng said with a smile. Seeing this scene, Leng Feng's heart flowed with an inexplicable sourness. On this trip to Jiankang Mansion, Leng Feng finally truly substituted himself into the role of Leng Dashao. When Leng Feng returned to the Leng family's compound in Hongshanzuan, Lang Li had already received the news of his return, and was waiting at home with his family at this time. After seeing Leng Feng, Leng Li's eyes were slightly red, and tears flashed faintly in his eyes. "Fenger, come over and let my mother take a look." Lang Li beckoned as soon as he saw Leng Feng and said. When Leng Feng saw this scene, his eyes couldn't help but be sour, which made him think of his parents in another world. "I don't know how they are now, if they have recovered from the grief of losing their son. Fenger has seen her mother." Leng Feng bowed to Lang Li. "Okay, my son has grown up." Lang Li took Leng Feng's hand, his eyes full of pampering. In Leng Feng's memory, Lang Li has always had this unprincipled love for Leng Dashao, and now he finally feels it personally. But this feeling is really good. After all, this feeling of being pampered is what everyone wants to have. Leng Feng told Lang Li the results of his trip to Jiankang Mansion. Of course, he didn't say anything about the things he encountered on the road, and at the same time explained to others, so he kept silent about it. When Lang Li heard that Huang Mingli agreed to help, he was still a little regretful while being happy. Alas, it's a pity that this family business, if you can marry the Huang family, it will be better for Fenger. Leng Feng just smiled when he heard this, and didn't say anything more. Before, he thought that he would retire if he retired from this family business. He and Miss Huang had never met, and he didn't know what kind of person the other party was. However, during this trip to Jiankang Mansion, he met Huang Shishir, and his mind changed. However, he also knows that the concept of being the right person in this era is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and with the current situation of his family, it is tantamount to a fool's dream to marry the Huang family. Therefore, development is the last word. Leng Feng gave the gadgets he brought back from Jiankang Mansion to several younger sisters, and they were no longer as afraid of Leng Feng as before. Maybe this is the nature of children. No matter what era it is, Leng Feng used to like to tease them, but now they can feel kindness from Leng Feng, and naturally they are no longer afraid of him. "Little cicada, do you miss your brother?" Leng Feng picked up Leng Cicada and said with his fingers to flick the little girl's nose. Leng Chana was frightened by his move, although she was Leng Feng's own sister, but Leng Dashao was not serious in the past, and Leng Chana was not less teased by him. Now that Leng Feng was holding her in his arms, Leng Chana thought that Leng Feng was still going to tease her as before. The little girl's face was ugly, and she almost cried. But seeing Leng Feng's smiling eyes, the little girl suddenly felt that this brother was not so scary. "Yes," the little girl said crisply. Leng Feng laughed, put the little girl down, touched her little head, and then let her and the other sisters play. Lang Li also smiled with satisfaction when he saw Leng Feng's actions. At this moment, she felt that Leng Feng had really grown up, and Leng Dashao had never acted like this before. Then, Leng Feng introduced the little beggar to the rest of the Leng family, and everyone welcomed the arrival of the little beggar, and did not look down on him because he was dressed as a beggar. This made the little beggar's eyes moisten a little, although his status in the beggar gang was not low, but after all, he was also a beggar. Growing up, the little beggar has seen too many people's white eyes. The performance of the Leng family moved him very much, and at the same time he also experienced the warmth and happiness of the big family. It was a time of calm and everything had come to an end for the time being. There is still a period of time before entering the capital and facing the saint, and a group of killers have been eliminated on the way back, so presumably those people will be quieter recently. Leng Feng decided to stay quiet for a while, improve his strength a little more, and then formulate a set of development plans. Except for a few people in the Leng family compound in the entire Hongshan villa, no one knew what Leng Feng was doing in Jiankang Mansion. And everyone's impression of Leng Feng is still at the cognitive level of Leng Dashao, and they are not surprised that Leng Dashao suddenly went out. After all, Leng Dashao has done a lot of amazing things before. However, the butterfly effect caused by Leng Feng's outing this time has just begun, and the first to be affected are his two uncles. At this time, they no longer had the ability to directly deal with Leng Feng, so they had to promise heavy profits to the Huang Ho master, so that the other party agreed to take over the job. Leng Feng didn't know that there was still a wave of forces in Linjiang City and the Yellow Hall Master, so the plan would never catch up with the changes, because what you could see was not necessarily everything. Leng Feng thought that he could live a peaceful life for a while, but it seemed that he still fought too much. However, Leng Feng didn't know about it now, and not long after returning home, Ahu rushed to find him and brought him good news, that is, the drawings that Leng Feng handed over to him before leaving, and the parts on them had been created by him. In the past 10 days, Ahu has been concentrating on this matter, because it is the first time to contact this kind of thing, and these parts designed by Leng Feng are relatively peculiar. Ahu has no experience in this area. But after a few attempts, he became familiar with building all kinds of parts. And Ahu has not only built one set, but also several sets of each part. This is also the original alternation of Leng Feng. First, he was afraid that Ahu's experience would not be good, so he asked him to build a few more sets to improve his proficiency. The second is that this kind of thing will be mass-produced in the future, and it is definitely not possible to count on Ahu. Let him improve his experience now, and he can form a professional team in the future to imitate the assembly line operation in his previous life. Ahu is responsible for training artisans, each of whom builds a specific type of part, and then assembles the parts. This is what Leng Feng thought of when he handed over the design drawings to Ahu. After all, there are no machine tools and industrial automation in this era, and everything has to be completed by manpower. Skilled craftsmen take a long time to train, but if you only focus on the creation of a certain type of part, then you only need some blacksmith skills to do it. Great, Ahu, you've helped me a lot. When Leng Feng saw the parts that Ahu had created, he was very happy. Even he didn't expect that in this situation where there are not many modern tools, who would be able to create these parts, and 9 times out of 10 they are qualified. Revolvers and Mauser pistols were placed in the era of modern industrialization at a very high level, that is, they belonged to primitive firearms, and there was not much technical content to speak of. But in this era, it is definitely above the ceiling. Ahu saw that Leng Feng had assembled 2 strange-shaped things in such a short period of time, and the more he looked at it, the more he didn't understand what this thing was for. Therefore, he did not answer Leng Feng's question, but showed a very puzzled look. This is the power of new things, and many people are either curious or confused when they face it. If the 2 bows and crossbows that Leng Feng asked him to build before could still be within his comprehension, then these 2 pistols were completely incomprehensible to him. Although these 2 pistols also have a black hole muzzle, Ahu can guess that this hole is used to fire hidden weapons, but he does not understand how this hidden weapon is fired. The kind of bow and crossbow that Leng Feng had built before had powerful machine springs, but these 2 things didn't have that kind of spring at all. The kind of parts that Leng Feng called a spring inside, he had also tried. The force of that kind of spring was very small, and if he relied on it to launch a hidden weapon, he could shoot a needle at most a dozen steps away. This kind of powerful secret weapon, it takes so much effort to build, it is too much to gain and lose. This is a good thing. The 2 kinds of bows and crossbows before came to him and he was a younger brother. Leng Feng said as he stroked a pistol with one hand. Although Ahu didn't understand what Leng Feng meant by his younger brother, he also knew what Leng Feng meant by his words. The more this happened, the more he felt as if he had been scratched by a cat. You can give it a try. Leng Feng didn't seem to see Ahu's doubts, but beckoned to him, motioning Ahu to assemble the gun in his way. In fact, Ahu's doubts had long been seen by Leng Feng, and he deliberately did not tell Ahu the reason. Because this is not something that can be said clearly in a few words. In Leng Feng's opinion, Ahu only needs to master how to build these parts. This is not to say that Leng Feng does not trust Ahu, but that he has a specialization in the art industry, and Ahu does not need to understand the principle, as long as he knows how to do it. It's like a sharpshooter, you just need to get the gun right, and at most you can learn a little bit about how to maintain it. If Leng Feng hadn't graduated from the National Defense and Military Industry University in his previous life, he wouldn't have known so much about firearms. Although Ahu looks naive, as long as these things are involved, he can get started after reading them once. At first, he was not proficient in assembling a pistol, but after assembling 3 guns, he was able to quickly assemble a pistol. Not bad. Leng Feng saw that Ahu had mastered the skill of assembling guns, and couldn't help but nod in praise. Ahu scratched his head and said, "Young master, this kind of thing feels really good. I call this thing a revolver." Leng Feng took a big revolver and said. Then he took a Mauser pistol and said, "This is called a shell gun, of course you can also call him Wang Banatzi." Although these 2 pistols were borrowed from foreigners by Leng Feng, it was the first time he presented them in this era, and they had also undergone some improvements by him, so he would not use the original name. It's his territory, and of course it's up to him. Guns. When Ahu heard Leng Feng call these two things guns, he felt very incomprehensible, because this thing had nothing to do with the guns he understood. If it's a gun, where is the tip of the gun? Is there such a strange gun in this world? Looking at Ahu's two big heads, Leng Feng couldn't help but laugh. This gun is different from the kind of gun you think, and it needs to be equipped with special bullets to exert its power. If there are no bullets, it is not as good as a burning stick. Bullets, what's that? Ahu got the true inheritance of Old Man Ouyang, and there really wasn't a weapon he didn't know. But what Leng Feng said now, how could he understand it at all, which made him wonder if he had really learned the true inheritance of his master. That's it. Leng Feng took out a drawing. These are the two specifications of bullets that have been designed before. One is the bullet of the large revolver, and the other is the bullet of the barge gun. The reason why he didn't give Ahu the design of the bullet before was that he was not sure whether Ahu could create the parts of those two guns. Now it seems that he still underestimated Ahu's talent and ability in forging. This is a bullet. Ahu understood the design on the drawings at a glance. After all, bullets are much simpler than firearms. It's not that hard to build, but it's not necessarily fast, because some details have to be polished slowly. For example, these depressions, as well as the requirements for smoothness, are all a delicate job. Ahu said. It's not a difficult task, just prepare some clean fine sand, put it in a barrel that can be turned, and then put the rough billet in it to have the effect of automatic sanding. Leng Feng said. This approach has long been obsolete in the era of industrialization, but it is the best way to improve efficiency in this era. Ahu's eyes lit up immediately when he heard this. He felt that Leng Feng's proposal was very good, and he was also inspired by it. Young master, if you put some water or incense ash in the sand, can you polish more delicate objects? Also, the shell of this bullet is a monolithic structure, and this kind of thing is too laborious to be forged by hand, so if you want to create this bullet quickly and well, I think you can use a special model to forge it. Leng Feng didn't expect that Ahu still had this kind of insight, and it seemed that he really had a specialization in the art industry. Let's take a look. Leng Feng's interest came. You can make a model of a bullet from a high-strength and heat-resistant material, and then put the hot copper into the model. After this reforging, all bullets will be the same size, and anyone who can wield a hammer can do this. Yes, you have a good idea. In fact, this is also the best way that Leng Feng can think of, in this era without industrialization, whose idea has industrialized thinking. It seems that as long as the spark of thinking in the head is ignited, it can burst into brilliant light. Leng Feng felt very relieved that Ahu had finally been enlightened and his mind was opened. In fact, Leng Feng had already planned for this. Even if Ahu did not make this suggestion, he would also arrange for Ahu to do so. However, this method was thought of by Ahu himself, and it was of great significance to him. At this moment, Leng Feng felt that he was the guide of the development of science and technology in this era, and the small spark of science and technology was ignited in this blacksmith shop. So how far the spark of this technology can burn depends on the future development. I think it would be more trouble-free to add a tool similar to a hammer, combined with the model you mentioned, and designed as a downward pressure device that is stepped on with your feet. Leng Feng felt that he still needed to remind him, so that he would not need a special blacksmith to do this. Of course, Leng Feng didn't say anything more. For example, the model is designed to be porous and circular, and it is also a device that can be rotated. These can allow Ahu to slowly explore and practice, so that although it may be slower at first, it is very helpful for their growth. And Leng Feng doesn't need a lot of ammunition now. He only has a dozen guns. Even if Ahu makes his own handmade bullets, he can keep up with his consumption. After handing over the task of building bullets to Ahu again, Leng Feng went back with a bag of guns. Although these guns are now produced, they can only be regarded as decorations because they have no bullets. Next, in addition to practicing martial arts, he also had to find the raw materials for the preparation of bullet primers and propellants. In fact, these things already exist in this era, but people in this era don't know how to refine and formulate. Since all the properties of the Leng family are now in the hands of his two uncles, and most of the shops in Linjiang City are produced by him, it is a little unrealistic to buy these things in yesterday Jiang City. So when Leng Feng was in Jiankang Mansion, he had already bought a lot one after another. A bullet is generally composed of 4 parts: a warhead, a cartridge case, a propellant, and a primer. Now that the warhead and shell are handed over to Ahu, he has already seen Ahu's forging talent. Leng Feng does not doubt that he can't make these two things. The key is when Ahu can create the kind of model that can be mass-produced. At that time, it will be the time for Leng Feng to really show his talents, and he will ask Ahu to train a large number of craftsmen to specialize in the production of military rifles. Of course, this rifle is also the kind of breech gun of the 19th century, and other more advanced rifles could not be made by the existing craftsmanship of this era. If it weren't for the fact that there was a strange blacksmith in Huashan, it would be useless for Leng Feng to master more military knowledge, because it was difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. For the military industry, technology is one thing, but the most important thing is the material. Take some of the things that Leng Feng has created recently. Without these metals that Old Man Ouyang has made, it would have been impossible to complete it all. In the final analysis, it is resources that are now restricting the development of cold fronts. If the Leng family's industries were all in his hands, then he could use these industries to accomplish many things. Whether it is the raw materials needed for bullet primers and propellants, or the plans for smelting metals, they can all be put on the agenda. Money. Leng Feng really understood at this time that money is not everything, but no money is absolutely impossible. The money that Leng Feng's family can get their hands on now has been taken to Jiankang Mansion by him this time, and there is no property at his disposal except for this piece of land in Huashan. There are no special products in this area of Huashan, but there are a lot of fertile fields. However, the yield of the fields in this era was very low, and due to the famine for several consecutive years, even the fertile land could not produce much food. When no one can guarantee a full meal, it can be imagined how difficult it is to do other things. Therefore, if Leng Feng fights a little, the current conditions can still be supported, but if he wants to truly establish his own forces, then he will not be able to use the current conditions. Neither in terms of official status nor his own qualifications, he could not be allowed to do so. Fortunately, after this test, he already has a certain official status and can recruit some nurses. As long as he can get his family business back, then there is no problem in setting up his own workshop. But all this has to be built on the basis of money, and it seems that he will have to go out secretly in 2 days. The money he took from the tiger last time was still hidden underground by him, and the treasure place recorded in the booklet of the tiger should also be visited. Thinking all the way like this, Leng Feng walked back home. At this time, it is the busy season in the countryside, especially in the Jiangnan area. Although their family is a big landlord, but they are really landlords and have no surplus food. Even Langley and several aunts are also busy themselves. There are few idlers in the countryside in April, and only then do the sericulture and planting the field, which is such a scene. Although the crops are not yet harvested, this is the time when the sericulture grows wildly. Most of Leng Feng's fields are leased to tenants, but the mulberry fields are run by their own families. This time is the busiest time of the year for the Leng family, and this year's grain harvest is not in sight, and all hopes are pinned on the silkworms. Even the little beggar was dragged by Fluttershy to work in the mulberry field, and several of Leng Feng's little sisters helped the adults in the field to load the mulberry leaves into bamboo baskets. In the entire Hongshan village, only Leng Feng and Ah who did not work in the fields. Leng Feng doesn't work, which is known to the whole Hongshan village, so no one says that he is idle. After all, no matter what people say, they are the eldest young master of the Leng family. Ah who is stained with the light of Old Man Ouyang, because the ironware in Hongshan village is from the hands of Old Man Ouyang, especially in the past 2 years, who has taken over the work of Old Man Ouyang, and everyone sees Ah who as a real blacksmith. As long as Ah who stays in the blacksmith shop, he is doing serious business. When Leng Feng returned home, he found that there was no one in the house, and Leng Feng didn't care about this, let alone feel guilty because he didn't work in the fields. Leng Feng was a military cadet in his previous life, and later became the king of special forces. He mastered a lot of killing skills, but he really didn't know how to work in the field. In this regard, the cold front has something in common with the cold big and young in the past. Leng Feng returned to his room and put a package of guns into the wooden box. This wooden box was still left by Leng Dashao, and the secret books of those exercises were found from this wooden box. After Leng Feng put the gun into the wooden box, he took out half of the cheats from it. This half of the cheats is the first half of the 18 palms of the dragon descending, although there are only 9 forms, but its power is also very powerful. Moreover, with Leng Feng's current foundation, he is to give him the entire 18 palms of dragon descending, and he will not be able to practice all of them in a short period of time. Leng Feng was very excited, and he was finally able to master this peerless divine skill. In fact, there is still a gap between the 18 palms of the dragon descending and the 2 exercises he is practicing now. The innate divine skill was originally slightly better than the 18 palms of the dragon descending, not to mention that there was a more mysterious 12 heavenly gods and demon forging divine skill. The reason why Leng Feng's current combat power is not strong is mainly because these 2 exercises do not show attack power in the early stage, and they are not as fierce and domineering as the 18 palms of the dragon descending. There is also the most critical reason, which is Leng Feng's experience in his previous life. He has watched many movies and stories about the 18 palms of the dragon since he was a child. Since I was a child, I have fantasized that if one day I would also descend the dragon 18 palms, what a thing it would be. Now that this dream can come true, he is still very excited. Leng Feng had already studied this half of the 18 palms of dragon descending before, but it was only because the foundation of this body was not good that he did not start practicing. The practice of the 18 palms of the dragon descending is to pay attention to certain conditions. In addition to having deep internal force, the strength of the practitioner's meridians is very high. Leng Feng's innate spirit has officially stepped into the first layer, and the meridians in his body have been expanded and strengthened, plus the 12 heavenly gods and demons have formed a special energy in his body. The current Leng Feng is fully equipped with the conditions to practice the 18 palms of dragon descending. However, this is not the time to practice the palm technique, because someone may break in at any time. The 18 palms of the dragon descending palm is different from the other 2 exercises. It is more vigorous, and it also causes greater movement when practicing. For beginners, once they are disturbed, there will be a certain degree of backlash. There is another reason, that is, Leng Feng knows that the origin of his half of the 18 palms of dragon descending is too child's play, and it is best not to let the little beggar know about it before he succeeds in practice. Leng Feng is not Leng Dashao's head iron baby. He knows what the 18 palms of the dragon descending mean to the beggar gang. It's not that Leng Feng doesn't trust the little beggar, but when trust and faith conflict, it's easy to hurt feelings. He placed the half-body dragon descending 18 palms under the pillow, then took out a pen and paper and began to plan for the primer of the bullet and the propellant. The primer of the bullet is also the detonator, and it is not difficult to make this kind of thing in modern society. Many people may have played with smashing firecrackers when they were children, that is, the kind of small firecrackers that will snap when they fall hard to the ground. This small firecracker is a kind of detonating charge inside, which will ignite when hit. However, with the level of craftsmanship of this era, it was more difficult to make this kind of detonating gunpowder. And this kind of production process can only be completed by Leng Feng himself. The primer of the bullet was originally made of thunder mercury as the main raw material, but thunder mercury has a certain corrosiveness to firearms and has an impact on the environment, and the storage time should not be too long. It was not until later that lead azide was changed as the main raw material to solve the shortcomings of mine mercury. However, in terms of production, lead azide is more complicated than the process of thunder mercury. But fortunately, these 2 production methods Leng Feng will, and the corresponding raw materials can also be found in this era, and most of the raw materials have been purchased when he was in Jiankong Mansion. In the past few days in Jiankong Mansion, Leng Feng was not hanging out, he bought a lot of strange things. These stuff packed in 2 whole large boxes, most of which were raw materials for the preparation of primers. As for the propellant, it is relatively easy. The propellant is the main source of energy that gives the warhead kinetic energy, and the propellant used in modern ammunition is smokeless gunpowder. This smokeless gunpowder is mainly an improvement of nitrocellulose, which is prepared from nitrocellulose, and it is easier to make nitrocellulose for a primer. These technologies are all in Leng Feng's head, but due to the constraints of the conditions, he can't produce them on a large scale now, so he can only use a simple equipment to make them in small quantities. It has been more than a month since he traveled to this era, and Leng Feng already has a general understanding of this era. The atmosphere of the entire Song Dynasty was still relatively open, especially the development of some science and technology has been at the forefront. However, due to the lack of attention of the current dynasty, many technologies have not been developed. For example, the redcoat cannons and assault rifles that appeared in this era have already used gunpowder in military affairs. Because the redcoat cannon is too bulky,
it is only used in the defense of a city, or in large siege battles. However, the assault rifle was unable to fire because of the troublesome operation of the lock, the limited firing range, and the fact that it was easy to get wet in rainy days, and it was precisely for these reasons that the use of gunpowder did not attract attention. But all these can show that there are signs of scientific and technological development in this era. If Leng Feng wants to make a breech gun, then with the technical level of this era, there is no difficulty at all. The technology of the assault rifle was close to that of the breech gun, and with a slight improvement of the assault rifle, it was possible to create the kind of arquebus used by the European powers in the Age of Discovery. Leng Feng now has no one in his hands to use, and the requirements for standard weapons are not so urgent. As long as you can make a small number of weapons to defend yourself and protect your family, you can do it. And now is not the time for the world to be in turmoil, although the war in the north is not stopped, but there should be some time before it spreads to Linjiang City. So Leng Feng is not in a hurry, and he will solve a few important things this year. Although the breech gun is powerful, it still has many flaws. Leng Feng, as a traverser, and a top student of the National Defense Academy, he can't look down on the breech gun at all. Because Leng Feng is not the kind of person who knows a little about firearms, he can be said to know everything about the manufacture and use of various firearms and ammunition. What's more, he also discovered a special talent in this era, that is, Ouyang blacksmith of Huashan Villa. The special metal materials forged by Old Man Ouyang, as well as some alloys, can be said to have given Leng Feng a great surprise. It is precisely for this reason that he has the confidence to be able to realize some of his ideas. But now he has to wait for Old Man Ouyang to come back, because the forging methods of these special metals and alloys are known to the old man himself. Even Ah Hu, as the heir to his mantle, did not get the true inheritance in this regard. Leng Feng opened the 2 wooden boxes he had brought back from Jiankang Mansion, and he kept them in a vacant stone house in the backyard with a large lock. This house was also used to preserve some precious wood and spices when the Leng family compound was built. This house is in a corner of the compound, and even if something happens, it will not affect anyone else. It just so happens that the cold front can now be used as a laboratory. Just when Leng Feng was tinkering with these gunpowders, in the north of the Yellow River, thousands of miles away from Jiankang Mansion, an incident occurred that would affect the entire situation. The terrain here is vast, and the vast land is crisscrossed by mountains and rivers. A village hidden in the mountains and forests was home to a group of hundreds. Most of them were middle-aged, a few of them were old, and even 2 of them had gray hair and beards. However, they have a common characteristic, that is, they all exude an aura of iron and blood. The group was led by 10 people, and they sat on a high platform. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation in the north has changed, and according to the information we have received, the Jin people may be about to lose their hold. After many years of operation, we have been scattered in the north for more than 10 years, and we have already held a lot of strength in our hands, and it is time to turn the pieces into a whole. One of the gray-haired old men said. Many of us are incognito, or even abandoned. When I made up my mind, I just waited for this day, and now that the opportunity is in front of us, it's time to sacrifice the banner. Another old man said. After the 2 old men finished speaking, more than 100 people at the scene immediately became emotional, and some even burst into tears. It's not easy for them, and everyone has endless stories to tell. We followed Yushui to fight for the golden dog back then. How happy those years were. Everyone here was a good man with iron bones. Now, nearly 20 years have passed, and 300 of us and others made an oath and decided to follow Yushui's legacy, but now there are less than half of the brothers who are far apart. Fortunately, we have all survived, and now it is a great opportunity for the imperial court to regain the lost territory. We already have brothers to contact the imperial court. As long as the imperial court is willing to go on a northern expedition, we can cooperate with the outside and take the opportunity to regain the lost territory, and we will be ashamed for many years. At this time, a slightly chubby middle-aged man stood up from his seat and said. This person was also one of the 10, and the seat was next to the 2 old men, and it seemed that his status was not low. Imperial Court. If it weren't for the Imperial Court listening to Pine Gao's greedy words of the dog thief, taking Yushui's military power and killing Yushui, the Jin people would have been driven back to their hometown by us a long time ago. Yes, we don't believe in the Imperial Court, we will do this ourselves. Some of these people had great opinions about the Imperial Court,
and as soon as they heard that they were going to contact the imperial court and cooperate with the imperial court to attack the Jinrun, they felt very uncomfortable. It turned out that these people were under the command of Yufei, a famous anti-gold general, and since Yufei was taken over the military power, he only brought a small number of people back to Kyoto, and then he was killed by the imperial court. Some of his loyal generals were also implicated, some were dismissed, and some simply left the barracks. At that time, a total of more than 300 soldiers gathered together, preparing to enter the Beijing prison to rescue Yufei. However, before they arrived in the capital, they heard that Yufei had been killed. So these people lurked everywhere, some fell into the grass, and some secretly developed their forces. Everyone made a vow to wait for the day when they could make a comeback and complete Yushuai's legacy. Yufei's greatest wish was to recover the lost territory in the north, and it was after being deprived of military power that he also realized that he was in danger and left some followers early. At that time, he sent out the secret army under his command, and no one knew where the men and horses had gone, and only the people with Wumu's suicide note could let the people and horses go out of the mountain to assist. Wumu is Yufei's character, and Wumu's suicide note is a book left by Yufei back then. As for these 300 people, they also received instructions from Yufei, and they were also waiting for that person to appear. However, for more than 10 years, there has been no movement. It wasn't until 5 years ago that someone said that Muwu's suicide note had appeared on the rivers and lakes, and they got together and set up a temporary gathering point here. However, the legend did not come true, and they did not wait for the person holding Wumu's suicide note to appear. Now that Mongolia is strong, it has launched a war against the Jin state, and the Jin state has been defeated in the face of the Mongolia offensive. This gave them hope, and at the same time, it was in line with Yu Shuai's instructions back then. Yu Shuai left 2 sentences back then. The first sentence was that Wumu's suicide note ordered him not to obey, and the second sentence was that the gold thief would be destroyed when the time came. Now this situation is the best time for them to go out of the mountain, because the Jin people have to face the attack of the Mongolia and have no time to take care of the affairs of the territory. These soldiers under Yu Shuai's command, who were lurking on the lost land in the north, had rapidly expanded their power in a very short period of time. In this case, they are no longer suitable for secret development, and they must jump out and grab territory. Therefore, today's gathering is not only to decide the issue of going out of the mountain, but also to determine the next direction of development. At that time, these people were all soldiers under Yu Shuai. To put it bluntly, they were all soldiers of the Great Song Dynasty, and protecting the family and defending the country used to be their life creed. However, some people's faith was shattered by the murder of Yu Shuai back then. Although everyone agreed with the 2 old men's opinions, they decided to unite the soldiers. However, there was a difference in the opinions of the middle-aged man, and half of them agreed with his words and agreed to contact the imperial court first and cooperate with the actions of the imperial army. Half of them have lost trust in the imperial court, and even have the idea of breaking away from the imperial court and becoming kings themselves. After all, this is a chaotic era, and people's hearts cannot be static, and it is inevitable that some strange thoughts will arise. We can't act lightly. We must have the support of the imperial court before we can return to orthodoxy. Back then, Yu Shuai told me that those of us who are people of the court in life and ghosts of the court are ghosts in death, and personal honor and disgrace are nothing in front of the whole world. One of the 10 said. Yes, Yu Shuai also explained when he left, if anything happens to him, let's not act rashly. In fact, Yu Shuai had long known that the imperial court was going to attack him, but he still accepted the imperial court's arrangement without hesitation. Could it be that Yu Shuai didn't have the ability to resist back then? The reason why Yu Shuai didn't resist was for the sake of the whole world. Another middle-aged man among the 10 stood up and said. This man was tall, with a voice like a bell, and a solemn look on his face. This person's surname is Xiao Fuxing, and he is one of the top 10 fierce generals under Yu Shuai. The 2 eldest brothers are right. I agree to contact the imperial court first, and after the imperial court sends troops, we will respond to it. Someone immediately followed. Those who had previously held opposing views saw that the 10 people with whom they had agreed were unanimous, and that they had the support of the majority. They also had to express their agreement to contact the imperial court first. However, they also made a suggestion, that is, if the court did not agree to send troops, they would raise their own troops, and from then on completely break with the court, because such a court was not worth their service. Although these words were a bit rebellious, the people present actually held their breath in their hearts, which was dissatisfaction with the court. It's just that a large number of people have not abandoned their faith in their hearts because of their loyalty to Yu Shuai. But if it is true, as some brothers say, that the court disappoints them this time, then there may not be many people who will serve the court again. Although we are all under the command of Yu Shuai, we must have a leader now, otherwise we will not be able to fight separately. After the unification of opinions, these people are not bandits and rogues, they are all elite soldiers in the Yu family's army back then, and they naturally understand that it is impossible to march and fight without a commander-in-chief. Moreover, they have been distributed in various places for more than 10 years, and they have little contact with each other, and the forces under their command are also unfamiliar with each other. Of course, the most important thing is that it is difficult to find a real convincing one among these people. Although the general who spoke before was quite prestigious in the army, he did not have the ability to lead these people. Back then, these people gathered under Yu Shuai's command, and only Yu Shuai could truly lead them. It was those two gray-haired old men. Their prestige in the Yu family's army was very high, but now that they were old, they were already powerless. I don't know if you still remember the young marshal? Then an old man spoke. Didn't the young marshal disappear back then? Someone asked. When Yu Shuai's family was killed, the young marshal was rescued by the masters in the rivers and lakes. 5 years ago, 30 miles northwest of Linjiang City, there was an incident of a duel between top masters of the rivers and lakes, which was planned by the young marshal. This Shi Leng brother should know very well that he was in Linjiang City back then. The old man continued, nodding to the slightly chubby middle-aged man. Yes, it was a fierce battle.